BlizzCon 2023. Please welcome the president of Blizzard Entertainment, Mike Ibarra.
Let's go! How's everybody doing? Oh man, you know, this is the best gaming community in the world, hands down. Hands down. Thank you, wow. Hello, BlizzCon. You know, it is so good to be back in person finally. All of us. I love you too. All of us at Blizzard have missed this so much. It's 4 years. It's been 4 years. You know what I say to that? That's too damn long. Where's our heroes of Overwatch at? Adventurers of Sanctuary? Defenders of Azeroth. And gamers everywhere, welcome. We love sharing what we're working on all the time. But to share it in person with all of you and to hear your stories, it cannot be matched. Meeting you all face to face inspires us. And we put this energy and enthusiasm back into everything we do. Thank you all for being here. In fact, we have tens of thousands of you here in Anaheim, California today. And we hope you enjoy the immersive experience we've created here at the show. We also have millions of people watching right now on stream. BlizzCon, please help me welcome everyone watching from around the world. Whether you're a hardcore or a casual gamer, or if it's been a while since you picked up one of our games, we're here to show you the Blizzard we are today and the Blizzard we are becoming. But BlizzCon isn't just about the latest updates from Blizzard. It's all about you. Players are at the forefront of everything we do, and we're devoted to supporting these incredible communities, communities you can be proud of to be part of. All of us, gamers, developers, and fans, we all are united in our shared love for gaming. The person sitting next to you or watching online and chat with you could be your next guildmate, teammate, or lifelong friend. We all have this in common. I've always felt Blizzard brings players together a little differently. Our players have made connections that span continents, languages, and generations. We all have that one story, that incredible play of the game, that clutch card draw, or that raid encounter that your guild barely survived. I know, I've been there too. I know many of us have friends we've met in one of our games. A friend who began just as someone we hung out with in game, but who was there for us to celebrate our real life wins or to support us during a difficult time. That's certainly been true for me. Thanks to my experience playing Blizzard games over the last 25 years, I've met most of my best friends from all over. And I'm so grateful that some of them are here today. Gus, Pika, Nick, Scoodles, and of course Billy and Kaylee, who put up with my raid wipes all too often. I always know that no matter what is going on in real life, they will be there. No matter what game we're playing, these friends are a constant I can always rely on. And I know many of you share that feeling. BlizzCon truly is about all of us as players, as equals, as friends. As we bring these amazing experiences to more places, build technology that allows more gamers to experience our worlds, and create characters and stories more players can relate to, the Blizzard community grows, and more importantly, our friendships grow. All of us are so grateful to be part of this community, and in everything we do, we are in service to you. We know we don't do everything perfectly, but thanks to your feedback, we never stop striving to do it right. We are here to foster joy and belonging for everyone. We're proud of the worlds we build, but your experiences within those worlds bring them to life, and your connections with each other are what inspires us the most. Now, many of you may have heard the recent news about Blizzard joining the Xbox gaming family. Both Blizzard and Xbox believe that gaming is a unifier, that we should all be able to play anywhere and any way we want to play. That when the creativity of some of the best developers, artists, and storytellers in the world is fearlessly unleashed, everyone wins. With that in mind, someone is here backstage who'd like to say hello. Over the years, he and I played a bunch of games together. Please join me in welcoming my friend, our friend, the CEO of Microsoft Gaming, Phil Spencer.
Thank you, Mike. And hello, everybody, Blizzcon. This is my first Blizzcon ever. And it's great to feel the energy in the room. You are the reason we make games. Your love for these games truly is inspiring. I recently have spent so much time playing Diablo 4 with my friends. Season 2 is awesome, and I can tell you that I can't wait for you to see what the team has planned for that game. It's going to be awesome. Blizzard occupies a special place in the gaming industry, for me as well. Throughout Blizzard's history, they've pioneered and refined so much across the gaming industry, and many of you here today have been a part of that journey. Think of Diablo. It propelled the action RPG genre forward. StarCraft spawned the foundation of what esports would eventually become. And with StarCraft 2, it was a major catalyst for the evolution of games as live entertainment. World of Warcraft changed not only how people developed and supported games, but really it introduced a much wider audience to the concept of online communities. And Overwatch not only reimagined gameplay, but also the representation possible in class-based shooters. Blizzard's influence is everywhere, and because of its enduring legacy and phenomenal revolutionary development, with a care and a craft that is incredibly rare in this industry. Our commitment at Xbox is to bring more great games to more players in more places. And now that Blizzard is part of Xbox, we will nurture the essence of what has made Blizzard unique. We're going to empower our new colleagues in a culture of trust, inclusion, and collaboration to continue what they do best, redefining existing genres, creating new, never-before-seen experiences, and uniting players globally in new ways, in Azeroth, in Sanctuary, in near-future Earth, and beyond. It has been a privilege to welcome the teams at Blizzard to Xbox, and I'm honored to be able to be here to help welcome all of you to BlizzCon 2023. Having seen what's in store for players, I can say the future of Blizzard is brighter than ever. And you all have so much to look forward to in this show. So I'll get out of here, let you see the show. Thanks everyone for the warm reception, and have a great time at BlizzCon. Thank you.
How about that? You know, part of what makes this such an exciting time for Blizzard is that we've never been more empowered, free, and dedicated to holding true to what makes Blizzard unique than we are today. We are accountable for creating this next chapter of Blizzard with all of you. We take this responsibility very seriously as we learn, grow, and get better every day. This is the start of a new era. So much more is possible, and you'll see some of that over the next couple days. Coming up, you'll hear from some new friends and some old friends who are returning to the BlizzCon stage to show more about the games and the worlds we all love. Before I go, I want to take a moment to thank our Blizzard team. You are some of the most talented individuals on the planet, and collectively, we are capable of building the most legendary universes in gaming. Our future, our creative freedom, our path forward is truly our own. And I know we all stand together with a singular goal: to exceed player expectations and foster and support each other. Thank you for everything you do. BlizzCon, many of the Blizzard team are here today in Anaheim, working hard to ensure you enjoy your time here. We all love talking to players, so please don't be shy. Come up and chat with us. Finally, on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, we want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, from the bottom of my heart to our players, past, present, and future. Thank you for your passion and your honesty. And most importantly, thank you for being part of our communities. This is what BlizzCon is all about. Everything we do is for all of you, and it's an honor to be a part of these worlds with you. Now, welcome to BlizzCon.
You wanted to see if there was more out there. Well, see for yourself.
Finish line. Did you really think this would be a fair fight?
Oh my god. That was disgusting. Yo, nerf this!
Mama's got you!
I am him!
I'm in my Widow era now. Wow.
please welcome Overwatch Game Director, Aaron Keller.
Hello, Blizzcon! Ever since we first revealed Overwatch in 2014, you have grown this universe into something truly unique and beautiful. Every single day, we see millions of players jumping into matches, forging new friendships, and showing off their skills. We launched Overwatch 2 last October, and it has been such an incredible year. Since then, you've been crushed by Diva's mech over 26 million times, had more than 79 million lives saved by Baptiste, and played 65 years worth of prop hunt. I love prop hunt. The development of Overwatch is first and foremost focused on you, our players. We want our game to represent this global community. From the release of our Samoa map, to our celebration of Pride, to our first tie-in Peruvian heroes, Lifeweaver and Alari. We also want Overwatch to recognize those focused on achievement and prowess, and released our new progression system and the first set of hero mastery courses this year. And for those that just want something a little different, we've run April Fools and released a dating sim, an actual dating sim, Loverwatch. Listening to your feedback is important to us, and it's driven the team to look at changes to some of the core systems of the game. We've been hard at work on an overhaul of our competitive system, and we'll get into that a bit today and a bunch more over the course of BlizzCon. And there is so much more to come. We'd like to give you all a glimpse at as much as we're able to show you coming next year. And boy, do we have some fun things to talk about. So let's get into it. To share our first big announcement, I am honored to introduce the art director of Overwatch, Dion Rogers.
Sorry, I'm a bit excited. The energy is awesome in here. You know, Aaron and I have been working on this universe since before Overwatch had a name. Working together with an incredible team back at Blizzard, many are with us today at BlizzCon. Creating such an incredible game with so many amazing people and seeing what it means to you all, it's meant everything to us. And out of all the things we work on, one of our favorites is to create new heroes. You know, Overwatch is full of big personalities, and it takes a special individual to really stand out. And the team has been working hard to make sure no one could predict who this next hero is. We haven't leaked any articles. We haven't leaked a spray or two. And we've left 0 hints, especially not in our recent Samoa map. Now, who's ready to meet the newest hero?
Sorry to keep you all waiting, but now that I'm here, let's have some fun. Yep, that's my name, all right. And this right here is Gunny, and she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble. Actual gameplay footage. Going so soon, I'm gonna miss ya. tell me that's it. Both hearts pumping. I got your back. For now. Here I come. Says quick Kiki. We got him where we want him.
Unbelievable.
So was I worth the wait? We're gonna have a hell of a time.
That's awesome. I love that trailer. We had a lot of fun working on it. It's amazing to finally announce Malga. He was first introduced, you guys know, 4 years ago in a short story, and he's been the subject of a lot of fun theories. Ever since that first introduction, fans have been asking when he may become a playable hero. We're excited. We finally have our first Samoan hero. Malga, his name, it means mountain in Samoan. He portrays himself as this big, loud brute. However, this is just a facade. He's a cunning tactician, always one step ahead of his enemies. One of the core goals whenever we make an Overwatch character is that people see themselves in our heroes. We're always striving for greater authenticity and representation with each hero. And with Malga, we got a lot of help, actually. Even his tattoo was created by an amazing Samoan tattoo artist named C.E. Lufau. Malga's super fun. It was awesome. Malga's super fun to play. He's easy to learn, hard to master, with what I like to call a brutal but cunning play style. We hope you love him as much as we do. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Join us later today for a Malga Deep Dive panel taking place here at the Blizzcon Arena and online for people at home. We'll talk with the team that helped create Malga and also how to best utilize his amazing abilities when he joins Overwatch in Season 8. Finally, we know Malga's going to be pretty awesome when he joins competitive play. But before then, some of the best players in the world are competing in this weekend's Overwatch World Cup. Let's check it out.
Legacy. A legacy is forever.
Dominance reaffirmed! Unbelievable!
All year long, teams around the world have battled, chasing glory, hoping to etch their homeland in the history books.
That is insane! He's still fragging like a madman!
And it's a 5-man rampage!
Oh, what? What?
Oh,
there he goes!
They've tasted victory, they've overcome defeat, and all along, the hopes of their fans have lifted them up.
Absolutely beautiful!
And now, at long last, the Overwatch World Cup finals are here. And for the first time in 4 years, we're all together once more, back to where it all began. Each team can see their name on the championship trophy. The community has rallied behind them, and the wait is finally over.
I've missed you dearly!
The Overwatch World Cup finals start now.
Please welcome Overwatch esports host, Zoe Gschwind.
Wow, fantastic to see all those memories on the big screen. And we're here to make some more. What's up, BlizzCon? It's so great to be back here after 4 years with the Overwatch World Cup. This event has always been such a special event because it truly serves as a worldwide tribute to the beautiful and diverse Overwatch community. This weekend, we get to celebrate teams and players from around the world, each with their unique takes on the playstyles, their different personalities. We're going to see different metas emerge even. It's just very exciting to see familiar faces, big household names in the competitive Overwatch scene take the stage, form those star-studded lineups, Fearless, Super, Gushue, and the likes. But each year, we also get to witness new players emerging onto the scene, taking the spotlight. It truly is a special event for a special community, and I'm very honored and truly happy to be part of it all. Now, I know that all of you here in Anaheim and everyone watching at home is joining us from all over the world. As you can see, so are our players. Among them, a former 3-time World Cup champions, Team South Korea, and the only team that managed thus far to stop their reign, and that is the United States of America. That's right. I tell you, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. If you watch the group stages and if you watch the first game today, tough competition ahead for Team USA. And if you want to find out if one of our former champions will remain victorious or if one of the other 6 teams will seize their inaugural season title, make sure to join us. Not only will you be treated to fantastic gameplay, of course, no, you will also earn special drops all weekend long on the Play Overwatch Twitch channel. Now, we have a lot of amazing Overwatch 2 action on the horizon and so much to play for our teams. We got over $500,000 on the line and counting, raised directly by all of you, our passionate and amazing fans. Yeah, give it up for yourself. Now, of course, the winning team will walk away with a big bag, but this year, each and every single player out of the 43 teams participating will be earning a share. And this is unprecedented in Overwatch esports history, and it would not be possible without all of you. So once again, thank you so much. So, tomorrow night, we will be crowning the 2023 Overwatch World Cup champions, and you can catch all the matches and all the action live in Hall B, as well as, of course, on stream. I'm going to be there. I'm looking forward to seeing some of you as well. And now, please welcome back Aaron with a few more things to share on the game side.
Thank you, Zoe. Malga is awesome. And the World Cup matches all weekend will be so much fun. But Overwatch has another thing happening here at BlizzCon. Earlier this week, we launched a new limited-time game mode and special skins as part of an exciting collaboration with Le Sserafim, one of the biggest K-pop groups in the world. Everyone can jump in-game right now to take part, as well as check out their brand new music video for Perfect Night. And in honor of this collaboration, Le Sserafim will take the stage and perform in the arena tomorrow after the community night ends around 6 p.m. Pacific. Working on partnerships like this, or what we did with One Punch Man earlier this year, are incredibly fun. Yes. They provide us, both the dev team and you, the players, a chance to experience some of our favorite universes and artists through the unique style of Overwatch. And next year, we have even more of these for you all to geek out about. Sadly, we can't reveal what those are all just yet, but maybe there are some other things coming in 2024 that we could give you a hint about. The Overwatch team has never had such clarity of vision when it comes to the future. From direct feedback, we hear what you love and want us to focus on. So, who wants to see a few of the things we're working on for next year? We are creating a brand new core PvP game mode, Clash. In this new competitive mode, there are 5 points positioned in a row. The center point starts as the first objective, and the teams battle back and forth over the map, pushing into enemy territory or defending their own. Once a team captures all 5 points or reaches the maximum score, they win. Our initial Clash map is a tribute to a location we showed at Overwatch's first Blizzcon. And it's one of my personal favorites. They say cherry blossoms are a sign of rebirth and rejuvenation. And in 2024, a rebirth of one of the original Overwatch maps is in order. Within the Clash mode, we are returning to the home of the Shimada clan with the new Hanamura map, Hanaoka. Additionally, we are working on overhauls to some of our most important in-game systems. Overwatch is a highly competitive game, and in early 2024, we'll release a reworked version of our competitive system with all new competitive rewards. And with Seasons, one of the team's goals has been to create themes that speak to so many of the cool and awesome things that we all love. Next year, you'll experience Eldritch Horror, Egyptian mythology, witches, and even a mirror universe where heroes become villains and villains become heroes. And of course, Overwatch is nothing without its heroes. Mauga is the 39th hero in Overwatch, and in 2024, we'll be releasing 3 more, and we want to give you a glimpse of 2 of them. A new damage hero, Venture, is coming in Season 10, and a support currently codenamed Space Ranger in Season 12. And this is just scratching the surface of everything we have in the works. Join us tomorrow here and online, where we go in depth on all of this in our What's Next panel. It will have more information on Clash, the reworked competitive system, a closer look at Space Ranger, even early gameplay footage of Venture, and so much more. And lastly, for the first time ever during a Blizzcon, not only is our next hero playable in the Overwatch Hall here in Anaheim, but all of you at home can play Mauga all weekend in-game, including Quick Play, going live right after the BlizzCon opening ceremony concludes. Yeah. We know you'll love him just as much as we do. Thank you all. We'll see you in-game.
By the blood of the willing, we call thee home.
Go! We took down a 100. Let's go, baby. High Priest! Kill the High Priest! Yes! Yes!
Dude, I am shaking so hard.
Congratulations! The game is ours!
Oh, I'm pumped for Diablo 4. I think it's going to be the best.
What if you guys play it right now?
Hell yeah, really?
Yeah. I will cry. That would be amazing.
This is awesome.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's so pretty.
We have ascent. Go! Run!
We really are doubling down on this idea that you can look the way you want, you can play the way you want, you can really make your own fantasy in this game.
She looks like me.
Oh my god, the butcher.
Boy! Instantly died.
They revived me!
I'm gonna find some demons and I'm gonna shove my green foot right up there.
Yeah, let's go!
Level 100!
There are literally like goosebumps.
Go down a bit more, go down a bit more, go down a bit more. You got her! Yes! Let's go!
Will you fight the darkness?
Break the chains and be beautiful in sin.
Hail Lilith, Blessed Mother.
You can pet the dogs, by the way.
Please welcome the General Manager of Diablo, Rod Ferguson.
How's everybody doing? Having fun? This feels amazing. So glad you're here. And I'm so happy the people at home are here as well. You know, watching that was such a great reminder of what a fantastic community we have and what an exciting year it's been. Now, you might have missed it, but in there was a clip of a blind gamer, Tylenif, defeating our hardest boss, Uber Lilith. Now, we strive to make Diablo as approachable and as accessible as possible, and watching clips like that make me and the team extremely proud. And of course, I love the tattoos. And, you know, I still can't believe over 1,000 people got permanent Diablo tattoos at our Hell's Inc. events, including me. And so, you know, Necro Main for life. So, you know, we talk a lot about the last Blizzcon 4 years ago, and back then, you know, the Diablo community was hungry for even more experiences in that dark, gothic place caught between the high heavens and the burning hells, a little place we call Sanctuary. And in that time, I've been very fortunate to work with some of the best developers in the industry, people who love Diablo as much as the rest of us. And it was their passion and dedication to this universe that released a great new Diablo game every year for the last 3 years. Diablo 2 Resurrected brought the return of the classic that helped define the genre. Remastered. I love Diablo 2. So it was remastered for a new generation now for PC and console. And Diablo Immortal brought Sanctuary to mobile for the first time, bringing millions of new players into our universe. In fact, you might not know this, but 60% of Diablo Immortal players have never played a Diablo game before. So we really welcome them to our universe. And then, of course, there's Diablo 4. Now, it was that kind of excitement that made it the biggest launch in Blizzard's history. And it means so much to the team to see how you've embraced it. You know, we've played over 1.5 billion hours together so far, and it's your love for the game that drives us. Thanks to you, we've made a lot of changes over the last 5 months. In fact, our patch notes for Season of Blood, our second season, were over 14,000 words long, because that is how much our community has influenced and will continue to influence the evolution of Sanctuary. And if you haven't yet made that leap into the darkest Diablo story ever told, now is the perfect time to pick your class, build your character, join Phil Spencer, and see what the hell it's all about. And with that, I'd like to introduce Diablo 4's 2 production directors. They help lead the teams who are building everything we do today and everything moving forward. Please welcome Tiffany Watt and Chris Wilson.
Thanks, Rod. Hey, BlizzCon. The last time I was on stage, I was helping to announce Diablo 4. To be here today with all of you is so awesome.
The launch was incredible. We're really excited to be here today to share what's coming next. But first, let's highlight some of the player feedback that's in Season of Blood today. So many of you have told us that you wanted more in-game activities. So we've given you a couple this season, one now and another coming early next month. So live now is our new boss ladder. This is a series of additional boss fights from level 55 to 100 that will also see the return of our kind of gross but farmable and rewarding friend Duriel, who you can go after for Uber Uniques that everybody's been sieging for. And with those new bosses dropping both Uniques and Uber Uniques at a much higher rate, and even dropping some special cosmetics, you're going to want to make your way to level 100 so you can fight them all. So in the Season of Blood, we've rebalanced the endgame, letting you get to level 100 about 40% faster than in Season 1.
I know I've been taking advantage of that experience boost, and I have 2 characters in Season 2 already. Of course, all that leveling is about getting that amazing loot. So we've also changed how item power works. We've raised the power cap, and it's now more closely tied to the level of monster you defeat to get it. The more challenging the fight, the better the loot. There's still lots of work to be done with reworking itemization. In fact, it's one of our highest priorities. But this, along with upgrades to some of our unique items, is a great first step. So please keep that feedback coming. Now let's talk about quality of life. Here's a few improvements that came directly from you. All of your renown rewards now carry over season to season and from the Eternal Realm. Additional character slots. We added 2 this season, so you can create even more characters and try different builds. A targeting dummy has been added to Kiovashad so you can test those builds before you run into the butcher. Searching and filtering your stash is now possible, and your stash is now available in every town in Sanctuary. World bosses appear almost twice as often, so you can die almost twice as often. And we've also freed up some inventory space by making gems a crafting material to make even more room for those uber uniques. Those are just a few of the new additions already in the game, but we're not done with Season of Blood yet.
In fact, starting next week, we'll introduce 5 unique class-specific rings that will let you relive some of the fun from Season of the Malignant. That's right, Necromancers. Once again, corpses will automatically do your bidding just by being in your presence. Then on December 5th, we'll also be adding an enchanting preview to the Occultist. So this will allow you to see which affixes are possible before you spend your hard-earned gold. It's just another way to give you even more control over making just the right build for the challenge at hand. Also on December 5th, as promised, we'll have another exciting new in-game activity, a 6-week event called Abattoir of Zir. It's a highly replayable pinnacle experience designed for players who have reached level 100, slain Uber Duriel, and mastered all of the other challenges that Season of Blood has to offer. Those who survive will attain a paragon glyph constructed of the Vampire Lord's very own blood. But beware, Abattoir of Zir starts difficult and only gets harder. And of course, as we near the end of Season of Blood, it'll be holiday time, not only here, but in Sanctuary as well. Our first ever holiday event, Midwinter Blight, starts on December 12th. For 3 weeks, we're going to transform the Fractured Peaks into a winter terror land, and it'll bring a whole new meaning to the word sleigh ride. Yeah? And be sure to keep your eyes peeled for a mysterious red-cloaked terror.
Nothing is as terrifying as Chris's puns, but I will be sure to check out Midwinter Blight. From there, we are on to Season 3. We can't go into too much detail now, but with the endgame being so important, let's talk about leaderboards. We're creating a whole new type of weekly challenge dungeon called the Gauntlet, where the heroes of Sanctuary can compete for their class ranking against their friends, their clan, or anyone in the world. Watch out, Mike Ibarra, I am coming for you. At the end of each week, the heroes with the highest rank will be added to the Seasonal Hall of Ancients, where their name and build will live on. So, that's a quick look at where we are today. And while the live game is our #1 priority right now, we have a separate Diablo 4 team that's been working hard on our next chapter. So how about a little teaser? It's super early, but as we look to expand on the story we started in Diablo 4, we're going to take you somewhere even darker, where hatred's influence continues to consume Sanctuary.
We have each played a part in what has happened here. You abdicated your choice to this child. And with every step she takes, I grow stronger. There will be no salvation in the light.
Vessel of Hatred is Diablo 4's first expansion. Its campaign will continue the dark tale that began in Diablo 4 as we learn the fate of the prime evil Mephisto and his demonic plans for Sanctuary. To do that, we'll be visiting a region new to Diablo 4 and a fan favorite from Diablo 2. The lush jungles known to outsiders as Torajan, but known by the locals as Nahantu. With this new story set in a mysterious new region comes new ways to play, new evils to vanquish, and, of course, a completely new class never seen before in the Diablo universe. Vessel of Hatred releases late next year, and we cannot wait to share more about it this summer.
Now, before we leave, we want you to know that it's your passion that drives us. Your feedback will continue to help us evolve and improve the Diablo 4 experience for years to come. We couldn't be more excited about our future, and we hope that you are too. Our team has put in a lot of hard work, and we love seeing your love for this game. So please join us tomorrow. We have a special Diablo 4 Campfire panel where we'll be sharing more details about the expansion, deeper dive on some of the upcoming game changes, and we'll also have a special Q&A session to close it out. So enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you, and we'll see you in Sanctuary.
Warcraft.
I'm William Shatner, and I'm a shaman.
I'm Mr. T, and this is my Night Elf Mohawk.
T, there's no such thing as a Night Elf Mohawk.
Shut up, fool!
This role-playing game where heroes like Leroy Jenkins do battle.
Leroy
Jenkins! That would be the world of Warcraft.
You're a player in the NFL, but what you're most proud of is that you've rated third nationally in dungeon progression.
For the Alliance!
For Azeroth!
Ready to work.
Please welcome the General Manager of Warcraft, John Haidt.
And thank you. And we are ready to work. Anybody here for Warcraft today? Yeah! Big shout out to the Warcraft teams. They are so happy to be here today. We have so much cool stuff to show you. So give it up for my Warcraft teams. Can you believe that almost 30 years ago, a dispute between orcs and humans led to one of the longest running fantasy adventures in video game history? Right? Generations of players have called Azeroth home. Teenagers that first played Warcraft when it was released, I know you're out there, are now parents. Right? Raising new heroes to take on the raids and battlegrounds of this timeless adventure. It's those shared stories of Azeroth, both in-game and out, that make up this universe. Today is a great day for Warcraft.
This is the beginning of a bold new chapter that will take us through the next 3 decades and beyond. Oh yeah. With a variety of games to entertain you, we welcome everyone to find your community. Okay, Alliance. Just practice. We're going to give you a chance to do it a little louder later. Throughout the taverns of Azeroth, tall tales of adventure are retold through the whimsical and clever card play of Hearthstone. Yeah. I like to imagine humans and orcs getting together, showing off their collections, and boasting of their deeds. But in the basements of those same taverns, they're playing a new game, Warcraft Rumble. Yeah. Me too. Which puts the battlefields and dungeons of Azeroth in the palm of your hand. And finally, World of Warcraft. WoW immerses us into Azeroth, where we are the champions, fighting alongside each other in shared adventure. Almost 20 years ago, WoW revolutionized online communities and reimagined the enduring entertainment of massively multiplayer gaming. The very first Blizzcon was introduced our first expansion, so it's only fitting that we're here today to lay the foundation for WoW's future. Yeah. Azeroth is a home we can always escape to, a home that is always waiting for us. Together, we build this universe. Our teams craft the worlds and the adventures, but it is all of you who bring it to life. You are the heartbeat of the brand new adventures that are about to unfold. From all of us on the Warcraft teams here at Blizzard Entertainment, thank you.
Please welcome from Hearthstone, lead designer Cora Georgiou.
Hello, BlizzCon. Well, I have a pretty good view from up here. It's really nice to see you all. We are thrilled to soon be celebrating Hearthstone's 10th anniversary. I know, I'm getting old. It's a decade of telling tales around Azeroth with all of you. Whether you aspire to climb the ladder to legend, enjoy brawling with friends in the battlegrounds, or maybe you've just listened to the 10-hour version of the Saviors of Uldum theme song. Thank you all for being a part of our bustling tavern. We invite players both old and new to join us for our 10th anniversary next March. But we have so much to enjoy before then, so let's talk about what's happening right now in Hearthstone and in Battlegrounds. We're setting the stage for a standoff in Hearthstone's upcoming expansion, Showdown in the Badlands, which takes place in Azeroth's Wild West. Two strangers will cross paths, an outlaw and a lone ranger. Though they may not know it now, together they are destined for a grand adventure.
In the beginning, I was all alone. trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that, with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
Come on!
Ha! You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move! Right behind you!
And it was like a powder keg, waiting to explode.
We did it! No.
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me, just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mudslider.
Like a rock! Let's show these fine folks some Badlands hospitality!
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
That's right. Our beloved Reno Jackson and Elise Starseeker are getting an origin tale. They'll work together to save the Badlands from the Blood Rock Town's nefarious mining operation. Singleton decks are returning. With cards like Reno Lone Ranger, Hearthstone's first ever neutral hero card. We'll talk more about him at the What's Next panel later today, where we'll also be revealing a motherlode of exciting new cards. You can get your hands on them and more when Showdown in the Badlands releases on November 14th. Now, I know you may be thinking, a new expansion. That's a lot of new cards, on top of 5 sets that are already in the standard rotation. And if you're a new player or you're coming back after a break, that can be a little overwhelming. So we have been hard at work to make it easier than ever to join us. We're excited to announce catch-up packs. These are game-changing for getting your collection caught up. You see what we did there? Instead of the typical 5 cards you'd find in a regular Hearthstone card pack, you can get up to 50 cards from a single catch-up pack. The cards you receive will all be from within the last 2 years, ready to play and constructed. All of our players are going to get catch-up packs to open once you log in, and for all of you here at BlizzCon in person, or those of you at home who purchased either BlizzCon collection, we're also gifting you a few more packs. For anyone who's been away for a while, all of these packs can add up to hundreds of cards. We'll also be adding quite a few of them into pre-purchase bundles for Showdown in the Badlands. We hope to see all of you getting some amazing cards and filling in or beginning your Hearthstone collection on November 14th. All right. I feel like we might have some Battlegrounds fans out here. Yeah. So you might remember then that the last time we were all together at BlizzCon, we unveiled Battlegrounds. What started as an experiment became a huge part of the game and a fun way to play in the tavern. But playing together is what inspired the new mode we're debuting here today. Queuing up as a party for a lobby is great, but ultimately, you play against each other. What if you could actually play teamed up alongside each other? Sounds fun, doesn't it? We're pleased to announce a truly cooperative way to play: Battlegrounds Duos. With a shared health pool, team combat, and sending cards back and forth between teammates, now you can fight with your friends instead of against them. We were inspired by the Battleground community's creativity, finding ways to team up and help each other achieve top 4. So now we're setting an official table for you and your partner to take the crown together. For those of you here in person, grab a friend or make a new one, because you can try Battlegrounds Duos here at BlizzCon right now at the Hearthstone demo area. We're planning to launch this new way to play for everyone early next year, and you can learn more later today and see the new heroes and minions that make teamwork so fun in Battlegrounds. It makes the dream work. We love teamwork. If you're tuning in at home, please make sure to join us at the What's Next panel. And if you're here with us at BlizzCon, you can also join me and other members of the Hearthstone team in the tavern. For you worthy opponents out there, come duel a dev and challenge the Hearthstone team. Or, if you want to catch up after 4 years away, pull up a chair by the hearth. We'll see you in the tavern.
Please welcome, from Warcraft Rumble, executive producer, Vic Sarath.
You gotta love Anixia. She didn't even use deep breath there. Hello, BlizzCon! Last year, the team and I announced we were working on a brand new Warcraft game. A way to bring Warcraft with you wherever you are and wherever you go. And as you just saw, we've had a ton of fun and poured a lot of love into making this game. Warcraft Rumble is an action strategy game with a deep PvE campaign, a dynamic PvP mode, and so much more. It's a game filled with familiar faces. You'll mix and match miniature versions of characters from the Warcraft universe to make your very own army as you take on opponents all over Azeroth. So, if you've ever wanted to see Jaina command an army of Murlocs, or Grom lead a horde of angry chickens, apparently, this is your opportunity. By combining leaders, troops, and spells from 5 families, Alliance, Horde, Beasts, Undead, and my personal favorite, Blackrock, you'll battle your way through maps inspired by some very familiar locations. You'll fight to control resources, capture towers, and eventually defeat the boss or player at the other end. Speaking of bosses, each one has their own unique mechanics, so you'll have to adapt your strategies to the threats you'll face as you battle through the campaign and beyond. Our goal was to give you everything you love about Warcraft, reimagined with a big dose of what our team calls joyful chaos. When we set out to make this game, we wanted to offer a variety of challenges no matter how you choose to play it, whether it's for 5 minutes at a time or hours on end. And that was something we especially focused on during the beta, to make sure you have something fun to do every time you open up the game. And for those of you that played the beta and gave us your feedback, thank you so much. It's because of your support and the hard work of our team that we feel we got something really, really special on our hands. Now, let's take a look at the result. You know, I gotta admit, it's pretty cool watching that video and just thinking about how far we've come since last year. At this point, we just can't wait for all of you to hop in and play. And I mean, we literally can't wait. That's why we've made Warcraft Rumble available to download and play right now. This is such a huge moment for us, and we're so all excited to have you join us. And for those of you in the audience with me today, let's bring down the Wi-Fi together. You know I'm kidding, right? Please don't bring down the Wi-Fi. I'm in a lot of trouble once I get off of here. Whether you're a veteran of Azeroth or just have a deep love for strategy games, there's a lot to enjoy here. We've got a huge campaign with over 70 bosses. And for those of you looking for an especially unique challenge, we even have a heroic campaign with an extra layer of difficulty that we cooked up ourselves. We've got maps with verticality, capture points, resources, traps, and all kinds of other contraptions. Each map was lovingly handcrafted by our team and is its own unique puzzle. But how you choose to solve that puzzle is completely up to you. And when you're in the mood for a solo dungeon, we've got you covered there as well. Dungeons in Warcraft Rumble are intense, 3-mission gauntlets through places like Normagon and the Dead Mines, where you equip your armies with game-changing relics until your run is over. Or jump into PvP. and duke it out with other players on maps inspired by some of the most legendary maps and battlegrounds found in World of Warcraft. You can even join a guild and work together with your friends towards some super special shared rewards. I can only say... Nice. But that's just what we have in the game right now. We have so much more coming. For starters, we're going to be releasing a new mini with each season. And that also starts right now. Season 1 of Warcraft Rumble is live. And the latest addition to our growing roster of minis is none other than the Banshee Queen herself, Sylvanas. We're also working on even more ways for you to play with or against your friends, and that includes the biggest challenge in all of Rumble, raids. Make sure to join our Warcraft Rumblings panel later today to hear all about raids and what else we have in store for the future of this game. Now, Blizzcon, before I go, I just wanted to let you know the team and I, many of whom are here in Anaheim with us right now, we love playing strategy games. And we set out to make a game that harkens back to our RTS roots, where Warcraft began almost 30 years ago. It is really made out of a genuine love for Warcraft by people with deep roots in the universe. No matter how you like to play, there's something for everyone to love in Warcraft Rumble. Thank you so much, Blizzcon. Enjoy the chaos, and we'll see you in game.
Please welcome Executive Producer, World of Warcraft, Holly Longdale.
Wow. What's up, BlizzCon? Oh, I'm so excited to see you all here. This is fantastic. Well, can you believe we've been playing World of Warcraft for almost 20 years? You know, 2004 was a while ago, right? You know, some of us, we waited in those lines for those midnight releases and got our discs. Yeah! And we raced home to install those WoW discs one by one. Across nearly 2 decades, players all over the world have taken part in the stories of Jaina, Sylvanas, Arthas, and Thrall. And of course, so many others. And together, we've jumped through the portal into Outland. We sailed off into Northrend, and we watched Sargeras stab the world with that sword. During that time, gaming has changed, and you have changed, and so have we, particularly in the past year. The entire team across both Modern and Classic have embraced their communities. We are truly listening to your voices and taking action. My friends at BlizzCon, now is the perfect time to prepare to close chapters, open new ones, and double down on why we all fell in love with World of Warcraft in the first place. With that in mind, let's get to it. As many of you know, WoW Classic was born out of the community's passion. And of course, most of you know that still drives us today. Like just in August, inspired by our community, we released Classic Hardcore. So, in Hardcore, you only get one life. And if you die, you may laugh, you may cry, you may have to replace a keyboard, but you go again. We've loved watching you take on the challenge or die trying. And because the hardcore community has asked, the team is planning to add a new way to play hardcore early next year. And last month in Wrath Classic, we released the Fall of the Lich King patch. And while there's still more to come in Wrath, earlier this year, we looked at your feedback to think about where are we gonna go next. We read through a lot, and I mean a lot of your feedback on social media forums, and we sent out surveys to our players. And here at Blizzcon, we're happy to announce Cataclysm is coming. And it's coming with hashtag changes based on your feedback, just like you'd expect from Classic. So now, let's jump into the Wayback Machine and get a reminder of all things Cataclysm. Get ready, my friends, because I love the passion, by the way. Get ready, my friends, because the road to Deathwing's destruction is coming in the first half of next year. All right. Now, over the past 4 years of Classic, we've watched you master the vanilla experience, and we've loved it. So much, in fact, that we thought we'd add some unique flavor with a seasonal note and a dash of discovery. Season of Discovery is vanilla wow with a spicy twist. You're going to discover new secrets as you scour the world and find class-altering abilities. Have you ever wondered what it might be like to be a tanking warlock? Or take on the role of a mage healer? In Season of Discovery, you can. The season is going to launch with an initial level cap of 25. And when you hit that max level, you'll be met with the brand new level 25 endgame. You'll discover a brand new 10-player Black Fathom Deeps raid with new and reimagined bosses, mechanics, and of course, rewards. Then, after a couple of months, we'll raise the level cap a bit. You'll find even more endgame content, and so it will go. If you're here at BlizzCon, you can play the Black Fathom Deeps raid in the Warcraft Hall. So, if you love Classic or are just a little intrigued about what exactly a Warlock tank can do, go check it out. For all of you watching online, don't worry. You won't have to wait long to play. Because we want you to discover all of the secrets together, there will be no public testing. WoW Classic Season of Discovery launches in a few short weeks on November 30th. For more information on the Season of Discovery and Cataclysm, don't miss the Classic panel this afternoon. All right, now it's time to talk to my Dragon Riders in Modern WoW. Our team remains committed to giving you meaningful game updates about every 8 weeks with more content sprinkled in between. We really want Azeroth to feel alive and the home you want to come back to no matter how you play. Our next major update, Guardians of the Dream, is going live in just 5 days. I want to give a shout out to my elves. It is finally our time. 1 week later, Season 3 will start with the last raid of the expansion, Amirdrasil, the Dream's Hope. There we will have our final showdown with Farak and defend our new world tree. But fear not, that's not the end of our time in the Dragon Isles. There's a lot more to come in Dragonflight that will serve as both the epilogue of this story and the bridge to our next one. Like I said earlier, we are evolving. We are changing our approach to this big, beautiful game and how we look ahead to new chapters. BlizzCon, it's time for a new adventure, one that has grown from the very seeds of what captured our hearts when we first set foot in Azeroth. For veteran players, the last 20 years have led us to this. And for those who have yet to join us, now is the time. And who better to talk about the first step in this journey? Than someone who carved the path in the first place. Everyone, please welcome my friend and the executive creative director of the Warcraft universe, Chris Metzen.
What up, BlizzCon? Holy smokes! Horde, where you at? Alliance! BlizzCon,
as one. Holy smokes, thank you. Thank you. It is, thank you guys. It has been a long, strange trip to get back to this spot, I tell you that. It has been interesting this past year being back under the hood of World of Warcraft. It has reminded me of a few things. One, I love Warcraft. Number two, you know what? I really missed this work. And number three, on the real, it feels amazing to be back and part of this Blizzard family again. As Holly said a bit ago, next year is the 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft. I can't even believe it. Whatever. How many of y'all have been playing from the beginning? I love you. Crazy. So given that, what was that? Doesn't matter. We started thinking, so what next, right? What expansion hook, what single storyline could possibly match such a historic occasion? We started thinking about, well, I did, the good old days, right? And some of those early mythic ideas that kind of established the background of Warcraft. Started thinking about even some of the newer ideas that have played out more recently, but still in a way feel a little unresolved. And in the mix of all that stuff, in the mix of all those ideas, particular things like, what the hell has Magni actually been babbling about all these years? Was the thing that he came to warn us about in Battle for Azeroth, did it actually play out? Or is there potentially something darker still looming on the horizon? I don't know. Will there eventually be an apocalyptic confrontation between the forces of the light and the void? Talk to me, Blizzcon. I'll tell you what, for nothing, my pally Maine, I'm all in on that kind of thing if it happens. It's gonna happen. And really the big question for all the marbles, what have the Titans actually been doing since the dawn of civilization? What is the real purpose of all of their cute little installations slammed into the side of the planet? Do we know everything we need to know about their real intentions for our world? Just saying. BlizzCon, all of these hooks, and 100 more. 68, carry the 2, a bunch more. All cooking in the pot. Started to reveal a storyline. Something epic. How epic? Real epic. A storyline that in almost every way feels like the culmination of the first 20 years of our storytelling. A storyline, provided we do our jobs, we do the thing, that will vector us into the next 20 years of adventure. BlizzCon. Are you with me, BlizzCon? We call this storyline the World Soul Saga. The World Soul Saga is so epic, as we covered. It cannot be contained within any single expansion. It is built to play out over multiple expansions over the next few years. Come on now. Having said that, we are working on multiple ways to deliver this adventure to you a little faster than you're used to. We're not going to get into it at this BlizzCon, forgive me. But keep your ears peeled. I assure you, we are moving with purpose. And the last thing we really want is for y'all to have your grandkids controlling your mouse and your keyboard trying to wrap this thing up. So, it's coming. Also, given the scale of this monster, we have decided to change it up today. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Instead of just debuting your next expansion all on its lonesome, we have decided to give you a glimpse at your next 3 expansion sets. Does this meet with your approval, BlizzCon? My friends, I'm going to warn you, there may be mild spoilers ahead. Actually, I'm just kidding. They ain't mild. Buckle up. Are you ready, BlizzCon? The first part of the World Soul Saga and your 10th expansion is called World of Warcraft: The War Within. In this chapter, you will be descending into the heart of Azeroth itself, exploring new subterranean kingdoms and engaging with ancient cultures like the Earthen and the terrifying Nerubians of Azj-Kahet. But as the forces of darkness close in around our precious world soul, you, yeah, that's you, will be called to do what you always do, which is dispense indiscriminate justice upon all those who got it coming. Talk to me, BlizzCon. The second part of the World Soul Saga is called World of Warcraft Midnight. In this chapter, you will be returning, ready, to the old world, to the fabled lands of Quel'Thalas. There, the forces of the Void have invaded Azeroth, intent on snuffing out the light of the Sunwell and plunging the world into darkness and fear. You will not only help reunify the scattered elven tribes of Azeroth, but you will make your stand with the forces of the light and banish the shadow forever. Of course, BlizzCon, it is Azeroth. Things may not go to plan. things may just spiral wildly out of control, leading us to the third part of the World Soul Saga. World of Warcraft, the Last Titan. In this chapter, you will again be returning to the old world, this time to the wintry lands of Northrend. And there, at Ulduar, you will bear witness to the return of the Titans to Azeroth. And there, you will uncover a vast conspiracy, one that stretches throughout the history of the world, one that will challenge everything you think you know about the Titans, their intentions, and the true nature of Azeroth itself. In time, my friend, in time. And it's called Silithus. There you go. Blizzcon, my hope, our dear hope, is that you can see when it comes to WoW storytelling, we ain't screwing around. We are playing for all the marbles. We are working to establish a thundering heartbeat for this franchise. Now. Now, BlizzCon. Hearken to me. Always wanted to say that. Thank you. Whether you are a current player, and I'm going to bet that most of you are, or maybe you jumped off the WoW train a few expansions ago, now is the time to come home. Now is the time to pull on your boots, pick up your broadsword or your favorite glowy staff, and get in this fight. Friends, Azeroth needs her defenders now more than ever. Now, in a few moments, we are going to give you a deeper look at the war within. But before we do that, I want to leave you with a little something to chew on. I want to remind you all that sometimes very epic things can begin with small, heartfelt moments. What you're about to see is one of those moments. And with that, BlizzCon, proud defenders of Azeroth, let the World Soul Saga begin.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide. Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone, is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again. My son.
I am not that person anymore! I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
Hear me.
They're getting worse. Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone.
I guess we're not ignoring that sword anymore. I do have to say, though, every time I see that cinematic, and I've seen it many times, it gets me right in my heart. It feels like a new beginning, and it feels like coming home. And we are so excited about where we are going. And now that you've seen or heard the overview for the World So Saga, let's talk about the war within. As we all gather and explore beneath the surface, we'll find an ancient Nerubian civilization. They will be led by someone we were first introduced to in Legion, Xal'atath, a harbinger of the Void. The Void brings destruction and darkness that threatens all light in our world. The last time we saw Xal'atath, she promised we would meet again, and it turns out she was right. And while Anduin, Thrall, and others share the same visions emanating from the heart of the world, some are seeing something quite different.
My visions are not the same as the others. No radiance. No song. Just the shadow. taunting me from below. The fate of our world rests upon the edge of a knife. And our battle lies deep within.
In the War Within, alongside beautiful, unique underground zones, we will have challenging dungeons and raids and some new features too that are built to last. If you like exploring on your own with a couple of friends or family, we have delves. These are a variety of bite-sized experiences for 1 to 5 players that will offer endgame rewards. You may also find in your delve a familiar character who'd be willing to fight alongside you. And if you're like me and you have an obsession with alts, we have warbands. With this feature, you could treat all of your characters like family and share banks, reputations, transmogs, We're also introducing a new layer of customization for your class specs with hero talents. You might want to take your character down the path of a Dark Ranger, let's say, or a Farseer, and more. Also, during your travels underground, you will meet the Earthen Dwarves, and you'll be able to unlock them as our new allied race. I mean, who doesn't love a dwarf? The facial hair options are spectacular. There's so much more to talk about, so please join the What Next panel that's coming up right after the opening ceremony right here. What I can tell you, though, is that the call to get into the fight to save our world will ring out when The War Within releases next year. And lastly, I sincerely want to say, we are so excited to begin this new journey with you. And from our hearts to yours, thank you for bringing our world to life. And now, with his own note of thanks, Mike Ibarra.
Thank you to all the teams who presented today. There really is so much to look forward over the next 2 days. And this is only the beginning. I can't wait to walk the halls of all of Anaheim with all of you. It is truly a joy to be here with the Blizzard team and our players. Blizzcon, be great to each other and enjoy the show.
4 years have passed since the mortal races gathered together in Anaheim, California. And now, the drums of Blizzcon thunder once again. Let me hear the thunder! Yes! Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here with us today. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the World of Warcraft What's Next panel. My name is Taryn Gregory, and as you may have heard, thank you. As you may have heard from Chris during the opening ceremonies, we are at the dawn of a new era of Warcraft. The World Soul Saga, a story that will play out over the next 3 expansions and will take us on an adventure in World of Warcraft like we've never experienced before. This saga kicks off with the War Within. In this first chapter, our heroes will be called on an expedition to the subterranean depths of Azeroth, revealing a new world full of mystery, wonder, and darkness. There we will confront the shadows below and face new challenges on the battlefield, as well as in ourselves. So what is next? During this section, I'll share an overview of the story of the War Within, and then next you'll hear from Maria Hamilton, who will speak to zones and cultures, and then wrapping up with Morgan Day, who will talk about dungeons, the raid, and our new systems. Let's dig in. In our cinematic reveal, did you guys enjoy the cinematic? Whew. Big shout out to the cinematic team for their work on that. It's just incredible work. We witnessed as Thrall found Anduin Wrynn, who has been wandering alone for the last few years, grappling and lost in his own thoughts and dealing with the experience that he's been through, as many of you may have remembered. Throughout this and our features trailer, we learned 2 very important developments, starting with these visions. Thrall spoke of a vision calling out from the heart of the world, like a voice from a dream. This radiant song will compel our heroes to investigate its origins, and while at the same time, a darkness has been gathering. Even as the heroes adventured on the Dragon Isles, and in the War Within, the mysterious harbinger that Iridikron spoke of will reveal themselves. Xal'atath has returned. Freed long ago from the black blade that once bound her, she is now the harbinger of a new era of the Void's dark machinations. And her message is clear. The Black Empire has fallen. The old gods are dead. And their ancient blood runs deep within the cracks of the world. We, the heroes of Azeroth, destroyed them. The forces of the Horde and the Alliance have proven time and again they are among the most powerful armies that have ever stood. The Harbinger has watched this. She is patient. And while the Black Empire failed, Xal'atath now seeks to set in motion the rise of a new dark legacy, one that knows our true strength and will seek to test it against a new threat of terrible power, the Nerubians of Ashkahet. Xal'atath has conscripted the Nerubian queen Ansarek, having offered her people a new future, one in which they will rise from their isolation as a mighty kingdom once again. And here in this sprawling city of Ashkahet, we will not find the undead soldiers of the Lich King that we faced before, but instead a new mighty stronghold of the Nerubians as they once were, deadly survivors of the mythic wars that have played out time and again over thousands of years. In return for their loyalty, Xal'atath has granted the Nerubians the means of a dark evolution, one that will turn the Nerubians into a new kind of ferocious and terrifying soldier that we will clash against time and again in the War Within. Now let's talk about who we'll be adventuring with. How do you like the key art? Several of Azeroth's greatest heroes will rise to the call of the Radiant Song, and many will be faced with their own unique challenges. Anduin, having survived his ordeal with domination. Yes, look at the art. Oh, incredible artwork. Anduin will be grappling with his relationship to the holy light that he no longer feels worthy of, while Thrall is seeking a connection to these visions, spreading across the world and working to find his new place in the Horde, while Magni Bronzebeard, long the Speaker of Azeroth, will confront the heavy weight of that responsibility once and for all. Champion! The Wounds Champion! Yes! But that brings us to, I know you saw this in the features trailer, Alaria Windrunner. Alaria's journey will be central to the events of the themes of the War Within, as she, a Void Hunter, will use all of her prowess to hunt down the Harbinger while being torn between her own nature and the maddening call of the Void to which she is attuned. Along the adventure, she will have a unique rivalry with Xalatath, whose twists and turns will come to define the nature of this new conflict. Of course, we'll see many more familiar faces on our journey and meet a host of new and interesting characters along the way that Maria is going to tell you more about in just a moment. But finally, this saga is only just beginning. Conceived to be... Yes! Conceived to be an epic worthy of the first 20 years of World of Warcraft, the World Soul Saga aims to redefine the storytelling in our expansion set and strike boldly at the core themes that define Warcraft. The might of heroes, the responsibility of that power, the pursuit of justice. Got to do my best Mets in there. Justice! And the importance of finding common ground as well as ourselves amidst adversity. Up next, may I introduce Maria Hamilton, who will be sharing more about our zones and cultures in the War Within. Thank you so much.
Hello, Blizzcon. Wow, I am so excited to be here and delighted to represent our team and tell you about the places that we will explore and the cultures we will encounter in the War Within. I can't really see all of you out there. I know there's a lot of you, though, because I can hear you. And I hope to hear lots of oohs and ahs when you see some of this cool art I've got to show you. So let's get started. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Okay. As Taryn mentioned earlier, we'll be called by the Radiant Song, dreamlike visions that come from the heart of the Azeroth. This summons is going to lead us to the subcontinent of Khaz-Algar, a place long forgotten. It's only through recent explorations in Uldaman that we've discovered a Watcher report concerning a contingent of Earthen that was sent to this place long, long ago to investigate a fissure in the sector. What exactly that means, we don't really know, but we can probably speculate. So first, let's talk about the Earthen. Ooh, there you go. There you go. All right, we have met Titan-forged Earthen before, of course, in Ulduar and other places. But this society of Earthen has been isolated within Khaz-Algar for a really long time and have developed their own manners and customs. Now, visually, these Earthen are a bit larger in stature, and they're noticeably blinged out. They've got gems all over them, bedazzled, blinged out, you know, that kind of thing, right? But philosophically, they are guided by the Edicts of the Titans, a set of codified orders, duties, and expectations that provide instructions for the core functions of their society. You know, Titans, order, all that, right? But the Titans have been absent for eons, and the Earthen are no longer united in their adherence to these edicts. They now exist as three groups that are estranged from each other. The Oathsworn, as their name suggests, still uphold the edicts faithfully and believe everyone else is doing it wrong. Their charge is guarding the Core Way, a Titan passageway that leads right to the core of Azeroth. They're primarily the city dwellers. They live conveniently near the object of their responsibility, that Core Way. Now, the Unbound, in contrast, have abandoned the edicts, and they are considered scandalously rebellious by the Oathsworn. Their original responsibility was providing the materials to keep the Titan installations supplied, and they're primarily rural. They're living in and around the quarries and the mines where natural resources can be acquired. They rarely interact with the city dwellers. They feel neglected and ignored because they have a different opinion on how they should live. Now, the machine speakers have strayed from the edicts in practice, but not with respect to their overall obligation to keep the Titan works functioning. They've had extremely limited contact with the surface dwellers, and they express no little disdain for those who just don't understand the great machines. Their homes are built around vast industrial projects under the surface that allow them to perform their functions in accordance with edicts, more or less. These different perspectives among the Earthen and their variable adherence to the Titan's edicts has weakened the society as originally structured. And that's not good, of course, but a much more serious problem is their steadily dwindling numbers. For reasons that I'm not going to get into here and now, New Earthen can't exist until we help them out by doing some things and unite the Earthen society once more. Happily, as a result of our actions, the Earthen will eventually be unlocked as an allied race. Yeah, like sweet, don't they? Yeah. These player Earthen will replenish the culture's dwindling numbers and may join either the Horde or the Alliance. Yeah. It is, of course, players' choice which side you wish to ally with. But as you can see from a small sampling of combinations, there's some fantastic variations and customizations coming for the Earthen models, including different gem incrustations, beards for all body types, rocky skin patterns, tones, and more. Now that golden mohawk with the braids and the fringe beard, that's quite the look. But I really like the beardless guy with the bushy blonde eyebrows. He looks so cool. He's just kind of like, yep, what do you want me to do? So anyway, all right, moving on. Another cool culture that players will encounter in the War Within is the Arathi. Yeah, and you probably have questions, right? So these are descendants of the original Arathorian Empire, and they've arrived relatively recently and through some somewhat mysterious circumstances. And they find themselves trapped here within Khaz-Algar. Mysterious mostly because I can't say anything more about it just yet because of spoilers, but it's not like spooky mysterious, it's the other kind. As a people, the Arathi are worshippers and wielders of holy fire. They are dedicated to bringing hope and light to the darkness. They're tough, resilient people, with every member of the society being an able combatant. Some few are further blessed with paladin-like abilities through their devotion to the light. Even their airships are powered by sacred flame. The extent to which they're comfortable in battle is probably a good thing, because they have established a home away from home in an enormous cavern bordered by an endless underground sea, from which terrifying creatures emerge to rampage and create havoc. Not my idea of a cool place to hang out, but they're really, really tough. These watery monstrosities, though, are nothing compared to the threat from below. A constant swarm of Nerubians has been held back so far from invading the Arathi lands. The assault is unrelenting, the threat is dire, and the Arathi can't hold much longer. These bastions of light against the darkness are far from home and limited in number. Sure would be terrible if there was also division within the Arathi ranks. Just saying. That would be pretty rough, what with them being so outnumbered. We could probably help them. All right, speaking of the Nerubians in the War Within, we'll explore their last kingdom deep within Khaz-Algar. These ancient survivors of the Black Empire who rejected their former masters have developed their own culture here in the deep darkness. As Taryn mentioned earlier, Xal'atath has made a bargain with the Nerubian queen Ansarek, who seeks a new future and renewed glory for her people. The Nerubians are extremely capable and devious adversaries who have been honing their skills with their constant assault on the Arathi. But domination hasn't come fast enough for the Queen's taste, as the Arathi has managed to hold against this onslaught. So this deal with the Harbinger has included some assistance for her troops. Through some dark alchemical process, Xal'atath has provided the knowledge required to evolve chosen Nerubians into paragons of their race, enhancing their viciousness. And Queen Ansarek has embraced these modifications with enthusiasm and eagerly offered her army to achieve the Harbinger's schemes. It appears to be a win-win situation. But not all Nerubians share their sovereign's enthusiasm for change and her embrace of Xalatath. Shadowy figures with far too many limbs maneuver against the Harbinger's plans in opposition to the Queen's desire. As you might expect, any foray into this Nerubian kingdom introduces us to a variety of citizens, including some forms we've never encountered before. Here's a layout of some of the Nerubian models that are completed and also some that are in progress, as well as scale reference for goblins and humans, so you just get a sense of size. In addition to the Nerubian citizens, there are also domesticated insects who serve the kingdom as beasts of burden and pets. The team is hard at work building out the full range of carapaces, carapae, I don't know, whichever, skittering legs, grabby arms, piercing spiky bits, and creepy eyes for you to enjoy, I guess. All right, let's talk about our zones. The surface of Khazalgar is our first zone, called the Isle of Dorn. This is the home of the earthen surface dwellers, as well as other native species of creatures. The fertile soil, flowering plant life, and generous waterways provide nourishment for animals in this untouched paradise. An important facet of earthen society is Cinderbrew mead. This volatile substance is manufactured from molten honey, produced by enormous fiery bees. Their home groves are a remarkable sight, as the hearts of the trees themselves glow with lava-like fluid. Harvesting is always an exciting time, as the ferocious creatures are understandably protective of their hives. Now, the roosts at Storm Watch are wreathed with lightning and fierce winds. These wild elemental rooks may choose to serve a member of the Oathsworn, who, if so blessed, becomes a Storm Rider, one of the guardian warriors of the earthen people. The Unbound deal with hostile creatures from time to time, but for the most part, the existence is relatively peaceful, fairly sort of peaceful. Their comfortable homes are often situated near the places where they once labored as adherents to the edicts. Those sites are now in disrepair, and in some cases, the lair of other creatures. Of course, the Isle of Dorn boasts a great walled city where the Oathsworn live and serve the edicts of the Titans. The city of Dornagal is the location of many important civic buildings, markets, traders, and crafters. And it's here that a traveler will find the expected amenities of a capital city, as well as the Titan Causeway, the defense of which is the Oathsworn's primary charge. Now, beneath the surface of the Isle of Dorn lies our second zone, the Ringing Deeps. As the name suggests, it is here that the Earthen are engaged in their work in accordance with the edicts. In these industrial areas of this cavernous space are huge, complicated machines, lava-heated foundries and forges, and waterworks, both to cool and to power huge machinery. Maintaining these Titan mechanisms and keeping everything running is both the responsibility and the passion of the machine speakers. The Earth has shifted too in places, revealing openings to the sky above to the Isle of Dorn. These cenotes bring light and water into areas once shrouded in darkness. Abundant greenery, flowers, and creatures that do not typically dwell in caverns may be found in these idyllic spots. It was really important to us as developers that we delivered the fantasy of the hard-working industry, but still had some break-up areas of natural beauty that don't feel like dark, constrained tunnels. Now, as the machine speaker population has dropped, they've had increasing difficulties with kobold incursions, and indeed the kobolds have taken over the mines, the work areas. They've even built a city of their own. Unexpectedly, the kobolds are actually becoming a force to be reckoned with under the aggressive actions of their leader, the Candle King. You knew it had to be a candle. No take candle. No take candle. With the passage of time, the Earthen have diminished both in number and in the knowledge required to perform the various routines to tune and repair the processes. The old ways have been forgotten, and new creative methods must be employed if the edicts are to be obeyed. So they're kind of making it up as they go along. From the Ringing Deeps, we descend further into Khazalgar to reach Hollowfall, a vast hollow area in the earth, bordered by an endless underground sea. This tenuous foothold under the bright light of an enormous crystal has allowed the Arathi to survive. using their airships to travel to high plateaus and establish docks, light towers, villages, and even a priory. From their capital of Merildar, these trapped people strive to keep hope alive and spread the light, while engaged in a near constant battle with the Nerubians at their borders. The open spaces, the bright light, and the greenery are intended to feel as though we're on the surface, somehow, rather than in this sort of strange hollow within Azeroth. The crystal provides brilliant light, warmth, and growth for vegetation. You may notice that all the blooming plants have opened their blossoms toward the light and seem to be reaching in that direction whenever they're in Hollowfall. Unfortunately, the crystal sun has been changing in recent years. Where once the light was steady and reliable, it now fades without warning, plunging the Arathi into darkness, save where they have built light towers and maintain their holy flame beacons. In the absence of this light, the dangerous Kobis and other fierce creatures emerge from the sea to rampage. As the Arathi are barely holding back the Nerubians, these unpredictable episodes are incredibly demoralizing and deadly. Happily, the light has always returned to the crystal, so far. And at the deepest descent in the war within, we reach the zone of Azj-Kahet. That almost rhymes. Anyway, the Nerubian city of Threads has been built on the ruins of itself, over and over and over again. As areas decay and crumble, a new district is built upon its ruins, and as a result, the city climbs ever higher. Those Nerubians favored by the queen, or possessing enormous wealth, or both, command the greatest views and live in the highest places over these swarming masses of the many districts. The Burrows is the home of the scavengers, the forgotten, deep in the decay and the filth. The Umbral Bazaar is a trading hub of fine silks, fascinating alchemical discoveries, and other exotic and hard-to-find goods. The Skanes are the home of the lore keepers and scholars who toil to maintain the history of their people and research myths and legends of Azeroth. There are many other districts and less than savory neighborhoods, both well-known and secret, that the careful adventurer could discover, should they risk life and limb to do so. But the key to such exploration is fitting in among the Nerubians and being accepted, an enterprise best accomplished through skill in the use of pheromones and considerable bravery. The zone of Azj-Kahet features areas of spectacular dark beauty that are inhabited by these creatures that have found a way to live among the Nerubians without being deemed a threat, found to be particularly tasty to consume, or just too much fun to torment. The mobilization of forces to assault the Arathi while also providing military might to achieve Xal'atath's schemes has stirred up all sorts of inhabitants of the darkness. And deep within the city itself, the Nerubians are gathering an odd substance, the black blood of the old gods, for some unknown purpose. But I'm sure that's fine. And now I'd like to talk a little bit about our zone flow. As I mentioned, awesome, huh? We travel from the Isle of Dorn into the Ringing Deeps, into Hollowfall, and then into Azj-Kahet. In the War Within, all of our zones are connected all together using the airlock technology that we developed for Zaralek Cavern, allowing for this seamless descent from the Isle of Dorn all the way to Azj-Kahet. That was video I just captured last week of the transition between the Ringing Deeps and Hollowfall. As you can see, we built for dynamic flight, and we were able to flow directly between the zones without the load screen. There is some seriously amazing swoopy goodness to be had moving across these zones and through these spaces. It feels so cool to burst out of a really tight area and into just a huge drop like that. It's so exhilarating. Now, this blobby map that I've got up here was an early attempt during development of our zone flow to try to figure out how we would stack these zones together and achieve the relationship between their geography and geometry that made sense and felt great to traverse. We ended up with something slightly different than this, but this is pretty representative to explain what the world builders were thinking about when they planned these spaces out. It was really important to our design that while 3 of the 4 zones are technically underground, they didn't feel that way, and that they were distinctly different from one another. We pursued that goal by introducing the natural cenotes in the ringing deeps and leaning into the fantasy of the classic underground foundry and industrial workspaces. So even in the zone that felt the tightest, there's places that look as though they're actually on the surface. And within Hollowfall, we created a massive hollow space in a cavern so vast it feels like an exterior, with a huge artificial sun in the form of a gigantic crystal. And in Aj-Kahet, we leaned hard into traditional Nerubian architecture with hanging nests and huge palaces built all over a decaying city that just falls away into the depths. And that is the last bit of eye candy I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this peek at what we've got in development. So now it's time for me to introduce you to Morgan Day, who's going to give you lots of information about dungeons, raids, and systems. Enjoy. Thanks very much. Bye.
Hello, Blizzcon. My name is Morgan Day, and I'm here to talk to you about some of the upcoming content, features, and systems in The War Within. I'm sure I'll also make some funny faces that I'll regret later in thumbnails, but whatever. First up, let's talk about dungeons. There will be 8 new dungeons coming in The War Within, 4 during level up, 1 in each of the 4 zones that Maria just walked us through, as well as 4 at max level. There's a lot of really cool stuff happening in these dungeons. For instance, we have like a kobold dungeon where you'll meet that Candle King, where there's like a light mechanic that takes place. You have to kind of keep it going to light your way. There's a dragon riding dungeon, of course. But also, one of my favorites is the Cinderbrew Meadery that Maria just talked us through. So this is a dungeon that takes place on our first zone, the Isle of Dorn, which is where you'll experience, all of our earthen buddies, and this is the place where they make that Cinderbrew mead that she was talking about. They take in all that honey that they gather from throughout the zone to make the mead, to do all kinds of fun and/or nefarious things with. Although I do have to say, I feel like they're a little bit behind the times. I feel like all the kids are drinking that, hard seltzer or something these days, but whatever. They're old school, I get it. Next up, our raid, the Nerubar Palace. So this is an 8-boss raid that will take place in the zone of Aj-Kahet. And this is really the culmination of all of those machinations we keep hearing about that we see play out between the Nerubian Empire, their queen, and her collaboration with Xal'atath. So for this next one, we don't normally show things this early, but I thought it'd be cool to share. On the left there, you can kind of see the top-down view of the raid. And on the right, it's more of like a side cutout. So we like to work on all of our dungeons and raids when they still look like this, as it's much easier to iterate while we're in 2D than it is to kind of change the zones around once we're in the game and it's all blocked out. So to step us through the raid really quickly, after barging through the front door, you'll very quickly fall and/or get knocked into one of those giant pits of that black blood of the old god that you'll hear much more about in Aj-Kahet. And then you'll battle your way through the harvest pits, and then finally traverse your way back up through the stalactite wing, which is not a final name, I promise, until you finally fight your way into the Queen's inner sanctum, where you'll come face to face with her as the end boss. So as you can see, this will kind of feel like a winged raid in terms of the vibes, but in terms of the player experience, it'll actually be quite a bit more linear than what you might be used to for a raid with some winged vibes. So something that I also think is fun to talk about really quick is with all of our dungeons and raids, we like to try to explore what is the thing that's going to make this space feel really unique, that's going to make it stand out from all the other times that we've built these dungeons and raids. And with this space, we really thought that, given that we have the Nerubian to play with, they've got all these amazing webs and silken threads that you can kind of traverse the zone through, we thought it'd be really fun to explore verticality as a major element of this raid. So I think that'll be really fun to see what the team comes up with for that. Next up, let's talk about systems. So I want to walk you through some of our features and systems at a really high level, but first I want to talk about some of the philosophies that are really guiding us to add these into The War Within. So first and foremost, we really want to continue to extend the philosophies of Dragonflight into the War Within. And really, when we talk about that, there's three main pillars that I want to touch on. First, we really want to make sure that we're focusing on evergreen features. We want to make sure that we're making World of Warcraft better forever and not focusing on things that we know we're going to have to leave behind as we move into future expansions. Next, we want to make sure that there's something for everyone. So whether you're a hardcore raider, a PvPer, a collector, or apparently like Holly, you just love to play tons of alts and run around the world exploring things, we want to make sure that there's something in War Within that you can really geek out over and that resonates with you. And finally, we want to make sure that we're continuing to build on our philosophy and build on our systems and content with people who play multiple characters in mind. We want to make sure... Woo! We want to make sure that we're building all of our systems to really respect the time of the player behind the keyboard and not focusing so much on the accomplishments of that individual character. So let's talk about delves. Delves are a new feature that will be integrated into the outdoor world experience, where the fantasy of these is actually that you'll be joining the Dragonscale expedition in their search for lost treasures all across Khazalgar. So delves are an evergreen feature that is really integrated into that outdoor world experience. We want delves to be a new pillar of endgame content for those outdoor world explorers. We really view this as something like when we added world quests back in Legion, where they are going to be really integrated and transformative into that outdoor world, especially that endgame loop. So one of the main reasons I'm stoked about delves is that these will provide an opportunity for us to give seasonal content and rewards to those outdoor world explorers. So that means things like rewards that you're used to, like mounts, achievements, titles, but we'll also be adding an outdoor row to the Great Vault with War Within. So that all of you outdoor world explorers will be able to share in the joy of rushing to the Great Vault every week to collect your loot. And there will also be 13 unique delves that we'll be launching War Within with. And delves will scale from 1 to 5 players and be role agnostic. So that means if you want to play a delve solo, that's totally cool. If you want to go with you and your partner, that works as well. Or you can bring your whole dungeon group in, and the delve will scale based on your group size and your roles. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention one of my favorite features of delves, which I think Maria alluded to earlier, which is that there will be an NPC companion joining you on all of your adventures. So for Season 1, that'll be Bran Bronzebeard, as you can see. And Bran will be tagging along with you on all of your delve adventures and will totally never, not even once, aggro a pack of monsters that you didn't want him to. And I don't have my fingers crossed behind my back right now. So Bran will have a customizable talents and mechanics and abilities that you'll be able to kind of load out to suit your playstyle and needs. So, maybe you need a little bit of extra healing. Well, you can load Bran out to provide that for you. And finally, you wouldn't be exploring with the Dragonscale expedition if at the end of every delve there wasn't this massive treasure trove that we need Bran to open for us, which hopefully brought a couple of keys to open some of the chests in there. But before Bran can open that vault for you, you'll need to maybe defeat a boss, maybe you'll solve a couple puzzles, something like that, and then Bran will be able to open that vault door for you. Next up, let's talk about warbands. It's happening! So warbands are a system that we're introducing that will really be the representation of all of your characters across your Battle.net account. Warbands are an opportunity for us to create a platform where you can share your achievements, resources, and all that other good stuff across all of those characters. So the goal of this system is really to be that representation of the philosophy shift that I mentioned earlier about really respecting the time of the player behind the keyboards and not those individual characters. There's actually a ton of additions and modifications. We've talked about a few here. There's no like singular UI screen that says warbands. It's more of like all these modifications and updates and features are like kind of wearing a big coat that says warbands on the back of it. It's how I kind of keep it straight in my head. But just to talk about a couple of those cool features, we'll actually be revisiting the transmog rules of how you acquire those appearances in the War Within. So for all of you who have So that means all of you who have probably had to run 4 characters through all of those legacy instances just to make sure you're collecting all the appearances, that won't be the case anymore in War Within. You'll just be able to run it with 1 character. And oh yeah, Holly mentioned this already, but this is obviously one that people are looking forward to. All of our reputations as well as renown in the War Within will be shared across your entire account. Last but not least, let's talk about hero talents. So here's a quick mock-up of what the UI will look like that I think really helps explain how these integrate into our current talent trees. But really quick, let's take a look at how this will work. So there will be 3 new hero talent trees per class, and 2 will be available per specialization that you can freely choose and swap between. And also, this is another evergreen feature. This is a system that we think is going to provide a new vector of choice and customization for you and all of your classes, as well as create opportunities for us to really dig into some of those core class fantasies that are, so amazing. So Hero Talents will introduce these new, small, self-contained talent trees like you just saw in the UI. And the way I like to think about it is like, currently we have 2 types of talent points, right? We have class talent points and specialization talent points. And now in the War Within, there'll be a 3rd type called hero talent points. So let's look at a quick example, which hopefully explains it a little bit more. This is a warrior, as you can see. These are the 3 hero talent trees that they'll have available: Mountain Thane, Colossus, and Slayer. And as you can see in the top left, we have Protection, who will be able to choose between Mountain Thane and Colossus. Up on the right, you see Fury. Yep, that's right. Mountain Thane and Slayer are their options. And down at the bottom, Colossus and Slayer are their options. So this is how the majority of our classes are going to look in the War Within. The exception, of course, being Druids and Demon Hunters, who are a bit special, so theirs will look a little different. So let's take a look at how you'll unlock the system, as well as how it'll feel playing through as you're leveling through the War Within. So the system will automatically unlock at level 71, and it'll just kind of appear in your UI. You'll earn 1 talent point per level as you level from 71 to 80. And there are 10 talent points in total, with several choice nodes along the way. So I like to think of this as being similar to like the Legion artifact, where as you were leveling and progressing, you were making some choices along the way, but ultimately you're going to unlock the whole tree. And also, I want to be very clear here. These are extremely low friction to swap between those choice nodes, as well as to swap between the different hero talent trees. So, this should be very analogous to your current talent trees and will follow all the same rules that you used to there. So, at the start of a raid boss, before a Mythic Plus starts, before an arena match kicks off, and anywhere in between. And to wrap us up, I wanted to show off a really quick video of what hero talents look like in action. So this is a warrior, as you can see, pop an avatar, jumping in. And this next one is that same warrior with the Mountain Thane talent tree. As you can see, Stormbolt hits multiple targets. There's a couple of cool new V effects, and a lot of other cool stuff going on there as well. I heard some oohs. Ooh. Our effects artists will be happy. So that about wraps us up for our What's Next panel. We hope you really liked what you saw here, and if you'd like to know more, please join us tomorrow at the Deep Dive panel at noon, where Ian will walk you through some of what you saw today in more detail. Woo, Ian! As well as a bunch of other cool new stuff in the War Within. So thank you all so much. I hope you have a great BlizzCon. Bye!
Good afternoon, Blizzcon. So good to be back. Whether you are here in the arena with me right in front of me, whether you're watching from elsewhere in the halls, whether you're joining us from the comfort of your home, thank you for taking the time to join me for this deeper, closer look at what's coming next in the war within. I love you too. I love you, BlizzCon. So Morgan and Maria gave you kind of a sneak peek at some of what's coming. Today I want to spend a bit more time giving you more information on the core features of War Within, as well as a few things that didn't get mentioned at all yesterday. So beginning, just a little teaser there. So to begin, let's talk delves. So what is a delve? As you heard yesterday, delves are these quick, bite-sized, epic adventures for flexible-sized groups, for either solo or with up to 5 players. They are role agnostic, so it doesn't matter if you're a couple DPS, if you're a healer and a tank, if you're a solo healer. We're going to make it work. We're going to meet you where you are, how you want to play. Delves are a new endgame pillar. This is a permanent addition to World of Warcraft going forward and represents kind of a capstone to the outdoor world experience. We've had dungeons, we've had raids, we've had organized PvP, and I think we've had some stuff for outdoor world players to dabble in. But if you wanted progression, if you wanted goals, if you wanted a deeper, more structured experience, frankly, we were letting you down. We want to change that. That's what delves represent in World of Warcraft. So structuring this, really we want to approach it as something that you are going to be engaging in all season long with variety and flexibility in how you approach it, and the replayability of the content is kind of a mainstay of what it's all about. But also want to build in progression. And I think if you're an outdoor world focused player, a lot of the time it's just about kind of spending your time doing a thing, going to a place, completing an event, but there aren't necessarily goals to work towards. There aren't necessarily reasons to be excited about getting an item upgrade because it's going to let you do something you haven't been able to do before. A difficulty progression built into delves is going to enable us to offer that. Now, there's a lot of lessons we've learned over the years from building this type of content, whether it was Torghast in Shadowlands, Island Expeditions, scenarios, you can throw in Horrific Visions in that list. We've learned a lot about how to tune these sorts of experiences, how to design them for flexible scaling groups of different sizes, of different role compositions, about what's fun and what isn't. But we've also learned, based on your feedback, about what not to do in some cases, in terms of how we structure it, how we present it. I think a key aspect of saying this is an endgame pillar is that it's an offering in parallel to the others, to dungeons, to raids. If you want to do this, if this is your jam, if this is your type of gameplay, we're there for you, and we want this to be as deep as you want it to be. If you're happy running Mythic Plus and you just want to focus on that, we're not looking to add another item to the checklist of things you feel you have to do to compete. It's an alternative. Unlike Torghast, which is something that we did kind of say, everyone has to do this, whether you like it or not, whether you'd rather do something else or not. That gets back to some of the philosophies that Morgan touched on yesterday and how we're approaching designing and evolving World of Warcraft. We want to meet you where you are. We want to respect your time. We want to offer you the ability to choose how you want to spend that time each day, each night in Azeroth. So in terms of the character of delves and what a specific one will be like, the vibe here is about unraveling mysteries, it's about exploring, it's about feeling like an extension, a seamless extension of the outdoor world experience. These are not dungeons. Every dungeon is ultimately about killing a series of bosses or boss-like encounters, and the dungeon is over when you kill the final baddest boss at the end of the dungeon. And that's kind of the structure that they all have to conform to. As much as we try to vary the formula a bit, that's pretty much what they're going to be. In the outdoor world, things are a bit different. We can, break some more of the rules. And really, at the end of the day, the one consistent thing about delves is that they're all going to end with a room full of treasure. Some of those will have a final boss guardian in front of them. Others, you may be, just exploring, traversing the delve, flipping switches, solving a puzzle, defeating lieutenants, gathering things that you need to open the vault door. We can vary the gameplay, we can vary the feel of the experience. These are going to be instanced experiences, but they are seamless. When you walk up to, this, as I'll show in a second, a fog door at the entrance to a cave, at the entrance to a structure, you're just going to walk in, no loading screen, and now you're in a delve. We want to make sure this really feels like part of and an extension of the outdoor world. Now, as part of an in-game pillar, that means we're going to tie this into seasons. So, as well as a narrative progression over the course of a given season, there will be increasing rewards, increasing difficulty, and a change of pace, whether you're in Season 1 of War Within, Season 2, and so forth. Part of that is going to be the NPC companion that will be accompanying you on your adventures. The Season 1 companion, as we mentioned yesterday, is our good friend, Bran Bronzebeard. Now, what does this mean? What does a companion mean in practice? Well, it's a few things. One, it's definitely a narrative hook. It gives us a chance to help give context for your adventures, kind of narrate what you're going through. But also, it's a chance to kind of play with the mechanics and complement your playstyle. As Bran adventures with you, you might find some gear for Bran. You might be able to gear Bran up. You'll be able to spec him and customize his abilities to complement what you or your friends are bringing to the group, whether you want more survivability, whether you want help with someone to tank, whether you want more control. This can help us balance the experience as well and give you another vector for your progression over the course of the journey. Now, I know this has kind of been very high level. I want to just give a couple of specific examples as kind of a day in the life of someone jumping into delves in War Within. So let's say you are casually journeying across the Isle of Dorne and its pastoral beauty, and you come across this structure with that fog door set into it, and you decide to venture in. So as you venture in, you are, as I mentioned, seamlessly in the delve, and you will find, just huddled inside the entrance, a group of expedition scouts who have come to this place. They've heard reports of great secrets, great treasures, powerful relics stored within, but they've been unable to proceed further because they tell you, and Bran is among them, mind you, they tell you this place, there's an unnatural, there's a disturbing darkness that has settled over this entire vault, and we can't proceed. Fortunately, they have in their possession a relic that they have brought that is an enchanted candle that can light the way. It has a little light radius around it. If you think back to the Vault of the Warden's dungeon, if you remember that in Legion, what the basement was like, where it really felt like just like a dark, scary place, but you could have this beacon in the darkness to guide your way, you have one of those. But, they tell you, it has very limited fuel. They dare not proceed on their own because they worry they're just going to get trapped in the darkness and destroyed by the terrors within. But you, of course, being the champion who's come along, you're up to the task. So you take that candle with its light radius that will begin to shrink progressively as your limited fuel burns, and you take some steps into the delve. Now, who do you find in here? Well, as it happens, you run across fellows like this guy. More jacked than your average kobold, but there's a lot of kobolds in here. And as you know, as any World of Warcraft player knows, where you find kobolds, you're going to find candles. And this guy's going to put up a fight, but it being World of Warcraft and all, you're going to take his candle. And you're going to take the candles of his allies and his brethren. And, that will help fuel this magic light that you have, help keep the light burning so that you can traverse the entire delve, defeat a couple of lieutenant-type enemies, bosses, solve a puzzle or two, and at the end, you make your way into the vault room that Bran is able to open once you bring him there, and you find this mock-up, work in progress of a treasure room, heaping with riches, treasure chests of various shapes and sizes. Some of the smaller ones, you can just walk up and open, collect a range of items, currency, rewards, you name it. But you'll find a couple of extra large, resplendent chests in this room. Those may require special keys to open. Now, those keys you would obtain from doing kind of outdoor content, weekly quests. They're a bit more limited in how you can get them, but also allow us to offer and pace out the best rewards. They're on par with some other endgame content to make sure it's not, infinitely grindable or anything like that, but it's an extension of your outdoor world loop if this is your playstyle. Now, let's say you come back to the same delve on another day. You might find that there isn't a magical darkness settled over the place. Instead, There are earthen locked in battle with kobolds, and you can help turn the tide of that fight as you work your way through, dealing with some different challenges along the way. Variety, replayability, lots of layers to the experience. Now, so you venture back out into the zone, heading off to a different corner of it, and you come across this cave surrounded by mushrooms. It's known in legends as Fungal Folly. Now, maybe not being the wisest adventurer, that sounds like a great place to enter, so you take a few steps forward. In here, you might find an environment where, whether it's due to unusual ores or whatever in the walls, the rules of gravity are a bit topsy-turvy. And you'll find mushrooms scattered around the cave that you can use as basically jump pads to help navigate the environment, to skip over enemies you want to avoid, to reach high up ledges that you couldn't otherwise get to. You're starting to get the idea, like, this is more the world as toy vibe that we try to play with when we're creating outdoor events, outdoor spaces. These are not mechanics you'd necessarily find in a dungeon, but I think the team really is unshackled, is freed to explore a much wider array of gameplay when we're building delves. So let's talk a bit more about the loot. So actually, before we talk about the loot, these are the 12 delves that we currently have planned, scattered throughout the 4 zones, each themed around the ecologies, each themed around the settings that you're going to find. Now, some of the attentive among you may be saying, wait a minute, Morgan's slide said there were 13 delves yesterday. He might be right, but there also might be a secret delve that you have to explore a bit more to discover. That awaits you. So yeah, loot. Part of being a seasonal pillar means going to the Great Vault every week and getting to share in that disappointment that your raiding and dungeon playing brethren have also had the pleasure to enjoy. We just want to make sure you don't feel left out. So you're welcome. So you'll note, this isn't a delves row, this is a world row. And really that is enshrining these 3 PvE pillars: raids, dungeons, world. You'll be able to unlock some of these slots doing select outdoor world activities, as well as, of course, delves with better rewards from higher difficulty delves. Our thinking in terms of the rewards here, this is all subject to tuning, is that this should reach to, let's say, end boss heroic raid, mythic 10 to 15 type range, accessible just via solo progression. Far better loot than you've ever been able to get before. And now, I'm sure this is, I know this is the delve section, but I'm sure there's folks looking at this and being like, wait a minute, what about the PvP row? Don't worry, we got you. We are removing the PvP row from the vault. We're doing that based largely on feedback that we've heard that randomness and PvP gearing maybe are not the best combination. I know it took a few years to get that message through to us. So the way this is going to work is instead, you're going to get a whole lot more conquest. You're going to gear up at the same rate overall, but you will have complete control over your gearing path, just spending your conquest on the items that you want. With easier catch-up, if you come in late in the season, you don't have to worry about having missed certain vault weeks. Also, if you're someone who PvPs a lot and you raid, you don't have the awkward choice of that raid trinket versus the PvP item that's going to help your arena partners. So, hopefully, just good news for everyone. Now, aside from, just power, also, you get silly hats. Nothing more to say here. These are just a few examples of the array of cosmetic rewards that will be exclusive to delves, reflecting the varied ecologies and environments you're going to be facing. So, silly hats, World of Warcraft. Less silly, just as, let's say, Mythic Plus players have amounts that they can earn over the course of a given season, this customizable flying mount will be exclusively available through thorough completion of the delve experience. You'll note the customizability of it. This will be customizable the same way you can customize your current dragon riding drakes at the rostrum. Just modularly. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I love our artists. Okay, up next, warbands. feel like I could probably just save 10 minutes of this panel by just saying account-wide everything and like just click through the next slides. But it kind of that. So I don't know if you guys know this, but turns out y'all play a lot of alts. I'm sure that actually the number of characters per person in this room in particular is like some insane average. But the average WoW player today plays multiple characters. The two-thirds of players who have a level 70 have multiple level 70s. Half of players have 3 or more. Most people are playing multiple characters a week. And that's not something the game, it's no secret, has always done the best job of supporting. Now, part of that is because World of Warcraft 20 years ago was built with very different assumptions. And I both mean design-wise, but actually engineering-wise as well. The infrastructure and the architecture that was built. Back then, it took hundreds of hours to level a single character, of course, and playing alt seriously was far, far from the norm. But we've kind of inherited, we have been working with those foundations to this day. And so when we get requests for them, when we talk about alt friendliness, we try to do it, but we're often we're swimming upstream, given the underpinnings of a system that were never designed for this. And that's why you get some, frankly, pretty clunky solutions, like, well, if you want to transfer this currency to your alt, go to a vendor and spend some to buy a different box that contains account-bound currency that you can then mail to yourself, log out, log back in, take the box out of your mailbox, and open it on your alt. Congratulations, you have moved 300 supplies. Elegant design, ladies and gentlemen. What if we didn't have to do that? So at its core, Warbands is, what if we just rebuilt those foundations and created a new future, both for the things we want to offer today and the things we'll be able to in the future, so we're not fighting against the nature of the system, but instead it complements what we want to do. Now, the focus here is really making it convenient, removing barriers, removing awkwardness in playing alts. We don't want to actively necessarily encourage it. People already want to do it if they do it. One thing the system is not going to be is something that awards you power or makes your main more effective because you have done things on other characters or anything along those lines. If you want to play alts, do so. If you just love focusing on a single character, that shouldn't feel wrong either. Now let's talk about some examples. Okay, so I'm going to run through these pretty quickly. They're mostly fairly straightforward. It's a bank. It's an account-wide bank. Thankfully, hopefully, you should never again have to mail something to yourself. You also might notice, and so this is giant, lots of storage, extra tabs that can be purchased on the right-hand side, so multiple tabs of these. You can organize them as you want. The very observant, the eagle-eyed, will notice a little checkbox mentioning reagents. If you deposit reagents here, you can craft from the account-wide storage on any of your characters. Next up, maybe a little new thing. Something that you might put in this account-wide storage are the ability we will now have to create war-bound items that are war-bound until equipped. You might get an item that you can't sell in the auction house or trade, but that you can give to any of your other characters for their use. Now, these items would drop as bonus personal loot from doing a variety of content. They would drop at a slightly lower item level than what that content would normally give you. Again, we want to make sure the right way to play is not playing on multiple characters to funnel loot to your main, to gear up your main faster, but just easy potential hand-me-downs, ways of getting an alt caught up, maybe even an excuse to level an alt if you get a really cool item for a class that you haven't had a chance to get up yet. So just an extra layer here, hopefully making it easier than ever to progress, to accomplish your goals on multiple characters. All right, now quick rundown of some of the other integrations we have planned. Transmog. Transmog has always been, it's been for a long time an account-wide collection. Key thing here now that really it is being acquired by your warband. That means that now if you were running, let's say, Ulduar on your mage and a pair of plate shoulders drop, you can still add those plate shoulders to your warband collection. Yeah, self-explanatory. And then, if you log on your warrior later, your warrior can equip them, you're good to go. Hopefully you don't need to feel like you need to refarm the same stuff on as many different armor types anymore. Reputations, again, fairly straightforward. In War Within, reputations and renowns will work account-wide. We want to make this as retroactive as possible. That will take some work over time. We're probably going to start with Dragonflight renowns as a focus and a priority and work our way backwards. But going forward, we want progress earned on reputations to not really matter which character you're doing it on. At the end of the day, it's the same content, it's the same experience. If you've gained access to some perk or some recipe, having to re-earn it, not terribly compelling. Here's a really light example, a simple one, just flight paths. As you explore the world, you learn flight paths, you discover flight paths. Is it terribly compelling to have to go back to a spot that you've already been to in multiple characters just to learn a flight path for the 4th time? No. If you have a flight path network unlocked, you have that unlocked across your warband going forward. And here's an example of something new, just delves. An example of how having this as a foundation means that we can build new systems to inherently work at an account-wide level, just kind of as part of their DNA. As you're advancing Bran as a companion, as you are empowering him, as you're customizing him, again, logging on to a different character and going back to having a weaker Bran that doesn't offer the tools that you've grown accustomed to, that's more frustrating than fun to re-earn those things. Let's make that progression inherently warband level, inherently account-wide. And achievements. We've had account-wide achievements for a long time. No secret, they have the little blue bar over them, indicating that they function at an account-wide level. What Warbands allows us to do is kind of invert that paradigm and change the vast majority of our achievements to be account-wide, to have that actually be the new default. So if you do part of this PvP or crafting or other achievement on one character, part of it on another, your Warband can earn the achievement. Once your Warband earns it, you've earned it. Again, you, the player, are doing the thing. Oh yeah, and then this. Just to kind of signal this shift up front, there's no mechanical functionality here, but just in terms of presentation, what you'll see when you log into World of Warcraft with multiple characters is a selection of your favorite characters huddled around a campfire or another setting. You'll still have your full list accessible, but we want to make it clear that you, the player, have this cast of characters that if you want to dress them all up in consistent transmogs, go wild. One thing you might note here, if you're very eagle-eyed, also by the way, if you're very eagle-eyed, don't read too much into things like the evoker wearing leather. That's just, it's internal mock-ups. We're not changing anything crazy there. Sorry. But you will note that the evoker is level 13. That's going to be a thing that's possible because they'll start at level 10. But because Dragonflight's going to be the new leveling expansion, by the way, going forward. One thing you might notice is there isn't really much here about realm selection. Warbands are a realm-agnostic, faction-agnostic feature. You will just see all your characters here. If they're on different servers, we'll make it clear that they're on different servers. But you shouldn't have to go to the change realm screen and swap around. They're just all here. Okay. Hero talents. So, at their core, this is a chance for us, as we continue to evolve and advance our class system, to explore some deeper class fantasies, to look at iconic archetypes like the Farseer or the Dark Ranger or the Mountain King, or others often inspired by major heroes in the Warcraft universe, other times by fantasies that we've heard are really resonant with players, and focus the continued expansion of our classes in that space. Now, Morgan said this yesterday, just to restate, this is a completely flexible system. It's as flexible as your current talents and specs. Nothing like covenants or anything like that. Anytime you could change your talents today, you can change your hero spec, you can swap around your hero talents. They're just talents. Now, some of our goals here, of course, we want to offer progression, but we want to do so, frankly, while managing complexity to a certain extent. When we started planning for War Within, we knew, all right, we're going to raise the level cap by 10. 10 new levels means 10 new talent points. The kind of default option for us would have been to take the existing class and spec trees and just add a couple more rows to each of them, add new points to spend, But we've been down that path before. We know exactly where that leads 15 years ago. There's a tremendous amount, there's an insane amount of like multiplicative combinatorial complexity from adding those additional options. And it also destroys some carefully constructed choices that are really successful that we've just built up in Dragonflight today, where you can't quite have all of these things and need to pick one or the other. Suddenly, when you can get all of them, it can lead towards homogeneity as well. So this approach allows us to both explore deeper class fantasy while focusing the decision space in a way that offers power without that excessive complexity. So the way it's generally going to look is a third talent tree. Again, as mentioned yesterday, at the center of your screen, you have class, you have talent, and in the middle, you have hero talents. You'll note, so there are 10 nodes. There's an initial node that you get as a starter node at the top that you'll get initially when you unlock the system at 71, and then 10 more nodes to unlock. You will get all of them on the way to 80. At level 80, you will have this fully unlocked, similar to Legion artifacts, let's say. So you don't have to agonize over where you're placing any choice along the way. Now, the choices that you will make are which hero spec do you want active, and also there will be choice nodes within the trees, just as the class trees and the spec trees currently have, which you can toggle, adding quite a few permutations to the system as a whole. If you want, as a kind of simpler collapsed view, once you've hit max level, you can just condense it down to only show the choice nodes for easy swapping back and forth to customize your spec for whatever activity you're setting out to do. Now, I want to take a little bit of time to quickly walk through a couple of trees to give a sense of the sorts of things you might find in here. Again, all of this is subject to change, all subject to iteration, and the extensive feedback we know we're going to get. I'm going to use druids a lot as an example here. I'm going to focus on the case of a balanced druid. Part of why the team starts with druids is because y'all are complicated. We figure there's 4 specs, 3 roles. We figure let's try some of the hardest cases first when proving out a design. It's nothing against the mages, warlocks, paladins, etc., but there's a reason why you probably tend to see more druid examples than other classes, because we figure if we can make it work for druids, the rest will be okay. The 2 options available to a balanced druid are this Keeper of the Grove tree and Elun's Chosen. Keeper of the Grove is available to balance and restoration. Elun's Chosen is available to balance and guardian. The former focuses on calling the forest to your aid, on summon treants, and augmenting their abilities and what using that cooldown means for your gameplay. Elun's Chosen focuses on augmenting your lunar abilities, many of the arcane damage, moon-themed abilities for both specs. So let's look at the Keeper of the Grove tree first. The first node that you're going to get as you just opt in is just kind of a baseline improvement to your throughput while treants are out across the board. This just kind of emphasizes thematically what this tree is about and makes pushing that button, having the treants out, more important to you in every regard. Some of the nodes in these trees are just going to be simple, straightforward passives. Not everything is going to double and triple down on the same treant ability. Some will, like this, regardless of what spec you are, make your treants add additional damage. Oh, by the way, if anyone's worried, wait a minute, but what about the auto taunt? That's a mess in dungeons. We'll let you opt out of that. Don't worry. Or passives could just augment your abilities, your resource pool, and just make you a better druid. An example of choice node, again, this can be about doubling down on and getting more out of having the treants active. Or maybe you really don't want all of your eggs in that basket. Even though you are going into this tree, you want the treants to be important to you. You don't want 100% of your throughput to be focused in that window. You'd rather just have some baseline improvements to all of your abilities, or to some of your core abilities. This is one of the simpler choices available, but the idea is 4 different opportunities to nudge your gameplay in one direction or another within this tree. A capstone talent, again, is often likely to double down on and amplify what the initial point was, just reinforcing that having the treants out is going to be a peak, a spike in your potential, something that you're going to plan around, and just amplify the overall benefits that you're achieving from that. Now, pivoting to Elun's Chosen, again, this is lunar themed and shared with Guardian Druids. So the first point here is going to call out 3 specific signature abilities, 2 balance, 1 guardian, and make them meaningfully more impactful to your gameplay. If you're a Guardian Druid, for example, you might read this and realize that, yeah, like Lunar Beam is going to become a pretty powerful defensive cooldown, especially in dungeons. You have a big pull going on. You're leeching a lot of damage back from what you're doing. This is now something that you can really count on and plan around as you approach your gameplay. On the Moonkid side, this, of course, adds an extra layer to planning and throughput in your rotation. Noting a couple of these things that we're modifying, maybe deeper optional talents in your existing spec trees. We also, where we can, want to offer ways to make sure that you can trigger those effects, even if you don't have the baseline talent, though you'll probably want to as well. So this talent just has Fury of Elune triggered as you're doing your regular rotation when you Moonfire, both just naturally. It's a powerful effect that's going to fire more frequently, but also to the extent that the rest of the Elune's chosen tree is tying into it, you'll get those benefits as well. A couple of more passive examples here. Again, just doubling down on magnifying your arcane lunar throughput, and a final capstone ability for this tree that is further reinforcing these core abilities that have already been augmented. Leave this slide up for a while. These are our current plans for all 39 of the hero specs, so one per current specialization. Some cool fantasies here to explore. Definitely really curious to hear community feedback on all of these, which are exciting, which are most resonant, which sound, frankly, maybe a bit lame. Are there any that you hoped you'd see on here that you're not seeing on here? We are well underway building these out, but it's definitely early enough for us to pivot on a lot of these if there's something the community is really excited about. I want to triple super underscore, the example talents I just gave are work in progress, very subject to change. Probably no part of the game is more prone to iteration, and for no part of the game is the community input more essential than class design, spec design. To that end, when we move into our alpha, probably in the spring, we want to have as many, if not all of these hero specs playable from the start, so that we have the entire alpha and beta window to iterate on them, to replace the things that aren't working, to dial them all in to where everyone's going to be excited about what they're getting in War Within. It's a long road ahead. We can't wait to share that journey with you and really just collaborate, discuss back and forth every step of the way. All right, now some other stuff. Some you've heard about, some you haven't. First off, Aladrace, you get to be an Earthen. Awesome blinged out dwarves, or maybe not so blinged out if you want to customize them differently. These are going to be earned just by playing through the War Within campaign fully. There's no rep to grind here, nothing else beyond that. You are meeting the Earthen as, it's a first contact in essence. You're going to learn about the nature of their problems, the nature of their culture. You're going to work with them to overcome those problems, win their trust. And at the end of that journey, it will make sense. It will be a natural next step for them to lend you their aid and join you as either Horde or Alliance. So yes, Horde dwarves. We haven't yet finalized what their racial abilities are going to be, but the available classes, 10 out of the 13 available classes. Everything but Druid, Demon Hunter, and Evoker. Now on the right side here, you see a concept of the heritage armor you'll be able to earn from leveling your Earthen to max level. All right, dynamic flight. So it was obvious very early on in Dragonflight, probably before Dragonflight even released in beta, that we could never go back to how it used to be. Honestly, we hoped that would be the outcome. We hoped the feedback would be, this is so awesome, we just want this to be how flying works forever. But we immediately began, making plans for what that would mean, because, it's the only way to go. And so, dragon riding is going to become the default, no longer just dragons, but dynamic flight now in War Within and beyond. We want to make sure. Oh, weird. I meant to have two mounts here, but I only see Ashes on the right. But anyway, the key point being, we want to expand this to the broader array of mounts that you have available. I think the only downside of dragon riding as it exists today is that you don't have much reason to use so many of the mounts that are your favorites visually, aesthetically, that you've earned and done so much to collect. You want to make sure that as much of your collection is viable as possible. So not every single flying mount is going to be able to support dynamic flight. There's some animation logistics to work with there, but as many as we can. It's a 3-digit number. We want a very wide array of mounts being able to just fly the way you've always enjoyed with your dragons. And just to clarify, like, this is the future of flying. So everywhere that you can fly today, you will be able to dynamically fly or dragon ride. In fact, not just in the War Within, a little sneak peek, I think in our upcoming 10.2.5 update, you'll be able to dragon ride in Eastern Kingdoms, Kalimdor, Northrend, Outland, you name it. We also understand there are some folks, for accessibility reasons, personal preference reasons, maybe you just like being able to AFK in midair, that dragon riding isn't your favorite. We don't want to take anything away. We want to let all these mounts that can currently do the old school flying mode toggle between dragon riding or let's call it TBC flying. Up to you, whatever you prefer. And again, to be clear, dynamic flight will be available from the very start when you go to Kazalgar and the Isle of Dorn, just as it was in Dragonflight. Old school TBC flying, Pathfinder style, will not be available right away, but it will be unlocked shortly after reaching max level with no reputation grind requirements. Just play through the campaign, explore the continents, then you can fly that way as well. The existing dragon riding glyph system in the Dragon Isles, we want to pivot that to a bit more of something that's evergreen. Some of those unlocked traits may change to only work within the Dragon Isles. Others that are more essential to just the experience feeling good, like vigor increases, regenerates, the active abilities, are just going to be things that you will inherently get as you earn dynamic flight and level up naturally. We don't want down the line players to feel like they have to go back to an old expansion and fly around and collect a bunch of glyphs just to be able to explore the new expansion. And in that vein, this is going to be the new default for leveling players. I mentioned earlier, when War Within comes out, instead of BFA, Dragonflight will be the new leveling experience that you merge into as a new player after you leave Exile's Reach. And so you're going to get dragon riding very early in that experience. As you just level up, gain player levels, you will improve your flight ability and get all the vigor perks and everything else that everyone has come to expect. And that's just going to be how the game works as a baseline. This is what flight is now. Don't worry, PvPers, we haven't forgot you. This is long overdue. We should have been doing this earlier. So there's a new battleground coming in War Within. It is a 10v10 map set in the Ringing Deeps. This is inspired by Silvershard Mines with a few twists. The Ringing Deeps are a place that's full of natural resources, that's very sort of thing that the Horn Alliance will be likely to skirmish over. I'm going to show you a very rough, early, kind of like top-down mock-up of the layout here. The idea is, unlike Silvershard Mines, which is radial symmetry, this is more mirrored and reflects the two sides trying to both push their own minecarts to collect resources while also fighting over a pivotal central control point that's going to change the outcome and the momentum of the match. This is something that the team has actually been playtesting internally a bunch over the last couple of weeks, having a blast with. When we make battleground maps, we don't really artify them. We keep them really rough, which is why I don't have any good images to show just yet, because it really is all about the layout. There's no point making it look pretty if the spacing isn't correct, if the exact paths aren't correct. That's going to be the next step. Can't wait to get this in front of everybody to start testing in alpha and beyond. And this isn't just a one-off. We want to keep adding new battleground maps going forward. This is an essential part of the game. And I mentioned 10v10, but we are just about to undertake a little 8v8 solo queue RBG experiment in 10.2 in a week or two. So depending on how that goes, you may be experiencing this one 8v8 as well. So stay tuned. Otherwise, we have a few ongoing interface updates that we're continuing to work on. In Dragonflight, we overhauled the HUD, the action bars, the unit frames, the baseline UI experience. We made it clear at the time that that was just the beginning. This is something we want to continue chipping away at, updating different pieces of the UI to be more streamlined, better reflective of the modern gameplay experience. So just a couple of examples here. So the spellbook, we are looking to modernize, update, actually make use of more than like a 1024 by 768 monitor resolution. Ideally, you're not going to have to flip through multiple pages to find some ability that's not on your action bars. Also, we're combining this with our talent screen. If you look at the tabs at the bottom, you have spec, talents, and spells all in one place. So it's kind of a one-stop shop for all the things that your character has available, rather than having two separate windows that you need to move between. Some light updates here. I think improving the overall aesthetic of the quest log, the quest window. If this is harder to show off just in a single screenshot, but we are adding a bunch of filters to allow you to hide and show different objectives, to see more quests available at once, to filter your log for the things you care about most. We also have a full pass in progress on our quest iconography to make it easier to differentiate between daily and weekly quests and remove our reliance on just shades of color as much as we do, which really it is a color blindness issue for the range of quest bangs where the only difference is what color it is. And again, this is just a couple of examples of ongoing efforts. This is a project that will never be done. We're just going to continue improving and updating different aspects of the UI as we go. Yes. So this one basically speaks for itself. I've mentioned earlier, your warband is a cross-realm construct. Increasingly, so many of the activities that players engage in socially span multiple realms. You have a raid group, you have a Mythic Plus group that you run with, group that you PvP with, but you can't be in the same guild together. Not any longer. That's a thing that will change when War Within comes out. Apply, recruit, server shouldn't matter when it comes to joining a guild, when it comes to being in a guild, when it comes to accessing the perks of being in a guild. And people may be wondering, wait a minute, what does that mean if now guilds are cross-realm? What about Mythic raiding? If your guild is cross-realm and your guild wants to raid Mythic, you should be able to do that day one. So no more realm restrictions there. The Hall of Fame will still exist, just kind of as a memorial of accomplishment, but it's not going to be tied to unlocking anything anymore. That's just there day one. And really, just philosophically, this is another step towards one of our goals of just tearing down barriers, making the game as social as possible, making it as easy as possible to play with who you want to play with, regardless of your server, regardless of your faction. As much as possible, if you want to play WoW with somebody, let's make that happen. All right, so that brings us to the end of this whirlwind tour / deep dive of War Within features. I know there's still a bunch of questions, a bunch more information to share. Can't wait to do that in the coming days and weeks. But to begin, I'd like to invite everybody, if you have questions, if you're here at BlizzCon, go to the Darkmoon Fair in Hall D. You can drop off questions there. If you're going online, you can go to the WoW or WoW Classic subreddits or our official forums and either ask your questions there or upvote others. This coming week, when we get back to the office, we're going to huddle, review the top questions, and record streams for both Classic and for War Within, addressing the top questions to try to get as much information out there as possible. So. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. We are so excited to begin this journey together with you. Can't wait for the War Within. Enjoy the rest of BlizzCon. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. I love you all.
is Ana Reséndez, and I am one of the 2 lead software engineers on the World of Warcraft Classic team. Today, today I will be joined by 3 other of my members of the Classic team. Josh Greenfield, our senior producer. Nora Valera, my fellow lead software engineer. And Tim Jones, our team's lead designer. It is an honor for us to represent the Classic team and talk to you about so many of the things we're working on WoW Classic. So today, let's talk about the Classic journey so far, plus Cataclysm Classic, Hardcore, and our newer season, Season of Discovery. Yeah. So WoW Classic was announced at Blizzcon 6 years ago. And ever since that day, the team worked really hard to bring those precious memories of WoW to you and to me. The Classic journey officially started when you joined us in 2019 back in Azeroth creating a new character. Remembering the importance of having a good wand and being careful of how many mobs you pull at a time. We went through the journey of getting your first mount and feeling like you were riding the most powerful machine, making all those level 10s jealous of your speed. Eventually, we hit 60 levels, and we went on to face some of the most iconic challenges, including the Fire Lord himself, Lord Ragnaros. We ran the Gong of Anchorage and saw new Scar Lords walking among us. We completed our journey at level 60 by adventuring into Naxxramas with 39 other of our friends. In 2021, the Dark Portal opened, and us brave heroes stepped forward into a new world to face the Born Legion. In Outland, we learned to fly and see the world from a different perspective. And after killing many Talbot, we contested Illidan, and turns out, maybe we were prepared after all. Later on, we explored the coldest continent of Azeroth. We arrived to Nordrend via boat of Zeppelin, and we started hearing about the presence of the Lich King. We became masters of vehicles, and if you're like me, indeed press that red button. Yeah, oops. All to prepare ourselves for the ultimate combat and defeat the Lich King on top of Icecrown Citadel. As you heard earlier from our executive producer, Holly, our journey will continue into Cataclysm Classic in 2024. The Classic journey started with you as a love letter to the WoW community. We asked what you wanted, you responded to us, and we listened. And as we move onward, we look to bring new Classic experiences to life, Cata and beyond. We're driven by smart changes as informed by you. So this is Cata for you. But before we talk about all the changes that we're bringing to Cataclysm Classic, let's talk about some of the features that will be returning as your journey to the new level cap to 85. So Goblins will be joining the Horde, Worgens will be joining the Alliance. Worgens, go! Cataclysm also unlocks a bigger combination of classes and races. For players that like to play as a Night Elf Mage, your time is now. Transmogs are coming back into Cataclysm. Start getting those ideas ready for your next Transmog contest. For the Explorers, there's also where archaeology makes its debut. And for our PvP fans, rated backgrounds are coming back. Yeah, love PvP. The world will be changed after Sharding of Deathwing. No giant swords just yet, but big changes to Azeroth nonetheless. Along with graphical improvements, literally thousands of new quests await you across different continents. And of course, you will also be able to unlock flying Azeroth. As the world changes, it comes with some of the most iconic dungeons and raids that you have ever experienced. All in all, this comes with 5 new zones, 10 new dungeons, and 7 new raids. And speaking of those raids, Cataclysm had a hugely varied opening tiers of raiding, including Bastion of Twilight, where after defeating our 2-headed mage Cho'Gall, a surprise appearance from Sinestra awaits. Later, we will venture into Firelands, soaring through rings of fire against Alice Razor, and seeing Ragnaros take his first baby steps. They grow up so quickly. This is just some of what we know, but what are we bringing new to Classic? What's new for Cataclysm Classic? We have seen a ton of positive feedback in the community around the new Titan Rune dungeon system in Grad, or as you might know it as Heroic Plus, allowing you new deterministic opportunities to gear up. So we're excited to bring the spirit of those forwards into Cataclysm for you to experience these new takes on Cataclysm dungeons. We will be making updates to the guild advancement system introducing Cataclysm. We want to ensure that guilds that are on the smaller side are not left behind. In past years, we heard from you about wanting to have collections UI in Classic. So we're happy to have introduced that in our final patch of Grad. And now transmogs will live in it too, and they're going to be account-wide. So get all those alts together and get all that gear. Classic gives us the opportunity to revisit the cadence at which we release content and patches. I think we all know when a patch has overstayed its welcome, which is why we're excited to announce that Cata Classic will be experienced at a faster rate, faster than the original. And with that, we're also making changes to the leveling speed for new characters to get to level 80. But these are just some of the changes that are coming to Cataclysm Classic. We also have other topics of discussion in the team. But as we said, WoW Classic started as a love letter to the community, and we continue to look to you and you to provide great feedback. So if you're here at Blizzcon, please swing by the Darkmoon Fair that is over there. There's a mailbox where you can submit any questions you have. And for those of you at home, talking to you, there's going to be open threads in all the WoW forums in every region, and we look forward for your thoughts about all things Classic. Thank you again for taking this journey with us as we venture forth into our mysterious future. Speaking of the amazing contributions from the community, let's talk about hardcore. Yeah, hardcore. Yeah. So I have a question for people here. Who here has made it to level 16 hardcore? Yeah, that's very, very impressive. That's really, really impressive. But, okay, who here has died before level 16 hardcore? Yeah. Me too. You and I, my friends, that has happened. But in fact, you're not alone. Yeah. You have joined the graveyard alongside all these characters, including those unfortunate hunters. So here are updated stats from end of last month. And for our next information of data here, I do not have a data table for this, but let's take a look at some reenactments of the 3 most common environmental deaths in hardcore. So who else was looting that final mob and forgot to take a look at their breath meter? Or maybe you were too busy typing in the chat in Ironforge and became one with the Great Forge. Or you misjudged the distance and gravity gave you a moral reminder. I've been there. Yeah, I mean, these are some dumb ways to die, but on the opposite side, there are so much more heroic ways to die. And we have been super excited to see how players have engaged with our new feature, Duel to the Dead. Mokora. Yeah, we're very impressed by the community events and all the players that have been brave enough to participate in them. It takes a lot. But as Holly mentioned earlier today, we have a new optional rule set coming to hardcore. So we are excited to officially announce that Self-Found will be coming to hardcore in early 2024. Yeah. Players that opt into this mode won't be able to trade, use the mail, or use the action house until you reach max level. We hope that you join us to take on this new challenge. So yeah, on behalf of the Classic team, thank you so much for joining us on the Classic journey so far. And we can't wait to see you back in Azeroth. So now, I know everybody wants to hear more about the Season of Discovery, so I'm going to bring in, my senior producer, Josh Greenfield. Thank you.
Wow, look at this crowd. Hello, Blizzcon. My name's Josh Greenfield, and I'm the senior game producer on WoW Classic. I'm here to talk to you today about our new season for Classic World of Warcraft, Season of Discovery. Today, I'm going to give you an introduction and an overview of what our season is at a very high level, as well as giving you an idea of what our major features are. After this overview, I'm going to hand things off to a few other Classic team members to dig into some specifics about what I'm going to cover. So let's go ahead and jump in. So it seems fitting to start off talking about discoveries. It's in the name, after all, so it seems pretty important to the season. When you first start a character in Season of Discovery, it'll look and feel identical to original World of Warcraft. You'll slay kobolds, you'll give lazy peons a bonk, all the kind of normal things you do when starting fresh in World of Warcraft. When you get to around level 2, however, in the starter zone, your class trainer will offer you a new quest, and this is to go find your first rune. We'll talk about runes in a little bit more in a minute, but after that intro quest, the game simply tells you, go find more. And that's kind of where discoveries come in. Discoveries are essentially secrets hidden throughout the game world. They usually aren't quests in the traditional sense. There's nothing on your map to show them to you. This is Classic after all. And some may be as simple as a treasure coffer deep in a kobold mine, but many are small events kind of unto themselves, oftentimes requiring more than one player, a little bit of creativity, or some keen observation skills to obtain. One of the things we love about Azeroth is the sense of awe and wonder it inspires. It's a massive world. But due to the kind of solved nature of original WoW, it can sometimes feel a lot smaller than it did when we first started our adventures. Discoveries are a way to disrupt that a bit. Keep the world familiar, comfortable, but add enough new things to find to evoke that sense of adventure and exploration we first felt when we stepped foot in Azeroth. Beyond the next hill, deep in the next crypt or cave, something exciting could be hidden. One other thing we love about discoveries is this social and information sharing aspect. For those first few weeks of each phase, we hope to find secret finding communities pop up, both in and out of game, as players scour Azeroth to find all these little hidden things. We can't wait to read general chat as players begin sharing what they found with each other in real time. We think that social and info sharing aspect is super exciting, and we can't wait to see how long it takes for all these little secrets to be found. In order to preserve this sense of discovery, we will not be holding a public beta or PTR for Season of Discovery. Thank you, We want day one of Season of Discovery to feel as fresh and full of surprises as we can. So we're taking a chance here to keep those first few weeks as exciting as possible. The last thing we'll say about discoveries now is that we wanted to craft them in a way that really felt at home in original WoW. Many times when playtesting amongst ourselves, we'd find a new NPC or an object, and someone would hesitate and say, like, is this from 2004? Is this new? And we're like, yeah, it's new. That's new to the season. And to us, that's a great success. The idea here is that these things feel as like a natural part of Azeroth as it was at this point in WoW's history. Next, let's talk a little bit about level-banded content phases and what that means. In essence, level-banded content phases are how we're going to approach the level-up journey in Season of Discovery. When we initially launch, the level cap in Season of Discovery will be level 25. After a number of weeks, the level cap will increase to a higher level for the next phase. So why a level cap of 25 to start with? Well, our inspiration for this actually came from the WoW Classic beta in 2019. We saw how much fun the game was when the level was capped at a lower level, and how players would find new and exciting talent and item combinations to optimize around. And this is something we've always looked back fondly on, and it's something we've wanted to sort of explore ever since. We also realized how approachable an initial lower level cap could be. We talk a lot internally about approachability on WoW Classic and respecting players' time. There's a major goal of this level-banded approach to really give you a chance to get into it. One of the things we really consistently see on forums or social media too is it too late to start? And oftentimes we'll hear this literally within a day or two of a new release. And obviously, it's never too late to start playing Classic WoW. But as we've all grown into additional responsibilities and found ourselves spending maybe a little less time playing games than we used to, we can definitely feel that sense of kind of fear of missing out, or FOMO, when we log in after a long week and see our friends 10 or 20 levels ahead of us. And for that, this level-banded approach is perfect. There will be plenty to do in each new leveling journey, from the quests and dungeons and battlegrounds we all know and love, to finding all the brand new things to discover across Azeroth. And then later on, leveling new alts to find all of their hidden discoveries as well. There's lots to do, but we're hoping that you won't ever feel that sense of being behind just because you couldn't play on a given day. We also plan to give a very sizable experience boost to the previous level band every time we raise the level cap. This is kind of similar to Joyous Journeys and Wrath Classic, if you're familiar with that. So even if you miss a phase or once a level in alt, you'll be able to catch up to your friends in no time. So the next thing we want to talk about is in-game at level cap. So when we kind of decided on this level-banded content approach, we had to kind of sit down and ask ourselves, what is in-game when the level cap is 25? And first, I think it makes sense to talk a little bit about our inspiration. And this is something we really keep coming back to a lot on Classic. Since this is a version of original WoW, we wanted to start out grounded in familiar locations and put the focus for the new stuff on fresh gameplay and mechanics in those iconic dungeons and locales. To that end, our first raid in Season of Discovery will be the iconic dungeon, Black Fathom Deeps, reimagined as a 10-player raid instance. Thank you. Next, one of our main goals is to ensure that these are fully featured, deep, satisfying raids, and not simply the addition of a few mechanics to existing encounters as they were in 2004. All of these encounters are a full ground-up redesign and should feel like proper raid encounters. And of course, with new raids comes lots of new loot. In addition to raids, we also really want to play up that PvP aspect. And as a result, we're planning to add several outdoor PvP events to the game as the level caps increase. Thank you. Lastly, one of the things we're most excited about is where we go when we start getting to higher levels. We are leaving the door open to the possibility of completely new experiences and the prospects of exploring previously unfinished or unused locales for future raid and dungeon content. We're starting getting to level 60. I know, I'm excited too. I'm excited too. We think that level 25 is going to be full of great, memorable gameplay that feels right at home in original WoW, but this is just the first step, and we think the best is yet to come. So next, let's kind of change gears and talk about rune engraving a little bit. So this is one of the most exciting new things about Season of Discovery. One of the most consistent pieces of feedback we've gotten from previous iterations of original WoW, such as our Season of Mastery, is that many players would like to try some adjustments to their favorite class or spec. We really wanted to take a chance with Season of Discovery and go kind of wild here, and we did. That's where rune engraving comes in. Rune engraving is a new skill that all Season of Discovery characters know automatically on character creation. Rune engraving allows you to gather, learn, and apply new class abilities directly to your equipment, kind of like enchants. In the initial 1 through 25 experience, you'll be able to discover runes in your chest, legs, and glove slots, and as the level cap increases, additional runes for other item slots will be discoverable over time. Once learned, runes are permanent and can be applied and reapplied to your gear at will, just out of combat. One of the most exciting things about these runes is that they exist completely outside of the talent system, meaning that you could very realistically splash in, damage abilities with a healing talent spec, so you could solo a little bit better, or you could swap maybe to tanking ability runes to round out the tank spot in your 5-player group if you're missing one. You may also encounter previously faction-specific paladin and shaman buffs as runes, which helps bring some parity to each faction without those classes losing their unique flavor or the factions losing their unique flavor. In order to also streamline the talent system to go along with runes, we do plan to adjust the respec cost to be much more nominal in Season of Discovery, particularly at low levels. And that's not all. Who knows, maybe, just maybe, someday, you won't be constrained to just one talent spec in Season of Discovery. Who knows? So, overall, we've been playing this a ton internally. We've been having so much fun with it. It's everything we love about Classic, plus so much more. At this, I'd like to hand this over to one of our lead software engineers, Nora Valletta, to talk about some specific abilities you may encounter on the different classes, as well as to talk a bit about our PvP plans for Season of Discovery. Take it away, Nora.
Thanks, Josh. Hey, BlizzCon. My name's Nora Valletta, and along with Anna, I'm a lead software engineer on WoW Classic. Thanks. There are over 100 runes in the 1 to 25 leveling bracket across all classes, and we'd love for you guys to go forth and discover them on your own. However, to give you an idea of what to expect, I have a few to share with you today. First things first, I want to share some of the things we had in mind when designing runes in Season of Discovery. One is to shake up the meta. Our seasonal content is a great opportunity to deliver WoW Classic, but with a twist. With our non-seasonal content, we try to deliver a Classic experience close to the original, but with Seasons, we have the freedom to experiment with what-if scenarios, such as, what if rogues could tank? What if paladins did have a taunt? On that point, we wanted to introduce abilities such that each class has something special, something that other classes can point to and go, dang, that's so cool, I wish I could do that. Many of the runes you find are greatest hits remixes of popular abilities from various WoW expansions, so many of them will be familiar to you. That said, some of these familiar abilities may actually behave a little differently than you remember. Some spells and abilities you'll discover have never been introduced before in any WoW expansion. For these, we were careful to make sure they were an appropriate fit for class fantasy. Most importantly, we want Classic to continue to feel like Classic. Many of the iconic spells and abilities you've seen in various WoW expansions feel fitting for that expansion or fitting for modern WoW, but would feel out of place in Classic, so we tried to avoid introducing anything with a too modern feel and made adjustments wherever it made sense. Anyways, enough of that. Let's take a sneak peek at some of those abilities. Druids. In Season of Discovery, you have an interrupt called Skull Bash, which can be used in cat or bear form. Fury of Storm Rage removes the mana cost of Wrath. Dealing damage with Wrath has a chance to make your next healing touch instant. Wild Growth applies a heal over time effect to your target and up to 5 nearby party members. Hello, Hunters. Beast Mastery will increase your pet's damage, health, and focus regen. Growl is now a proper taunt. Explosive Shot is a ranged damage over time ability, and Lone Wolf gives you a damage boost if you have no active pet. Pair this with dual wielding, and you've got yourself a mean melee hunter. Mages. Ice Lance is an instant frost spell that deals triple damage to frozen targets. Living Flame causes flames to erupt and chase a nearby enemy, leaving a burning trail in its wake. And Regeneration is a heal, which marks your target with a temporal beacon. Another rune ability called Rewind Time will heal the damage taken over the previous 5 seconds. You can heal other people with this, by the way, not just yourself, so I hope you've made room on your roster for mage healers. Paladins. In WoW Classic, they don't have a taunt, but here it is in Season of Discovery. Hand of Reckoning is your taunt. Knowing this ability will also increase the threat bonus of Righteous Fury and cause you to gain mana when healed by other players. Crusader Strike is a weapon attack. It's a weapon attack which costs no additional mana and instead regenerates your mana slightly with each hit. And Seal of Martyrdom can be activated to cause melee attacks to strike other nearby targets. You'll lose health when inflicting damage with this. However, nearby party members will gain mana based on the damage you take. Priests. You can channel penance to heal nearby friendly targets or deal damage to enemy targets. Prayer of Mending heals your target the next time they take damage or receive healing. Afterwards, it'll bounce to another friendly player nearby. Homunculi animates 3 miniature copies of your character, which will attack your target with a mace, a sword, and an axe, reducing their attack speed, attack power, and armor, respectively. Rogues. From Stealth, Shadow Strike allows you to teleport behind your target and strike for a nice big chunk of damage. Envenom is a finishing move. It deals poison damage based on your deadly poison doses on the target, and also increases the frequency of applying instant poison for some time afterwards. Just a Flesh Wound is our rogue tank ability. You generate way more threat, you take reduced physical damage while Blade Dance is active, you're less likely to be critically hit by melee attacks, and your Feint ability turns into a taunt called Tease. Shamans. Lava Lash deals offhand weapon damage. Offhand. In Season of Discovery, enhancement shamans can dual wield with the help of another rune not pictured here. Happy hunting. Healing Rain is a gradual AoE heal which can be placed on the ground, or on a lamppost, or on the ceiling. Way of Earth allows you to perform the coveted role of Shaman Tank. With this, you'll deal increased threat, you'll take less damage, and Earth Shock becomes your taunt. Warlocks. Haunt deals damage, increases all shadow damage you deal to the target, and heals you for the damage it dealt once it's dispelled or expires. Chaos Bolt sends a big beefy bolt of fire at the enemy. It always hits, it can't be resisted, and it causes all of your fire spells to pierce through absorption effects. And Metamorphosis. This is your shapeshift, allowing you to transform into a demon, similar to a druid's bear form, increasing your armor and reducing your chance to be critically hit. Searing Pain becomes instant, Shadow Bolt becomes a melee cleave, and Curse of Recklessness is your taunt. Warriors. Victory Rush is a weapon attack that can be used after killing an enemy. It will heal you for a certain percentage of your health. Devastate will cause your Sunder armor to deal main hand weapon damage, increased for each stack of Sunder armor already on the target. And Raging Blow is a vicious strike that deals heavy damage, but can only be used while enraged. Now this is just a taste of all the abilities coming to classes in Season of Discovery. And really, bottom line, we want everyone to feel OP. Anyways, enough about runes. Let's instead turn our attention to the ancient forest of Ashenvale in northern Kalimdor. Ashenvale is known for its beauty, its rich natural resources, and its role as a hotly contested territory between the Horde and the Alliance. In Season of Discovery, earning kills while in Ashenvale will trigger a zone-wide PvP event. During this event, a leader will appear in the zone for each faction, a Farseer for the Horde, and a Priestess of the Moon for the Alliance. Your objective is simple. It's to defeat the enemy leader. Now this is easier said than done. These leaders are tough, so you'll have to work together to take them out. In addition to the main camps where those faction leaders reside, various other camps will spawn across the zone for each faction. The Priestess of the Moon and the Farseer are each buffed by respective leaders in those smaller camps. The more of those small camps you can take out, the weaker your enemy's faction leader will become. Sounds familiar. It's much like Alterac Valley. This event is an awesome way to earn honor, as well as reputation with Warsong Gulch factions, which allows you to unlock some of the best level 25 gear in the game. You'll also be able to earn a mount, which you can actually use at level 25, but only in Ashenvale. It will increase your speed by 50%, giving you the extra boost you need to seek and destroy the enemy. So, come kick some ash in Ashenvale. I'll see you there. Anyways, I've done enough talking. It's time for me to pass things off to Tim, who's going to talk to you about raids and the PvE endgame. Take it away, Tim.
Thank you, Nora. Hey, BlizzCon! My name is Tim Jones, and I'm the assistant lead designer on World of Warcraft Classic. Woo! Multiplayer content is the heart of World of Warcraft. Whether we're questing together, running a dungeon, crafting an item for a friend, or chatting in guild about where to find that new metamorphosis rune for Warlock, WoW offers one of the richest multiplayer experiences across all of gaming. And Season of Discovery aims to deliver on providing new group content that's both challenging and rewarding. Now first, I want everyone to take a moment with me and imagine, alongside the Zorm Strand on Ashenvale's north coast lies the ruins of an ancient elven temple to the goddess Elune. Evil stirs within, drawing the likes of the Naga and the Twilight's Hammer in search of power and anything that could hasten the coming of the old gods. Maybe you've been here before, maybe not. No matter your familiarity with this place, it's hard not to be drawn in by the mystique, the rich art, the level design, as well as the robust creature and spell ecology of Blackfathom Deeps. On the Classic team, we couldn't help but ask ourselves, could this amazing location be more than just a 5-player dungeon? So we're excited. Get your level 25 Prebis, equip your runes, find 9 of your best friends, and get ready. The Classic team is proud to announce Level Up Raids. New instance challenges for raid groups to experience the max level for each of Season of Discovery's content bands. Woo! At level 25, Blackfathom Deeps is the first level up raid that you'll experience in Season of Discovery. Groups should be easy to form. Grab a couple tanks and healers, make a party of 10, you're good to go. God knows, everyone and their mom can tank and heal in Season of Discovery now, so that shouldn't be a problem. And content phases in Season of Discovery won't be as long as traditional Classic expansion patches either. And we want you to have as many opportunities to explore and plunder the riches within, and as such, Blackfathom will offer a 3-day lockout, much like the raid Zul'Gurub. The story's the same, the location and creatures may be familiar to some, but the challenges and rewards are brand new. 7 new bosses are here to both entertain and test your skills. And how could we not make raid content without new loot? Existing quests and rewards have also been updated for the raid as well. And you'll even be able to find secrets within the raid. Can you solve the mystery of the Twilight Artisan? Can you find the recipes for the Blackfathom sharpening stones and wizard oil? And will you be the first group to access the new world buff, Boon of Blackfathom? Ooh. Okay. I love your guys' enthusiasm. This is amazing. Let's peek behind the curtain at what challenges await players in Blackfathom. Or as we affectionately call it, BFD, not to be confused with BRD or BFA or BWL or BWD. You guys get the idea. Baron Aquinas, he guards the entrance. No longer a simple quest NPC. You must challenge his elemental lieutenants that inhabit the Fathom Stones and defeat him. And in doing so, you may face off against Aquinas himself atop the infamous jumping puzzle. And jump you must to get in range of the Baron, but beware both the boss and your teammates, because there are many a peril that may knock you off. In all honesty, this boss is lightly tuned, and there are some hidden power-ups below the water to help you return to the platform. Next off, you must face against Gamura, the fearsome turtle that's been swimming in the enchanted waters of the deeps for a long, long time. You know, exposure to these energies has granted her both power and size, but most importantly, she's now protected by a magical barrier that protects her against almost any attack. Break through this barrier and start blasting for massive damage. Get your orange parse. You know, all this commotion will bring you to the attention of Lady Saraves, a powerful and reckless Naga sea witch who commands a legion of Black Fathom elite in Myrmidons. She is a formidable foe that will overwhelm you unless you find a way to turn her own spells against her and her minions. You know, these 3 bosses round out the prologue of Black Fathom Deeps, and in all 3 are available to fight in our demo in Hall D. Check it out. And that's not it. Witness the corruption of Gelihast and take on the march of the Void Murlocs. Break past Lorgus Jet's magical barriers and corrupted totems. Conquer your dreams as you challenge Twilight Lord Kelris. And good luck against the giant Void Hydra. Seriously, you're going to need it. And not to forget, there will be glittering prizes awaiting you, including some of these fancy items. Now, telling you all this is great, but I think we'd rather just show you. So it is my pleasure to provide a quick sneak peek video of the raid, edited by the team itself, as though it was pulled straight from a community website in 2005. Please take a look. Well, that's it for today, guys. We're looking forward to. Oh, okay. That shouldn't be here. Okay. That should definitely. Okay. Sorry. We should have. Okay. Oops. That's it for today. On behalf of the Classic team, and as Anna mentioned at the top, nothing that we do in WoW Classic would be possible without all of your support and your voice. Thank you so much for making the dream of WoW Classic and all the experiences we're working on a reality. We can't wait to see what else we have in store for the future. We can't wait for you to see. So please stay tuned for Hearthstone, What's Next, coming up right after this. And we hope you have enjoyed this look ahead at what's next for WoW Classic. I want to reiterate, this is just a taste of all that you're going to uncover in Season of Discovery. And for those of you here at Blizzcon, we hope you get to take on the first 3 bosses of our Black Fathom Deeps raid on the show floor. And for everyone else, we're so excited for you to experience it when Season of Discovery launches worldwide in just a few short weeks on November 30th.
Welcome to BlizzCon 2023. Wow, this is crazy. This is awesome, seeing so many people. Very, very different than our streaming studio back in the office for sure. But thank you all for joining us on a very special version of Diablo's Campfire Chat. We kicked off this program as a live stream, as you all know. And it's an amazing feeling to see us actually do this here in front of a live audience now at BlizzCon. We have some news to share with you, and before we get into it, I do want to welcome and learn more about our wonderful panelists here for today's Campfire Chat. So let's go right into it. Brent. Hi, everybody. This is your first. This is Brent's first time up here. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Wardrobe.
I know.
Look, it's for a very good reason. Okay. Don't worry.
Green
We're breaking
for,
a little color tradition up here.
Green for Diablo.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. So my name is Brent Gibson. I'm an associate game director on Diablo 4. I was a part of the Vicarious Visions team that came together with Team 3 a couple years ago to make Diablo 4. And I'm really excited to be up here today to talk a little bit about the expansion coming up.
Yes, the expansion. Ooh.
Love you too.
Now, I know we have multiple teams, Brent,
Yes.
that are working on Diablo 4. So, and you yourself are going to be talking specifically about the expansion here today. So yeah, it's great to hear that, you know, we have multiple groups working on the game for Diablo 4.
But we're all one big team, which is the exciting part.
Yeah, very, very big team. And of course, you know, based off of community feedback and everything that we've heard, those groups are going to be working on seasons and upcoming items, and then of course the expansion that we have here. Next up, though, we actually have Tiffany, who's going to be talking here.
Actually,
do we have? No, we do.
Oh, hey, I'm Tiffany.
Yeah,
Tiffany. I was not pausing for applause. I'm just awkward. But this is my 14th BlizzCon. It's my 9th as an employee. I first attended as a part of the community in 2005, so it's really special to be up here. I've worked on the Diablo franchise for 12 years now, starting on Diablo 3 12 years ago, and then moving on to Diablo 4 for the past years. Brent and I actually unknowingly worked on the same game back in 2009, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. Yeah, that game was awesome.
It's a big throwback.
So it's been such a thrill to work with him and a bunch of the others from the Albany office, again, on Diablo for the past few years.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tiffany. We have Kaylee Calder here. Kaylee is actually a familiar face on the Diablo side. You may have seen her in some of the videos. For our seasons and everything. Kaylee?
Yeah, hi everybody, I'm Kaylee Calder, and I am one of the lead game producers on Diablo 4. Like Tiffany and a lot of our team, I have been working on Diablo for the last 10 years across both Diablo 3 and Diablo 4. This is my first time on stage at BlizzCon, so while I am so honored, thank you. I'm so excited to be here with all of you. I'm a little nervous, but it's so good to see everyone in person. And I'm really excited to talk to you all today about some changes coming to Season 2, some additions, and other future developments.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kaylee. And of course, we have Mr. Joe Shelley here, a very familiar face on all our Diablo 4 Campfire chats. Joe, welcome again.
Thank you, Adam, and thank all of you. I really want to thank all of you for being here and submitting questions. We're going to take questions at the end. And really, for all the feedback that you've given us throughout the launch of the game and Season 1, it's incredible to have a Campfire Chat, but with this huge array of other attendees at our Campfire. So it's incredible.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Joe. And of course, I am Adam Fletcher. I'm the Director of Community for Diablo. So weird with an audience. And I will be today's host and moderator. I want to thank you all again for taking the time to join us on this very special Diablo 4 Campfire Chat. And I do also want to give a huge call out to this amazing plush Campfire that we did bring in for this. I joked it's got very soft lighting. Ha ha ha. Oh, there we go. First fun of the day. We're doing well. But to kick off activities, I know the dev team, they do actually have some news to follow up regarding yesterday's announcements. So let me actually pass it off to the team. So, Brent?
Yeah, we're really excited to show the sneak peek for the next chapter of Hatred. We've been on pins and needles to share some of the information from the expansion for a very long time. And it's going to be taking us to a brand new place. And it's really cool because it's actually in contrast to that dark Gothic setting that we're used to seeing in the main game. We're going to go to some place that has a bit of a different flavor. So for those of you who are new to the franchise, it's going to be new, it's going to be fresh. But for some of you who have been with us all along, we're going to go take a trip down memory lane and actually go to a place that's a little nostalgic. So with that being said, let's take a look.
We have each played a part in what has happened here. You abdicated your choice to this child. And with every step she takes, I grow stronger. There will be no salvation in the light.
There we have it. It's so cool to see on the big stage, you know, Diablo 4, Vessel of Hatred coming in late 2024.
Yeah.
I mean, Brent, what does an expansion mean for Diablo 4?
Well, first off, I want to talk a little bit about breaking the color convention. You've been giving me
I've got green shoes
all
on.
sorts of grief over my green jacket. I like the green. Yeah, so for us, expansions are important because it's a great opportunity to take one big cohesive step forward. You know, when it comes to continuing our dark story, exploring the new region we're going to talk about today, or even new ways to play with new monsters and a new class, we want to make sure that all of these things go together in a really nice way. And I've been joking for a little bit about how this is kind of like making a really good burger, right? You want to make sure that you're pulling in all of the ingredients that you need so that when they all come together and you take one big bite, all those flavors are working together. And so for us, that cohesiveness is really important.
So you say burger. There are a lot of variations of burgers. There's like single burgers or like maybe a double-double from In-N-Out or something like that.
So hungry now.
Yeah.
You know, coming from Albany, In-N-Out, I'm down. That's great.
So what kind of burger is this year?
That's a good question. You know, I guess I look at it as kind of like a bacon barbecue burger with all the classic ingredients, but with like jalapenos, right? Like throw something in that's a little bit spicy, a little bit different.
And a little bit green.
And a little bit green, that's a good point. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. So yeah, we want to make sure that we have all the nice traditional ingredients that speak directly to the core of our audience, but we're also offering things that are new.
Awesome. Well, I know with Vessel of Hatred, a new expansion, there's going to be some story and lore kind of attached to it. And let's kind of talk a little bit more about the story. What do you think, Tiffany?
Yeah, so when we last left off in the main campaign, Nerel was traveling south with the stone with Mephisto. He got himself trapped in there again, as you know he tends to do. She's been following the footsteps of a prophet of light, looking for a way to deal with this stone and the prime evil that's trapped within. And she's a really fascinating character because she's a child, but she's been through a trauma, so spoilers if you haven't played the main campaign of Diablo. But here she is directly challenging the influence of a prime evil, something the Haradrim have always famously failed at. So for players that might be jumping into Diablo 4 for the first time with the Vessel of Hatred, they'll have the choice to either play through the main campaign or jump directly into the new chapter. There will be a recap in the game, so you'll have full context to all the events of Sanctuary that played out in the main campaign. So don't worry, you won't miss out on anything if you want to just see what's happening with Nerel and explore those jungles. All right, I love this picture. He's real creepy. It looks like he's coming out of a mud bath of sorts. So this is Mephisto. Now, he is my favorite primeval. I think he's just a badass. If you don't know who he is the Lord of Hatred, and he is the father of Lilith. So I believe that makes him
Yeah, granddaddy of Mephisto.
Granddaddy
here.
of
Yeah.
Sanctuary.
Grandfisto?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Sounds grouchy too.
So Mephisto did not intend to be trapped in the stone. Like I said, they're very bad at that. It tends to happen. So he's, as you heard in the trailer, every step of the way that Neyrelle is taking with him, he is pushing against her, constantly trying to unravel every single moment that they have together. It's in this next chapter in Vessel of Hatred, we're going to find out what is his fate with this stone and what's going to happen with Neyrelle.
Yeah, so with Vessel of Hatred, we even saw it a little bit in the teaser. It seems like we're actually going to be, it's going to be taking us to a new place. I know you guys have actually mentioned Nahantu. Can you tell us a little bit more about Nahantu, Brett?
Yeah, so we're going to a whole new region called Nahantu. Now, for those of you guys who know the history of Sanctuary, you know that heading south actually means going to Torjan. When we started off with the expansion, we decided as a team to really think about how we're referencing cultures moving forward. And for those of you who may not know, the Torjan people are a real people. And they're an amazing culture. They have beautiful traditions. You should totally look it up. But for us as creatives, we want to make sure that we're always in a position where we're being inspired by, as opposed to lifting from. And so because of that, we decided to review some of our names and make some changes.
So how are we kind of doing this in game?
We've actually decided to fold it in creatively. So for those of the people who are outside of the region, maybe you were from the Dry Steppes, you know this place as Torjan. But the people who are there know it as Nahantu. And so you're going to see that folded into the story in some really creative ways to give that name some power.
Awesome. I know we have a lot of cool architecture, like right here, we're seeing kind of what looks to be like a river gate.
Yes, so everything starts here at the river gate. We look at Nahantu as a place that's been closed off from Sanctuary. It's been closed off from all the things that have been going on with Lilith over the last several moments of our story. And so you can imagine this monolithic statue where the doors have been closed for the last several decades, and now they're open. And we're going to see what happens with Neyrelle as she passes through these gates. If you look at this next image, we like to look at the jungle as this place that is a wild and dangerous place. We also love the idea that it's a living, breathing character of its own. It has its own personality. It expresses itself in different ways throughout the game. And so this concept is a really good example of where things from the outside may have come in, but the jungle's going to reclaim it, right? So you're going to see these branches pulling back some of the architecture that you would see through the region. But for the things that have been there all along, it's going to live symbiotically with, and so you can watch the river flow through the structures of the area as well.
You know what? This is actually one of my favorite concept pieces that we've made for the expansion so far, because even though it's an environmental scene, it really just shows the depth and scale of the jungle, which is not really like a place we've ever gone to before within Diablo 4 so far. And it really inspired the team as well when they saw it, just that feeling of like scale and age, I guess, is a good way to describe it.
The idea that these roots are so old that they stretch across the chasms in the area. You can see there's a very small character in the middle of that branch.
Very hard to see.
It creates a sense of scale that allows us to do a lot with the environment, right? So it's not just trees in the area. These trees are actually fixtures or structures of the place as well.
We've seen a lot of environments, and I know there's a lot of also architecture here in Nahantu. So can you show us a little bit more about that as well?
Yeah, so this is a great image that starts to show how we wanted to integrate a lot of the natural features of the world in with the architecture. And so you can see how the river is flowing with and around this piece right here. All of this starts from a place called Kurast. So for those of you who've been with us for a while, Kurast is an iconic place that sits in the heart of the jungle. And it's not just a town, it's not just a capital, it's a sprawling city. So you can imagine a lot of these structural elements popping up all over the place, spreading across the entire jungle. And this is just one piece that shows the potential of that. If you take a look at this next one, I love this. This is one of my favorite concepts of the entire package. This is a perfect example on how we're folding in that living, breathing jungle into the architecture. I got to give a huge shout out to the team. The level of detail that we put into this is absolutely incredible. They pay attention to our environments just as much as one of our characters. So all the detail that we put into Lilith or Inarius is the same amount of detail as you would see in a piece like this. So big shout out to the team for what they can do.
Yeah. So I know you shared a little bit about like Kuros, and you know it's a very recognizable place, like or in the Diablo history. Like, can you get into a little bit more detail for us of like some of these maybe recognizable places that we'll kind of come across?
Yeah, I love to talk about these next few concepts here. So I was a big player of Diablo 2 myself, so you may recognize some of these places. We keep talking about bringing you back somewhere nostalgic. So we're going to start with the dock towns. So you can visit the original Kuras docks from D2 in Act 3. And through time, it's changed. It's been 72 years since the events of Diablo 2 in the world of Sanctuary. It has been 72 years in real life. So I'm excited to jump in there and see what the denizens have been up to, see if there's anybody that's still around from the past 72 years. And like Brent and Kaylee were saying earlier, a concept piece like this really gives me this incredible sense of scale in the world of Sanctuary, and I'm super excited to explore areas like that. We know that locations like this really set the tone for successfully delivering on that nostalgia and embracing that legacy of the Diablo universe. So the capital Kuros is something that we've always wanted to know more about. So this is a clip that's actually from the teaser that we've showed you a couple times now. And this is that incredible ziggurat with really, really creepy Grandpa Mephisto talking over it. So we've always wanted to know what's under the ziggurat. What's amazing about this is that for the dev team, this is one of the earliest sources of inspiration when we started working on the expansion. And so seeing it make all the way from original concept into the actual teaser that we showed this weekend is really exciting. So we've got one more really, really cool place to show you. So this is the temple city of Travancore, and it's where the Horadrim originally imprisoned Mephisto in his soul stone. It's deep inside Kuros, and I am so excited to go in there and see what's happened in the last 72 years. Joe, what do you think?
I hope I don't get slowed by hostile blizzards again. But it's going to be really cool to dive under Travancore and sort of revisit that area. It's such a memorable area from B3.
Yeah, Travancore was super memorable. Act 3, everyone remembering as they're fighting the council there. So it's great that we can revisit that here in Vessel of Hatred. And of course, a big question I know that people have with Vessel of Hatred, does that mean a new class is coming? Brent, do you have any more info that you can share potentially?
I'm sure a few of you have been on Reddit asking questions about the new class. It's the #1 question we've been getting all week. You know, when we started off, we were still making the main game. And I'm really proud of the fact that we delivered 5 classic classes, right? We got that great feeling of all of them spread around the campfire. It felt really, really good. And so when we were talking about the expansion, we had a decision to make. We're kind of at a crossroads of, do we do another classic, or do we do something new? And the team really thought about it hard, and we felt we have a responsibility to actually bring new things to Sanctuary. Like, this game is really big, this world is very big, we need to continue to broaden it, and so we made the choice to go with something new.
So you're saying new here, and we're seeing a lot of jungle environments, obviously.
Yes.
So does that for sure rules out something like the Witch Doctor?
Yes, that for sure rules out.
It's absolutely a brand new class. It is not the Witch Doctor.
All right. We've been hearing a lot of like, it might still be the Witch Doctor. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure we said new class. So awesome. That was great that we got to see kind of like, and get a little bit more information about Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. Again, Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred is coming out in late 2024, we'll actually have more news next summer about Diablo 4. This little feature, green. Green. It's great.
Going green.
I'm glad you're color coordinated for this, Brent. So, but we do want to talk more about some of the other items that we talked about in the opening ceremony yesterday. And so Joe, I know, wants to talk a little bit about season 2 and what's coming forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we've had, as I said here earlier when I welcomed all of you, we've had so much community feedback, and it's been incredible for us to be able to release season 2 and bring a lot of those changes to you. And I think we have a roadmap here. You can see here that on the Season of Blood, some of the things that we brought with Season of Blood. If you haven't played since launch or since season 1, you'll be able to check out the new boss ladder, leveling, 40% faster leveling, right? The changes, thank you. That was all me, no. We have an incredibly talented team of system designers who care deeply about the player experience and the feeling of movement through the levels and being able to capture the objective of reaching level 100, right? And so that change was something that we thought was really important for season 2. But we also changed things like the way that item power scales, right? So that as you fight more difficult monsters, you can get more powerful loot, including some of those uber uniques from Duriel.
Yes.
And so many other quality of life changes. The mount, I think, is transformed. And that's not all we have in store for season 2. Like we were talking about in the opening ceremonies, we made some announcements, and we want to get into more detail about those here today. And a little bit of a sneak peek at, you can see here, season of, I'm going to say the orange text.
Yes, that's definitely a final name.
Yeah. Final name. No, we're not quite ready to release the season name, but we have a sneak peek of one of the features coming with leaderboards and the gauntlets. So we're really excited to talk about those. Let's jump into it.
Yeah, so we're going to kick things off with some updates to Season 2 that are coming really, really soon. Literally this coming Tuesday, November 7th, we are going to be adding new unique rings, which were called the Malignant Rings. Developing Seasons is an opportunity for us to look for ways to bring things back that you, our players, really enjoyed and really engaged with. It doesn't mean that we'll bring things back from every season, but we will look for opportunities, especially when the community is letting us know how much they enjoyed it, and also, we also had a lot of fun with these. This also is an opportunity for us to kind of revisit those powers, because these are coming not just on to the season, but also to the Eternal realm. So these powers you're about to see on these rings, we've tweaked them slightly so that they work with the other uniques in the game, but we feel they're really going to add something for each class and kind of continue on building their kit and that fantasy. You're going to be able to get these by defeating Varshan, so I hope everyone's been saving their materials. You do have a little bit of time to farm more if you didn't. So yeah, with that said, we're actually going to move to the next image, and we're going to take a look at these. So I originally was going to talk to Brent about his rogue, but when we started doing this, he saw the Barbarian ring and switched on me.
I'm sorry.
Just the worst. Thing. But so for our rogues out there, for those of you, use your subterfuge skills. It's going to spawn a decoy. It's going to taunt enemies, and then it's going to explode for a really nice amount of damage. Think you're going to have a lot of fun. Adam, this is for you and the rest of the sorcerers out there.
Yes, Ball Lightning crew. Yeah.
Well, okay, maybe this will, you'll try something a little different than just Ball Lightning. For the sorcerer, each unique element that you deal damage with is going to give you increased damage, and then dealing elemental damage again is just going to refresh that duration. So sling fireballs, lightning ball as well, and keep increasing that damage. We have 3 more classes to take a look at. So next up now is the Barbarian. So for our Barbarians out there, when you use, there you are, I knew you were out there somewhere. When you next cast Hammer of the Ancients, Upheaval, or Death Blow, it's guaranteed to be a crit. And that crit's going to deal bonus critical strike damage as well. Exactly. So hit them hard and hit them often, guys. And I definitely know there's a few druids out there, you guys who don't want to forget about you. Exactly.
Oh, Druid's got the loudest crowd
I
here.
know. Represent druids. So for druids, when you are casting your ultimate skill, it is going to draw enemies in and deal a huge amount of damage based on your willpower. It will do that when you cast your ultimate and then 5 seconds after. And then lastly, the Necromancer.
Necromancers, rise up! That's right.
There's actually 3 Necromancers up here because 3 of us are playing it this season. Total coincidence. So we all love this power. We know everybody else loves this. So we are bringing back that walking near your corpses is going to automatically activate one of the following skills, which is Corpse Tendrils, Corpse Explosion, or Raised Skeleton. So yeah, that is... That's going to be the Malignant Rings, and as we said, you're going to be able to get them from Killing Varshan starting on November 7th. So next week, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kaylee. And again, we're super excited about bringing in these malignant powers from Season 1. Thanks to community feedback and you guys actually wanting these powers back in, we were able to get these in these new rings that will be coming out on Tuesday. And again, patch notes actually are going to be available on Diablo4.com for that patch immediately after this panel. So you guys can actually see what's in that update for players on Tuesday, which is awesome to see. So, but we do also have some more information to talk about.
Even more stuff.
So we have some more events taking place in early December. Kaylee is going to jump right in.
I'll kick us off. Yeah, December 5th is our next update for Season 2. And we've got some additional updates coming in, some quality of life things, and then something Joe is going to talk about. But I'm going to talk about some additional changes to the Occultist. Chris mentioned this yesterday in opening ceremony. So for those of you who may not know, enchanting is what allows you to replace an affix on an item with another. And those that are familiar with it will notice when you go and visit from December 5th, there is a new view affix, possible affixes button. I can't remember it. Yeah, view possible affixes. And when you click on that, it's going to give you a list of the affixes that one could roll into. So that way you're not kind of just blindly guessing and hoping that the one you've picked is going to give you. We think this update, along with the gold changes we have made, is really going to help everybody optimize their builds and continue to have fun in the end game. We have also heard feedback about affixes and how some of them aren't serving you in the ways you want. We do have plans to talk about both changes to affixes and itemization in the future, but we're not quite ready to talk about it right now.
Yeah, that's right. This is a really important change, and itemization is one of the, itemization and endgame are the 2 things that we're laser focused on right now. We're going to talk a little bit more about that right up here next with Avatar Zir.
Yeah, and you know, it's awesome to see these occultist changes because obviously community feedback has been, we've heard you guys like that it, you know, blindly choosing different affixes has been very, very difficult, but with the changes with the cost plus this will be much better, and this update, of course, hitting on December 5th. But other feedback that we've heard a lot about, and Joe knows this as well, has been about endgame. And so I know you wanted to talk a little bit about a new kind of endgame feature that's coming in Season 2. So Joe, yeah, do you want to talk a little bit about?
Yeah, so we want to add more endgame, and then we want to add some more endgame, and then...
Some more?
We're going to add more endgame.
Yeah, we're going to add some more after
That's
that.
right.
Okay,
That's
okay,
right.
yeah,
yeah. And in particular, permanent or evergreen endgame features that extend the challenges and reward opportunities from 50 to 100 and after you've reached 100. And so Avatar of Zir is a 100 plus new thing that we're trying here. This is a seasonal endgame event. So it's temporary, and we're really interested in paying attention to how all of you run through it and your feedback on it to, for the future of, you know, maybe we'll bring it back. We'll see how it goes. But you probably want to know more about it than just staring at this red portal, right? So, you know, we have a chart that used to be on a napkin, but
it's very beautiful.
This is when you work with a bunch of designers, they like to make these little flow charts. and then they hand them to you on a napkin, and they go, "Can you make them pretty so we can show them to people?" So, designer flowcharts.
Paint for life. So you can see here how the flow of Avatar of Zero will work. After you complete the final step of the season journey, you'll be ready to face off against the Avatar. And this is a very, very difficult area. You're going to need to bring all of your skill, but also you're going to need to bring the very best builds. Not every build is going to be able to succeed in Avatar Zero. And that's why it's positioned like after you've really you've defeated Echo of Lilith, you've defeated Duriel, you've got your Uber Uniques, and you're like, what's next? What's the next challenge, right? And the Avatar is meant to be that. So you're going to get a recipe for the first tier of Avatar Zero. When you complete that first tier, you're going to get a recipe for the next tier. And I want to state that there are 25 tiers of Avatar Zero. And that's fewer tiers than there are of Nightmare Dungeons. But each tier of the Avatar is much more difficult than the tier before. This is not the same as Nightmare Dungeons 70 to 71. And you're also going to get a ton of Paragon Glyph XP. So I know some people have expressed that it can be hard to level up all your glyphs through Nightmare Dungeons, that you're going to get so much from this event. And you're going to need it because you're going to want to level up this new unique glyph that you can get as a reward for completing the Avatar. This glyph, the Tears of Blood, is tied to the event and is also persists during the duration of the event. But it will be incredibly useful for increasing your character power so that you can take on those tougher tiers of the Avatar. You can see that it has a larger radius than other glyphs. It can grow even beyond that. It has multiplicative powers on it, and it can be leveled up to 200 times. So it is still a capped level, but it has a lot of progression in it.
Awesome. Lots of stuff coming here. December 5th. We got the Occultist updates and Avatar Zero, which is the end game that we just talked about that. And that will run through the end of Season 2. So players can expect, to be able to go through that starting on December 5th, which is great to hear. But we also have even more events in December that we do want to talk about. One that's a little bit more festive. We mentioned it yesterday. Kaylee, I know you want to talk a little bit about Midwinter Blight.
Yeah, so for everyone that doesn't live in California, this time of year can be darkening and colder. You might get snow or lots of rain.
Like where I'm from.
Yeah, where you're from, basically. You're going to need the winter clothing. As you return to Fractured Peaks on December 12th, where the Midwinter Blight is taking place. As you return, you're going to find that it's been enveloped in a storm. It's freezing out the locals. It's eternally dark. And there are new horrors lurking, waiting to, make your lives and the inhabitants miserable. So yeah, I hope you brought some ice scrapers with you. Maybe help us get out here.
Yeah, we're working on a special Diablo ice scraper. Reaching out to John Mueller to see if we could get that marketed as soon as we can.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. So it's going to start in Kyovashad, and you're going to meet Gillian, a wandering bard, and he's here to try and bring some cheer and warmth, which you can see in the video as we go to that. And he is located in the Hibernal Square, and he's giving as well a warning of the storm and the terrors lurking within. And as you can see, this is a classic Diablo holiday space, decorated mostly in skulls, which we find very festive on the team, personally. Yes, and at its center we have the Totem of Midwinter, which plays a part in the event itself, but I'm not going to spoil that, and we'll kind of go into that. So what's happening outside Kyovashad? You're going to head back out into Fractured Peaks, you're going to explore the zone, and you're going to encounter some sinister snowmen, or what demons consider snowmen, that we're calling frigid husks, which, yes, they're beautiful.
Yes, very beautiful. I will note, and I don't actually know if Rod Ferguson, our GM, is here. He is making me insert this wonderful pun.
It's all Rod.
He was like, as soon as he saw him, so Rod Ferguson, trademark pun, Frosty the Goat Man is what he likes to call these.
I thought you were meant to sing that.
Yeah,
No, we're not going to. Okay, no, we're nixing the singing. No singing, okay. All right, so who's building these? I mentioned demons, so you're going to see some familiar faces, but they're under a new allegiance. These Blight Fiends have new tricks, new ways to terrorize and harass both you and the locals. And they're just generally causing mischief and terror under the orders of their leader, who is the Red-Cloaked Horror. He lives in the darkest corners of Fractured Peaks, emerging only with the storm. And he is going to, be really, really mad at anyone disrupting his plans, and he's going to try and make you dead. I think he looks really jolly, personally. I'm a big fan.
Again, another Rod Ferguson pun.
Here we go.
And this one I will sing.
Oh,
I will.
Okay.
Rudy the Red Cloaked Terror.
Oh, God.
There we go. All right. Just leaving now. We're done.
He doesn't even have a nose.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I know. Rod has the worst puns. We know that.
Okay,
So.
all right. So what are you going to be doing? You're going to be heading out into Fractured Peaks. So we're going to bring up a video with some of the kind of gameplay a little bit here. You're going to encounter the Blight Fiends, having a really jolly time.
They are
you know,
so
they
cute.
are. They are.
This is the cutest little.
Yeah. Well, we're going to ruin their day.
Murder them.
Yes, exactly.
Snow globe of these.
Murder, destroy those snowmen. And you're going to engage in a number of events that are unique to Midwinter Blight, destroy Frigid Husk, defeat the Blight Fiends. And if you disrupt things enough, you may end up summoning the Red-Cloaked Horror himself, who's, as I said, very annoyed at you. And participating in these is going to give you resources that you can take back to the Hibernal Square to progress the events. And
And some rewards.
Right, the rewards, because what's a festive event without presents and gifts and things in general? So we have a number of new cosmetic rewards that you'll be able to earn through participating on the event itself. So these are selection of weapons, and then we also have some really cool back trophies. I really like them. They've got bells, and there's some wreaths and lots of skulls, because we do like that here. We have a theme, and we're going to stick to it. So this starts on December 12th. Really hope everyone comes and slays with us.
There we
You
go.
Got one
Kaylee
in.
pun.
There we go. Yeah, I did it. Yeah.
They clapped for it. Good.
No, I was not expecting that, actually. But yeah, that's Midwinter Blight.
Awesome. It's great to hear more information about all these updates coming in. And Midwinter Blight's great because community feedback has been, we've heard a lot of people wanting more cosmetic options. And so now you have the ability of actually unlocking some skulls, some bells, some holly that you can actually incorporate to your character with Midwinter Blight. But all this information is going to be available again on a blog on Diablo4.com after the panel. And we're looking forward to getting all these updates in everyone's hands for Abattoir Zir, the Occultist updates, and of course Midwinter Blight. But moving on, we do have additional information to talk about Season of the Orange Text, as you called it.
That's right.
Joe. So Joe, can you tell us a little bit more about what's coming there?
Yeah, so more endgame.
More endgame.
Yeah. This is such a cool piece. This is relevant to the season, and I'm excited to find out what happens with this guy. But I want to talk a little bit about one part of Season 3, and there will be many more parts of Season 3. We're going to talk about these more in future Campfire chats. But we wanted to talk a little bit about leaderboards, leaderboard-driven trials.
He wants it.
This guy wants
That
it,
guy over
and so
there.
we're going to make it.
Thanks, Guy.
We weren't going to make it, but. And so the way this is going to work is when Season 3 players reach World Tier 4, they're going to be able to compete in the Gauntlet, which is a fixed seed, non-linear dungeon where your mastery and your skill are going to be needed to achieve the highest scores. And those best scores are going to appear on the leaderboards. Now, every time you enter the Gauntlet, it's going to be exactly the same. That means the monsters and their positions, the layouts, the affixes. And because it's nonlinear, you have some choices about how you're going to progress through to maximize your score. And of course, if you're playing in a party, you can choose like which direction each party member is going to go, and you really have an opportunity to optimize it. Loot will drop at the end of the timer, so you don't have to worry about picking it up on the way. And as you're killing monsters and you're opening chests, you're going to get instead these pickups called Proofs of Might. They drop from all of this types of content, and you'll have a limited amount of time to collect as many as possible to maximize your score. So at the beginning of each week, a new gauntlet is going to replace the current one, and the leaderboards will reset. Now, this is an image of the solo barbarian ladder we can see here. I want to caution that it is in development content, so some things may change by the time we get to season 3, but we wanted to show off, to really give all of you an idea, a visual idea of like how this is going to play out. And you can also see on this next image that we have a number of filters. So there are solo leaderboards for each class, as well as party leaderboards that vary with party size, of course, hardcore leaderboards. And then when you look at the leaderboards, you'll be able to filter them globally or by platform. You can filter by your friends or your clan.
So I know I'm better than Brown.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm right here. You don't have to talk to me. If you played Barb, you would be able to.
Oh, okay. It's fair. Necros are better.
That's why we have the Barb leaderboard. So, you know, I mentioned that these leaderboards will reset every week, but the very best players from each week's leaderboard are going to be recorded in the Hall of Ancients. This is a permanent leaderboard that will cement their legacy. And you don't just have to be the very top ranking on the leaderboards to participate in the gauntlet. All World Tier 4 players will be able to take their shot at participating in the gauntlet and progressing to the leaderboard.
So that means you don't have to be level 100 to participate at all?
No, you don't. In fact, if you look at this wonderful UI that we have up here, you can see that as you're leveling up and competing in the gauntlet and getting higher and higher score, you'll earn these seals. And as you are earning these seals, you'll be able to climb up until eventually you get to the seal of the worthy, and then you'll be able to jump into the leaderboard. And you can show these off on your character profile in game.
Awesome. Very cool. And then I know with leaderboards, that coming in season 3, with all the information that we've been sharing here, again, I'm just reminding everyone that you can end up checking all this out on the site afterwards. We'll have all the artwork up there. And of course, all the information that we provided even on the expansion stuff will end up being there. And I just want to remind everyone in the community that thanks to you guys and the feedback that we've actually gotten in for Diablo 4, we've been able to, we were able to get all these amazing changes in. So providing that feedback through our forums, through social media, through Reddit, wherever you post at, let us know. Even here at BlizzCon, it's a huge help for the whole entire team. So thank you guys again. Thank you, Diablo community, for making the game a better experience for everyone. I know we do have some time for Q&A as well. We did leave a question box out in Hall A, which is the Diablo Hall here at BlizzCon. And then, of course, we asked on social media for questions through our fans that could not attend BlizzCon. But we grabbed the ones that seem to be pretty regular repeats specifically. So we'll kind of just jump right in on them. The first question, I think this one would be good for Kaylee. Will there be more intermediate progression dungeons and bosses between Tier 4 and Uber Lilith?
Yeah, so we had this question a bit, and the short answer is yes. We've already started doing this with the boss ladder, Uber Duriel, and we're looking for even more opportunities with which to give everybody things to tackle as they're working their way towards Uber Lilith, as well as, things for people to pursue once they defeat Uber Lilith. So yes, and as we develop those, we will share more information, probably in more Campfire chats or on Diablo4.com.
Awesome, thank you, Kaylee. This one's an expansion question. Okay. So Brent, I will give this over to you. Will there be a season journey when expansion launches?
Yeah, we know we have a large community with players who like to play in a bunch of different styles. So when Vessel of Hatred launches, we're going to have stuff for Eternal players. We're going to have seasonal content. We're going to have people who want to continue to play vanilla, people who want to jump into the expansion. Basically, we're going to have something for everybody to have fun with.
Cool. Thank you, Brent. Tiffany, this one for you. Will we have a system to save and switch between builds? A very popular question.
Very popular question.
So the reason Adam says this is a great question for me is because I ask Joe this all the time. It's something I'm also very, very passionate, myself and lots of the development team and lots of the community is very passionate about. So for those of you that played Diablo 3, are very familiar with the Armory. This is something that we brought to the game in patch 2.5. And so we've been talking about it for a very long time. There's so many different things, so many activities, like so much room for activities in Sanctuary, and so many different things to be doing, whether you're playing by yourself, playing with a group, PvP, et cetera, et cetera. There's Paragon board customization, there's build customization, there's outfit customization, what gear you're wearing. So we want to be able to have an easy way to switch between those so you can keep playing and keep, min-maxing all of your experiences while you're in the game. So we have nothing to announce in terms of when it's coming, but it's something that we're talking about all the time and hoping to bring to Diablo 4 as soon as we possibly can.
Awesome. I know it's a thing that a lot of people in the community have been asking for, and being able to switch between different builds and everything and have that saved. It's something that the team most definitely is working on. Next question we have is from someone who's actually attending here at BlizzCon and is actually a content creator, was in our opening ceremony as well.
In the opening ceremony reel.
From Don the Crown, and I think he actually made like a decision to come to BlizzCon like 24 hours before BlizzCon started.
So he could be here right now.
He could be here right now.
I just really wanted to ask this question.
Yes, exactly. But I will say this question also came from a lot of people. But Don the Crown asked, do you intend to add more sources of living steel to the game?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that grinning demon, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He sucks.
Yeah.
No, it's, that particular summoning material, we've certainly heard and experienced doing Helltides feels much more stingy than the other summoning materials. And so we want to make some improvements there. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so expect improvements coming down the pipe for that. And by the way, I just want to thank everyone for not putting your names in the box, because I would have completely screwed up half the names in there, as I normally do. So I appreciate people who do not put their names on there. You're the best. Last thing I need to do is butcher that in front of like 5,000 people. Will the expansion feature a group finder or global chats? As social features, I know we've heard a lot of questions about. Brent?
Yeah. Social's a really big part of the game, and we see what everybody's doing with how they're leveraging trade chat to kind of work around some things. Our social team finds this incredibly important, right? Like, we got a lot of different ways to play the game, and we want to make sure that all of your communities can find each other and come together. And so we actually have to really get some tools in there to get to that point where everybody has a really smooth social experience. And so our goal is to make sure that we get as many of those tools in place before we actually get to the expansion.
Yeah, and I really want to make a special call out to, we have an entire part of our team who are focused on social and the player experience, and they are so dedicated and so enthusiastic and are just amazing people to work with, and they're paying attention to the things that everybody's talking about and need, and trying to figure out the best plan to get those kind of things to you in the best time frame.
Awesome. Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Kaylee. And then we have a kind of a last question here. This is from Knox, wherever you are here at BlizzCon. What are your plans? There we go.
There he is.
We found him. What are your plans for itemization moving forward? A very, very popular question.
All right.
The question.
The question for Joe Shelley.
Yes.
Do we have a panel after this, or? No, this is a very serious and important question, right? And while we're not ready to share all of the plans for itemization that we have going forward, the team is working on the problems that we see with itemization right now, right? I think I was watching, was that Carbot video, I think, recently. And
shout out to Carbot. Love his animation.
The character gets 2 items, and they're trying to compare it, and pulls out his sort of monocle, and he's going through it. It's too difficult right now to compare items. It takes a lot of time, and we want to make that better. We also there are some affixes that are very conditional or have several layers of conditionality. Sometimes this gets, shorthand for this is a damage on Tuesdays, right? Like, yeah, really good on, it's a couple days from now, it'll be incredible. But we think that there are too many of those that have really complicated conditional effects, and it's really hard to bring those into builds, and it contributes, as Kaylee was saying earlier, to a feeling of having it be very difficult to customize your items in a way that lets you get exactly the affixes that you want on your build.
Get
So
that field you're looking for, you know?
Exactly. So that's something that we want to review. We also know that when you are optimizing your gear, the goal of that is to have the effect be that you feel that power. So you are customizing your gear, and then you go out and you want to be able to visually tell immediately, like, yeah, this made a difference, right? And then, of course, we also want to add more ways to modify items and add on additional complexity to items, sort of through. This is often talked about in the context of crafting, right? Better ways to modify items in that way. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I know I'm going to throw another question at you, though, because there has been a lot of talk about the amount of aspects that are within the game. And so, you know, do we have any plans on what we like for aspects specifically?
Yeah, so it's going to take us a little bit of time to get this right. Probably won't see it in season 3, but soon after that. But we want to get the aspect crystals out of your inventory and into the Codex of Power.
I think they agree with that. I think they quite like that.
I'm glad. We're starting work on it right now, so we'd have to go back. But no, the Codex of Power is really a great repository of all of the legendary powers, or it should be, we think. And there are lots of opportunities for upgrading it or bringing affixes that you found, and we just really want to make that better. Yeah.
Great. That's awesome to hear. I know a lot of people are excited to have an area where all their aspects are, as opposed to, you know, where we are right now with collecting everything for aspects and having your inventory kind of running back to the stash and putting them all in there and everything. So there we have it for the Diablo 4 Campfire chat. We do have a lot of awesome things coming down the road, and I do want to remind everyone that, you know, this Tuesday we have an update with 5 new Malignant rings that will be hitting the game. You can farm Varshan to earn those rings specifically, and those rings are in eternal and seasonal, which is great to hear as well. And then, of course, on December 5th, we have our Abattoir of Zir.
Yeah.
Google Abattoir if you don't know what that is. I did.
It's a slaughterhouse.
It's a slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
Cultured Adam. And then we also have cultist updates hitting on December 5th. And of course, December 12th, we have our first holiday event hitting Diablo 4, which is Midwinter Blight, where players can actually end up earning a ton of different new cosmetics. You know, dress your character up in some bells, some wreaths, holly, etc.
Get very festive. Yeah.
Exactly, get very festive. And I did want to remind everyone that we do have a Diablo Blood drive that is currently running. If you go to diablobloodharvest.com, currently the community is at 73% to the goal. Once we hit 100%,
good job, everyone.
Everyone gets some rewards. Good job.
Great cause as well.
It's for an awesome cause. You know, we're aiming to have 666 quarts of blood donated.
Of course we are.
So of course, gotta stay with the theme. So make sure to check out the site for more information. Panelists,
We
you
just
have any
wanted to
parting
say
words?
thank you for coming to BlizzCon and watching online. We love Diablo and we love you.
I can't wait to get back in front of everybody here and have more to talk about with the expansion in the future. So I look forward to seeing you all in Sanctuary.
You know, I just want to thank all of our passionate players, and you know, we listen to everything that you're saying, and it's been so awesome to reveal Season of Blood and be able to bring some of those changes back, and then to come here and to be able to tell you about all the things that are more things that are coming in Season of Blood and in future seasons and in Vessel of Hatred.
Yeah, Drew. Yeah, I just want to say thank you, everyone, for making this an amazing experience to be up here. Also, hi, Mum and Dad, surprise. Yes, I'm on the panel. I didn't tell them. But I mostly want to call out our amazing team, who many of them are working here at Blizzcon, who you may have met down in Hall A, they're doing signing, and everyone who's actually still back at the office, or, well, would be, it's the weekend, they're not working. But everyone across all the spaces that we have and across the team in general.
Awesome. And I just want to thank everyone here. Thank you guys, everyone here, everyone at home. We hope you guys have had a wonderful BlizzCon. We're so happy to have you here, and we hope you guys come see us while BlizzCon's still going on for the rest of the day. And we'll see you in the next Campfire Chat. We'll have more Campfire Chats this year. And have an amazing BlizzCon, everyone. Thank you so much. We'll see you in Sanctuary.
Thank you.
Here's Overwatch, What's Next?
Hello, BlizzCon. It's hard to believe that we're already more than halfway through. BlizzCon is an event that I wish could last the whole week. During yesterday's opening ceremony, Aaron showed off a few things the team is working on. It feels great being up here with these brilliant people, working on all of the fantastic things coming soon to Overwatch 2. I'd like to kick things off this session with a quick intro. I've been Overwatch franchise GM since November 2021. While I spent most of my first year as executive producer of Overwatch 2, I'm now focused on guiding Overwatch at the franchise level. Way back in 2013, and early in my Blizzard career, the company made the decision to move forward with a project codenamed Prometheus. I remember sitting in the room that day and seeing the look of wonder in the eyes of everyone around the table. It wasn't about numbers or dev schedules. No, the magic in the room was created by imagination of the adventures to come in the Overwatch universe. I had a similar feeling again at BlizzCon in 2014. I sat in the crowd at opening ceremony, and I literally held my breath as the announcement of Overwatch approached. And as that Overwatch logo came up at the end of the first ever cinematic, the love in the hall felt as close to tangible as I've ever experienced. Since then, we've shared Overwatch as team-based PvP in the original game and now in Overwatch 2. And we also shared stories about our heroes in our cinematic pieces, comics, and short stories. But there are more stories to tell and brand new experiences, big and small, to share in the future. As GM, I'm leading the exploration to push the frontiers of Overwatch and to reach beyond. But today, we're very excited to talk about the cool things coming to Overwatch 2. We're going to show you stuff that's very much work in progress, and perhaps tell you things that would make marketing nervous. But we really want to give you as much visibility as we can into the future of the game. Before I hand it off to my teammates, I have some high-level context on where we're taking Overwatch 2 and our goals for the next year. We're focused on giving the millions of players in our game each day the very best PvP experience we can. While we'll be mixing in PvE events and modes and progressing storytelling, our main goal for Overwatch 2 is striving to make PvP gameplay more rewarding and more fun. For today, our intention is to focus primarily on how we are aiming to improve those elements of the game that we know are important to so many of you. To go through it all, we have members of our fantastic team here. I'd like to hand it off to Game Director Aaron Keller to introduce them. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. And hello, BlizzCon. Yeah, so we are excited to share as many of the exciting things that our team has been working on as we can. I'm Aaron, and I am joined by our lead character concept artist, Daryl Tan, game producer, Monica Lee, associate art director, Peter Lee, and senior system designer, Gavin Winter. Okay, so let's kick things off and get into it. Peter, can you talk to us about Clash?
All right. Hello, Blizzcon. I wish I have a Chris Metzen voice. What up, Blizzcon? Focus. All right. As you can see, I am super excited to be here and share some of the content that we prepared, especially for Clash Map. So before I jump in, let me share a cool video with you guys. So can we play the video? All right. Is this map looks familiar to everyone? Cool. Yeah, Hanamura is one of my favorite map. We will talk more about that. But before I jump in, everything we are going to see today is very work in progress. And as a matter of fact, we were making a lot of changes even this week also. So please, look at this, screenshots and videos and concepts, as that, inside of your mind.
That big building in the back looks pretty familiar too.
I think that looks awesome, and we'll talk more about that. Yeah, so our original 2CP maps were absolutely gorgeous. However, due to challenges we had with the 2CP mode, we had to remove some of those iconic maps, from our rotation, including Hanamura. There are beautiful, lots of beautiful maps in our game, yet Hanamura in particular has a special place in our hearts for many reasons. Let me share my story. When you are trying to create a world that no one has seen before, there's a little bit of uncertainty and a lot of question, as you can imagine. Am I doing it right? What is the world that we are trying to build, Aaron? And as what Chris Metzen mentioned yesterday, sometimes very epic thing can start with a small heartfelt moment. And this is the perfect example. I still remember the day that I created this concept. I was walking down the back alley of the Japan street with the Google map, and I got obsessed about a small mom and pop store, and I loved it. And I was thinking, yes, let's expand this world with our lens. It was a magical moment that I cannot forget. Just like that, Hanamura was one of the first locations that really made a team feel, this is it. This is Overwatch. Yes, we can build this world. Our vision of this universe instantly became clear. So after we retired some of those iconic maps, we have wanted to find a way to bring them back, because Hanamura is loved and known to our players and to our characters. Also, there were so many stories that we had developed around this city, right? So, now with this new Clash mode, it was our perfect opportunity to bring our Hanamura back. However, the big question was, how can we do this without making it feel artificial? Considering we did not want to remove the original location from our game. Instead, we wanted to expand the world because identity is so important in our game. So we made a new section of Hanamura, a street right next to the original map. And we named our map Hanaoka, meaning flower hill. You can picture the image, right? When you play this map, you can even see some section of the original Hanamura, the map in the backdrop. As you can see in this screenshot, there is a famous Rikimaru ramen shop, and you can see the gate right behind it, right?
We all know what that gate is.
That's a pretty famous choke point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, when you play this game, you should be able to tell where you are roughly. During this process, we also made a few new assets that can hint at the stories of Shimada clan and Hashimoto clan, also Kiriko's yokai group, and many others. So as an example, what you're seeing on the screen, the tiger represents Hashimoto clan, and the dragon represents the Shimada clan in our story. So we created a new wall painting, so subtly melting the story into our environment. I don't know if you can feel it, but every step and decision we made for this Hanaoka map was pretty exciting personally as a fanboy. And I hope this map also makes you excited as well.
Yeah, that joy that that joy that Peter and his team have put into the Hanaoka map really is infectious. And we're very excited for players that loved Hanamura to re-experience it, and for players that are new to feel that wonder for the first time. All of our maps are these beautiful works, and Hanaoka pushes that even further. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Clash, it's the third new game mode that we've made for Overwatch 2, the third new game mode we've made for all of Overwatch after Push and Flashpoint. I think it's probably important to go into a bit of why we even make new game modes for Overwatch. We think it's really important to always be developing new maps, and we put out several of them every year. But each time we do it, when we build a map for a known game mode, one that we already have, we can only make so many changes to that map. Like an escort map, it's always going to have 3 sections, and we use really hard corners in those to provide choke points for the offense to get through. We try to provide as much variety in those, but we really can't make something completely different until we start working on an entirely new type of objective, entirely new types of game modes. Like if you look at something like one of our escort maps like Dorado, and then you compare that to something like our Flashpoint map like Suravasa, you can see those are very different levels. And they provide different, a different type of gameplay experience too. There's different strategies when you play on different types of game modes. There's different heroes and team compositions that you might want to pick. So we think it's really important for us to continue to do that. I don't know how long we'll continually make a new game mode every year, but we're not at the point where we think we ought to stop yet. And so let's talk a little bit about the history of Clash and the history of 5CP, because Clash has 5 control points laid out in a row. This is not the first time the Overwatch team has tried to make a 5CP map. We originally started making it for Volskaya. Volskaya Heavy Industries started as a 5CP map. Our early prototypes were of that. And we had 5 control points laid out in a row. And originally we called it Iron Star. These images right here were pieces that Peter did a long time ago as we were working on Iron Star. And I think you did these when we were on Project Titan before Overwatch, right? Yeah, how old are these images, do you think?
I don't exactly recall, but I like it. It looks cool.
Like maybe 2010 or something like that. And so we even had 5 CP maps on Project Titan that we were doing. And we even had a variant of it that was a 3 CP map. And when you look at 3 CP, where there's like a point in the middle and one on each side, it's almost like a symmetrical version of Assault, or what the community would call 2 CP for Overwatch. I'm assuming most of you know what it is. If you're new to Overwatch 2 and didn't play the original game, 2 CP was a game mode where there was an offense and a defense, and the offense would try to capture 2 control points in a row. And we had a lot of issues with 2 CP that we were never really able to solve. And the 2 biggest ones, they're related to each other. The offense sometimes would just get stalled out at the first choke point in an assault map. And the way those maps were designed, because there's only 2 objectives, we really favored the defense from a level design point of view. But sometimes the offense would make no progress in the map, time would run out, they would lose. It felt like the match had like no story to it, almost like nothing even happened over the course of that game. And on the other side, sometimes because Overwatch can be a game that snowballs a bit, the offense would get an early pick, they'd win a team fight, instantly take the first point, they'd all have their ults, run to point B, wipe out the enemy team, and then like win the whole game or the round if it was competitive, and they could do all of this in under a minute.
30 seconds sometimes.
And yeah, in 30 seconds in like the most extreme examples. And it just felt like on the defense, you had like no opportunity to respond to that. Like the answer was like, you shouldn't have one person die very early in the match, you know? And it's like, it didn't work. So we spent months and months trying to fix it. And we never were really able to come up with something that worked that didn't require us to completely rebuild some of those maps. One of the things we did try was we like greatly expanded the cap time for those control points. It was like over a minute to take them some of the time. There was some promise there. It was a lot of fun. But the way those maps are built, defending a point from the defense never really worked. The map geometry didn't really like let that happen in like a fluid way. But we kind of always kept that in the back of our mind. So when we started to develop Clash, we thought of some of those experiments because we knew the community had a love for Assault, a love for 2 CP, because when it played right, it was pretty amazing. Like, I really loved Assault. And so we started thinking of a version of it, maybe it's not a successor, but at least some of the mechanics were inspired by 2 CP, and so we started working on Clash. And so I can get into a bit of the rules and the way Clash works. That, I guess, was the preamble for the way Clash works. I was a history major. I always go into the past before I get to the future, sorry. So there are 5 control points. And at the start of the game, each team owns the 2 control points that are closest to their side of the map. And the middle point is the neutral control point. That's the one that both teams are going to fight over. For all the people here at BlizzCon, you can think of it as BlizzCon. Point C is the Overwatch World Cup. The arena over here is point A, and the Warcraft section is point E, all the way down at the other end of the halls. The center control point is going to unlock, and both teams fight over that. When one team captures that, a new control point is going to unlock in the direction that the offense is moving. If you've played other multiplayer games with 5 CP, typically those have 2 control points active at any time. We don't do it here. We just have one at a time. Every time we've tried to make more than one objective active for Overwatch, the game just doesn't work the same as it does. Like, some of the magic is gone. The magic of Overwatch is 2 teams working together for a common objective, and the heroes sort of like relying on each other to do that. In this example, point D would unlock. If team 1 were to take point D, they would then point E would unlock. And if they were to actually go all the way through and capture point E, then team 1 would win. It doesn't happen that often. It's very defensive favor at that point. It even takes longer to capture as the offense. And so typically this match starts moving back and forth, and the offense will push a certain distance, and then they won't take the next point. The defense will take it, and then the defense starts moving. So it almost feels a little bit like 2CP, but you're moving back and forth across the map. Each of these points, when you take one, your team will score a point. So we do have a maximum score in there. Sometimes 5CP can devolve into these hour-long matches where nobody's able to push all the way through. That's our early out in this phase where you get to a certain score. We're still tuning that right now, but you'll hit a certain score, and then your team will also win right there.
Aaron, would you say it's our sweatiest game mode yet?
Some people on the team say that this is like the sweatiest version of Overwatch because you do move back and forth a lot. You have a lot of moments where there's a lot less chokes in a map like this. We don't have the same sort of chokes that 2CP did. So there's a lot of free movement back and forth, and there's a lot of cool strategies you can have. You know you're going to take a point sometimes, and you start pushing your team forward to start just getting a positional advantage on the next one. It can be really fun.
Yeah, something I really like about this process that we were developing this game. Not like we wait a long time before we finalize anything, and we were just quickly building it and blocking it out and put it in the game and test it and get the feedback and fix it and re-put it in the game. So that kind of collaboration between our team members was very meaningful and in a way very similar to the fast sweetest game mode, the fast paced the game mode. So
yeah, it's like really interesting to think about. Like the team really came together for this. Our team has grown a lot over the years. We have a lot of new people on the Overwatch team, and this is the first time that we've actually created a new game mode from scratch with all new people on the team. Gavin Winter was a part of it. The level designer on it, Morton, he wasn't on the original Overwatch, and so these people really came together. And it's like this new team, this new group of people that were able to pull this off. And I'm so proud of all of them to be able to do something like this. Okay, so that's Clash. And we're going to talk a lot more about PvP changes coming to the game and heroes. But before we get into that, Monica, can you get into some of the PvE updates that are coming?
Yeah, super excited to be here chatting with you guys. PvE encompasses so many different things, and we are working on some really fun stuff for next year. For most of it, we don't have any specifics that we can share just yet. I know I'm a monster, I'm sorry. But it's really awesome to see how invested people are and what's going to happen with the Overwatch story, both canon and non-canon, with the heroes and the universe. The team has received some really great feedback from players that we're going through, and we're using all of that to inform how we develop all of the cool stuff coming next. But for right now, I'm really excited to share some major updates coming in Season 8 for Hero Mastery. The thing that I really love about Overwatch is that it isn't just one thing, there's something for everyone. For folks that wanted a solo challenge and leaderboard experience, we introduced Hero Mastery this past September. It's been so much fun for us to see players in the courses trying to top their previous scores and get better, so we're really excited to expand the roster of playable heroes.
Those scores go to the 100th of a second now.
That's too OP. Coming in Season 8, we'll have 5 new heroes joining Hero Mastery. Those will be Diva, Echo, Genji, Lucio, and Mei. Plus, we're also excited to have leaderboard resets go live with this update, and we'll also be introducing replay bookmarks, so you can rewatch parts of your gameplay and look for areas to improve your score.
I really enjoyed Hero Mastery. Personally, as being a support main, I don't support mains. As a being a support main, I don't get to play the tank too much. I wanted to expand my hero roster, but I didn't have a proper introduction to that role. So Hero Mastery was the perfect opportunity for me to jump in and like practice my skill. And especially when I was doing that with run art, like it was such a great moment for for me to learn the a control of charge, when to charge, how to stop, like how early should I stop. So that was just the very fun moment that I had with Hero Mastery. Yeah.
Are you a top 500 Reinhardt now?
Getting close.
Close. Soon. Keeping with the philosophy of having something for everyone, we don't want to limit the Hero Mastery experience for folks who want to play with their friends or maybe meet new ones in game. For me, Overwatch has been a social game, and we're really looking forward to bringing that into Hero Mastery next year with Hero Mastery Gauntlet. This new 3-player co-op mode features the Hero Mastery Art Kit, bots, and all new gameplay that is focused on enemy waves and tower defense. We have some work-in-progress footage up here where you could see the 3 Gauntlet towers, which are our objective points. The goal for the team is to defend the towers from attacking bots. There'll be exploding bots, flying bots, all sort of varieties there. And it's really fun to challenge juggling the defense of 3 towers, the different kinds of bots, and different ways to power up. And so as a result, you want to make sure that you are defending really well in your towers, getting power-ups on all of them. There's airstrikes that you could call in if you're being swarmed by bots, or you could generate healing for the entire team.
This is awesome. As I just shared, I had a lot of fun with the Hero Mastery, right? But now you can play Hero Mastery plus I'm a big fan of a tower defense mode. And you can do that with your friends?
Yeah.
Yep,
and there's leaderboards for this too. So there's going to be a crazy race when this one comes out. And it's really, really hard too. It's a great thing.
Yeah, I played it recently, and my 2 of my towers just went down immediately. Gotta practice some more.
I had a really funny moment on Monday. We were doing a stream on J3's stream, and someone in the chat asked, would we ever do a tower defense mode? And I said, that is very interesting.
Interesting you asked that. When Gauntlet ships, we're gonna have heroes rotate seasonally, and we're also gonna have new custom rewards from challenges. We really want each game to feel highly replayable and really unique, so we're really excited for you all to jump into Gauntlet with your friends next year.
Cool. It's gonna be super, super fun. Okay. So we've heard just a little bit of feedback on our competitive system since we did a rework last year, and we've listened to all of it. It's important for us to hear what you all have to say. So we've been hard at work on a pretty big overhaul to it, and Gavin is here to talk us through it.
Thanks, Aaron. First, I want to tell you about our approach to improving competitive play. So, as most of you know, we have some big problems to solve. We're not transparent about how we construct our matches, how your rank is determined, or how our rewards function. Most of you have all the golden weapons you'd ever want, so giving you competitive points doesn't feel great. And since we launched Overwatch 2, we've had issues with the way players are distributed at our highest and lowest ranks. But thankfully, though, these problems make our goals pretty straightforward. We need to put more feedback in the game about every aspect of competitive that we can. We need new rewards and improved clarity around how to get them. And we need to address the pain points, things like how bad it feels to be on a loss streak.
Yeah,
So,
we've heard that a lot. We've definitely heard that a lot.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good to have 14 losses.
No. So in Season 9, we're introducing a variety of changes to competitive play. First, we're removing the requirement to get 5 wins or 15 losses to get a competitive update. So, loss streaks would guarantee that you were going to rank down, so what's the incentive to keep playing if you're on one? In its place, we're adding a new page that makes your rank more transparent than ever. Let's go. We call this the competitive overview. With this new system, your rank will update after every match, win or loss. The progress bar at the bottom shows exactly how much your rank increased after this win. You can see that ranking up to Plat 5 is on the right, and ranking down to Gold 2 is on the left.
And when you hit that, so when you win a game and it hits Plat 5, you immediately rank up to Plat 5. You're not waiting extra games to do something like that. It just happens.
Yeah. Yeah. So we call those green arrows below that progress bar rank modifiers. They show why your rank changed the way it did. So, since we want to be as precise as possible. So these are explained in detail by the information button on this page, but an example here is streak. This one means you ranked up even more because you're on a win streak. We'll talk about that smaller progress bar in the top right in a moment, but as you can see at the bottom, we've also added a link that takes you straight to the final scoreboard.
Yeah, and there's also a rank progress. It might be hard to read. It's a little bit small on the screen, but it's right above that bar right there. And right now it says your rank progress is 85%. So you can see you're exactly 85% of the way to the next rank. There's a lot of people, when we get feedback, a lot of people were asking us to bring SR back. It was the system that we had on Overwatch 1. And we did have a few issues with SR, and maybe like two of the biggest ones are one, it was a very arbitrary number to just say you were 2374.
Arbitrary. 2374. Everybody knows
right.
what a 2374 is.
And it does, like we recognize it does take on meaning after a while for people that are playing with it. What we're hoping here is that you're gold 1 and you're 85. You're 85% of the way through gold 1, and that actually has more meaning for the vast majority of players. And also at the same time, the difference between a gold 3 and a gold 4 sometimes is just, it's like less than 4 wins away from each other. And so that wasn't necessarily conveyed very well through the SR system. We really like having these divisions in there, and we really want people to know precisely where they are in that division, and so that's the reason we went this way. Obviously, we listen to feedback, like the system can evolve over time, but this is where it's at right now.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So when we launch Season 9, we'll also be resetting ranks and bringing placements back to Overwatch 2. So this isn't a full MMR reset, but it will give you a chance to make a big change to your rank because your placements games will count for a lot more. We want to do that every year, along with some big changes to our systems and hero balance. We want to give everyone a chance to earn a new rank because we'll also be redistributing players at all ranks. Those of you in Bronze 5, Silver 5, and Silver 4 know how hard it can be to rank up in our current system, and we can fix that with the redistribution. Those of you in Grandmaster 1 also know that we have more Grandmasters than we ever did in Overwatch 1. So, as part of this redistribution, we're also adding a new rank above Grandmaster called Ultimate. We want to update our competitive rewards every year, too. So in Season 9, we'll be adding Emerald Weapons. Now, this art's not final, but hopefully it gives you an idea of the types of rewards we want to add each new year.
I need those emerald Zenyatta balls. They look so cool.
Me too.
Oh my God.
So when we add Emerald Weapons, we'll convert all of our current competitive points into a legacy currency that you can still spend on golden weapons if you want. But to show these off, you'll need to earn competitive points in the new season.
Yeah, and I think what's like really exciting about this, I love the new redesign, but there is this annual cadence that we are trying to bring into the competitive side in Overwatch. And I know when we first launched Overwatch 2, the seasonal reset and placement was very controversial. But this is going along with a whole set of additional rewards, a redistribution of players across the ranks. And we think that initial set of placements now is worth it to get everything else that we've got. And it's also like a really exciting moment for players to look forward to on an annual basis.
Yeah, every 2 months was probably way too often.
Yeah.
So going back to solving our problems. We know that the competitive challenges page was really confusing, and that was the only place to see how to earn our rewards. So we're removing competitive challenges and building a new page to show progress towards seasonal rewards. We think this page is a much cleaner way to show rewards and the requirements to get them. You may have also noticed that smaller progress bar in the top right again. Instead of our old end-of-season challenges that rewarded competitive points based on your final rank, Wins and losses both progress you toward big payouts of competitive points. But just like our current weekly challenges, wins grant a lot of bonus progress. And another small improvement we're going to make is showing the range of ranks in the match instead of just the average. You can see that in the top left. We're also planning a lot of bigger changes after Season 9, like with grouping in competitive, for example. We want players to be able to play with their friends, so we'll be removing most of our current grouping restrictions. To do that, though, we have to rethink how we make competitive matches. So if you're a diamond player and you want to group with your bronze friend, we'll allow that, but we'll classify your group as a wide group. You'll only play against other wide groups. And we'll try to find groups with a similar shape as yours. So if you're a diamond tank and your friend is a bronze support, we'll try to find another diamond tank and bronze support for the other team. No promises. As you probably guessed, the existence of wide groups also means we'll have narrow groups. And this is great as a solo player because you'll only ever play with narrow groups or other solos. So we expect to see some big improvements to match quality for solo players.
I'm kind of excited because I used to play Overwatch with my kids, but they're teenagers and they just started getting better than me. And my oldest ended up becoming masters, and we couldn't even group together anymore. So now with this new system, he'll have to find another excuse to not play with me.
Yeah, literal skill issue. Another win is this gives us fewer Smurfs. Since the only way to avoid our current grouping restrictions right now to play with your friends is to create new accounts. So you won't need to do that anymore.
Cool. Okay, so that's the update on the competitive system. And you can't play comp without heroes. And I know we teased a few heroes in opening ceremony yesterday. And Daryl's team has created some amazing concept art to show for some of those heroes. Take it away.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Creating such a visually unique and beautiful game like Overwatch 2 takes a lot of time and iteration. In the Malga Deep Dive panel yesterday, the team went through some of these processes, from coming up with a hero idea, to drawing the concept art, to the modeling, then building their abilities, and actually putting it all into the game. We have a bunch of hero ideas and concepts always brewing. And during the opening ceremony, Aaron teased 2 of these heroes, so let's get into them. Next year, we'll be releasing 3 new heroes: a tank, a support, and a damage hero. Internally, we are already testing all 3 of these heroes in their various states.
And more. We're testing more heroes.
And more. And more. Always more. Even though they're already undergoing testing, we aren't ready to show all 3 of them just yet. The hero coming in Season 14 is far enough that we're going to keep that work to ourselves for now. I have to stress that a lot can still change this far out, including abilities and even their in-game models. But here is what we can show you. In Season 12, the next support hero will be released. Currently known on the development team by the codename Space Ranger. She will be our first hero for the Mars colony.
She's so cute. I love her so much.
Thanks, Monica. We aren't quite ready to show her in action just yet, but we do have some early concept art of what she currently looks like. Yeah. I won't dive into her kit either, but she's a highly mobile support hero who has quite a bit of vertical mobility. To that end, she has no lack of thrusters on her suits and all over her boots as well. And when we say that things are still changing, Space Ranger is a perfect example. Her gun has already changed from what we're showing here. Not only that, but as production moves along, we will inevitably run into other elements on her design we will have to iterate on. When we fully reveal her for Season 12, we can talk about all the changes we made to her from the early drawings that you guys see over here to the final model and the final concepts. So, Space Ranger likes battling her foes from air and space. How about a hero now that battles from under the ground? In Season 10, you'll get to play as our newest damage hero, Venture. They are our 2.5 Canadian hero. People often forget that Farah is half Canadian, myself included.
I'm half Canadian too.
The fantasy we're going for with Venture is that of a swashbuckling archaeologist. They have an unquenchable thirst for past treasures and hidden secrets, and will go any which way to get to them. And for Venture, that way is often down. Venture uses their powerful drill to dig through the map to attack the opposing team. Because this drill was so complex in its moving pieces, right, and has a lot of cylindrical geometry, Cajun Wang, our senior concept artist who worked on Venture, decided to employ 3D modeling early in the ideation phases, even for the weapon. And now I'll toss it over to Aaron to show you guys some of how this weapon works.
Yeah, okay, so we have some early gameplay footage of Venture from a recent playtest. Here we go, this is the loading screen. We always do those kind of like silly little portraits. One of our artists, Taki, does those before they're ready. Burrowing underground is kind of amazing, so they can like burst up out of the ground, do additional damage, has vertical mobility to it. They move around the map really well. This weapon is amazing. It shoots a projectile out a set distance and it explodes right there. It's really nice to be able to hit people even around corners with that thing when they duck out of the way. The dig also, it's like the most important part of this is it makes you invulnerable, you know? So it's like you can't be hit when you're underground. It's a great way to escape. It's also a great way to get in close to players. You pop up like that, and then you have a dash as well. And so the dash, you can do it in the air. You can dash underground if you want to when you're moving. It's all around just like a really, really fun kit to use. We have this idea or this goal that we try to do with heroes on Overwatch, and I think we're able to hit it on DPS heroes a little bit more than some of the other ones. But as much as we can, we just want it to be fun to hit the buttons. You know, like move around a space and just kind of have like some joy there. And Venture, I think, is one of those heroes where they just are fun to hit the buttons with.
Hey, Aaron, to expand on that point, when I was playtesting Venture, I also literally, just keep hitting, the button, to borrow in and out, without any reason. But it was feeling so snappy. Just a big shout out to our animation and FX team to make this happen.
Yep.
So this felt good.
Now we didn't show the ult. We're holding that till season 10 until we fully reveal the hero. So there's more to come. These are just some of the things that the team is working on. There's so much more. And next year, we'll like have a lot more things to talk to you about, a lot more things to reveal than we could have just fit here within 45 minutes.
I want to say that improving the overall play experience is really important to us. And this goes beyond just game modes and new heroes, but also how everyone engages with the game's meta systems. So one last thing I want to mention that I know people are really interested in is a set of changes and updates to the Battle Pass. An initiative we're working on for next year is a redesign of the Battle Pass. And we're deep in the process of working through this, which means we aren't ready yet to go through the details. But I want to give you a small glimpse of what we're thinking. One goal is to offer players more agency when it comes to the Mythic Skin reward. Let me talk through a couple of specific cases. Players progressing through the Premium Battle Pass today are able to unlock the latest Mythic Skin each season. But what if you don't play the hero with that Mythic Skin? It's going to make the Battle Pass a little less exciting to you. In a different case, you miss the chance to get Cyber Demon Genji because you weren't around to play that first season. What we want to do is to address both of these scenarios by giving you the option to earn any single Mythic Skin we've ever released when you play through the Premium Battle Pass. But beyond this, we're aiming to make play in Overwatch 2 more rewarding with a total set of changes to the Battle Pass. We'll have more to share on that next year. Some of what we presented may change between now and release, but we wanted to be as open as possible on what we're developing, planning, or even thinking about. And this doesn't even touch on the longer-term franchise plan, but that's really a discussion for another day. Finally, I want to say that everyone here represents hundreds of employees on our team who care so much about this game and this work, and we can't wait to release it all. Thank you, BlizzCon.
Yeah, I'll add on to that really quick. This team is made of like so many talented, amazing people, and this is just a small glimpse of everything that we're working on. And even a glimpse of things that we didn't talk about today, like an image of a Peru map that's coming in the future that we also started this presentation off with. And there was, I'm sure people will talk about it online in the next few days, some other Easter eggs in this presentation that kind of give hints at some of the things that are coming next year as well. So thank you everyone so much, and we'll see you on the streets of Hanaoka.
What a day. It's good to be alive. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I wasn't always the friendly, carefree guy you see before you today. I used to take things very seriously. I never had time for fun. One day I realized something had to change. I needed to work on me. Now I've got a whole new outlook on life. I realized that it's okay to put myself first. Found out that I have a knack for bringing people together. Whoa! And I learned how to let loose with friends. I work hard. And I play hard. So, I only have one question for you. Ready to have some fun?
What's up, everybody? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm excited. It's great to be here. But, you know, working on our Overwatch hero takes a full team, and I'm thrilled to introduce some of the amazing people who helped bring him to life. We have Kyunso, our narrative designer. Alec Dawson, our lead hero designer. Foster, senior test analyst. And the amazing Rakan, our senior character artist. Okay, so we probably talk about Malga or any panel forever, but we only have like 45 minutes, so let's just jump right into it. Kyunso, let us know a little bit about Malga's backstory.
Of course. As Dion mentioned during the opening ceremony, people have been fans of Malga or manga for a very long time. We've released 6 heroes with Overwatch 2, and for most of them, if not all, people have been speculating if it was going to be manga. But here's a very quick introduction of him for anyone who doesn't know who he is. He was originally introduced in 2019 in the second Overwatch short story, What You Left Behind, written by Alyssa Wong. It's a story that follows Baptiste, and manga makes quite the appearance. Manga and Baptiste worked for Talon, and they were pretty close friends before Baptiste left. And manga made an immediate impact.
They are kind of like frenemies.
Yeah. I mean, look at him. Look at that sly, self-satisfied grin. He's just a guy who wants to have fun. Woo! Yeah, that's right. But be careful. Behind his grin, there's always a threat. And he uses his big jockey personality to hide his cunning side. One of my favorite lines in that short story is when he just goes, "It gets real Shakespearean up in here." He's our first Samoan hero, and we worked really hard to get that right. Throughout his development, the team worked with 3 cultural consultants, and they also helped us refine the Samoa map. And beyond the cultural consultants, we also worked with the brilliant Samoan tattoo artist, C.E. Lufau, to get his tattoo just right, because they have such a huge cultural significance in Samoan culture. It represents their heritage, their past, present, and future. So we knew we had to get this right.
Yeah, it was interesting when we first started to dig into the tattoo. We had done some drawings where Omnix were tattooing on Mauga's back. And once we started to work with CE, he was like, a tattoo is something that a human transfers to a Samoan.
It's a sacred experience,
Right.
yeah.
And so he had given us his feedback that the depiction of a robot or something without a soul basically transferring a tattoo was not the right thing. And so this was what's so fun about meeting these different people, the different culture experts. They really worked hand in hand with the character artists and the narrative designers. And just, we had fun figuring this out. And Mauga's such a fun and unique hero. This includes his lore, the art, the design history, his abilities. As you all have either played him already on the show floor or at home, because you can play him right now, you should get you kind of get what you're actually experiencing with him. So, to talk a little bit more about the abilities, Alex, you want to break it down what his gameplay is like?
Yeah, let's talk about Mauga and sort of what he brings as a tank to Overwatch. His style gameplay, he can either charge in alone or he can go with his team, right? Because he's this big, high threat level who sustains through dealing damage. And that's how he's really unlike a lot of the other tanks is, he has this passive that actually keeps him up as he deals critical damage. So it's one of the things where he's constantly in the fight, he's brawling, he's destructive, because that's the way he is keeping himself alive and in the fight. Another thing he does is his guns are hit scan. When developing Mauga, the team really wanted to look at a tank that could counter Pharah or Echo and have an ability to actually contest them while they're in the air from afar or even up close. So when looking at Mauga, there was a few things the team really wanted to get right. And talking with Josh Snow, our lead balance designer and the point designer for Mauga, he talks about the guns being core to this hero. Mauga is one of those kits, say like Widowmaker, where the gun comes first and then all the rest of the abilities follow. Along with his weapons, though, we also wanted to make sure we could have abilities for a character of this size. Mauga is huge. He's huge in game, as you may have already seen. He's the biggest hero that we have in the game so far. So what do you have to do to compensate for that size? He's a big target. And then finally, it was about getting this personality right. He's aggressive, he's destructive, he's in your face, but he's also smarter than he looks. And that really started with the character that narrative and art were telling.
I think he's about 7 feet or.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
The biggest character we made so far. And I mentioned earlier that his name Mauga means mountain in Samoan, so we had no choice but to make him big. And had you guys touched on it, he has this. I really like his playstyle. It's very. It feels brutal, but there's a lot of strategy behind the approach. And Overwatch heroes aren't just about their abilities. We take great pride in their personalities too. In the short story that you mentioned, published around summer 2019. Then we suddenly released Sigma later, if you guys remember. And actually Sigma was we envisioned him as Mauga at first. And as we started to play with these psychic abilities and the different powers that this character that would eventually become Sigma, but we intended it to be Mauga, it just didn't feel right. He's a big dude, like Foster was there when we were trying out a bunch of abilities. And it just, Mauga wasn't the guy, like I think you mentioned, he doesn't psychically throw the rock at you. He picks the rock up and throws it at you. And so we decided to pivot during that time.
Yeah, so these are both tanks, right? But as we developed the tank kit that became Sigma, we kept coming back to Maga's personality, and that he's this big guy, he's smart, he's very aggressive, and even if he had the ability to psychically throw a boulder at you, he wouldn't. He would pick it up. It's a show of force to pick up a boulder and hurl it at someone. And then along with that, in Sigma's kit, he has his barrier. How does a guy holding 2 giant guns, named Gunny and Cha-Cha, hurl this barrier out? How does he deploy that? So from a game perspective, that wasn't really working out, so we kind of drew that back. And we released Sigma. We pivoted to Sigma there. And then for Maga, we just went back to the drawing board and thought more, how can we nail down this personality type? How do we make the hero he's supposed to be and not kind of force abilities on a personality that it doesn't really fit with? And so we developed that mentality, but that physicality, and that was in tandem with ability design and then also with art, where we looked at, okay, how do we represent this giant of a man? And it came down to giant guns.
Yep. Yeah, it was really, that part was subverting expectations and didn't necessarily make sense for Malga in particular, right? But Rakan, I think the guns, you worked a ton on them. Do you want to go expand on that?
Yeah. Something that I really love about working on these heroes is how we almost challenge each other and push our different teams in new ways. Malga is super fun, but that's only because the team making him that way. How his design has changed, his story has evolved, and seeing his abilities be refined, it's a full team effort to line these pieces up.
So let's get into his specific abilities. He has these massive chain guns, Gunny and Cha-Cha, two of my favorites. Alex, what do they bring to the fight?
Yeah, so he has these 2 guns, but unlike other dual-wielding heroes, such as Reaper, each one does something different, and they can also be fired together, right? So let's watch the video to take a look at these in action real quick. So you have his incendiary chain gun, his left quick, that sets opponents on fire. It takes 10 hits to set the opponent on fire, so they'll be in a burning state, or they become vulnerable to his right click, his volatile chain gun. And when you deal damage with that, it deals critical damage. This is pretty important because whenever Malga deals critical damage, whether it be through volatile chain gun or through headshots, he actually gains temporary health as well. So this was a part that we really wanted to get right in its development, where there was this mini game between both of the guns. It allows Malga to play at actually different types of ranges. Malga can play really up close, rail on both guns at the same time, or he can be a little bit pokey sometimes. A little bit of left click, a little bit of right click, and get to that rhythm that can actually deal a lot of damage.
And that on-fire ability, where he lights someone on fire, is actually really unique for our game because it also works in tandem with Ash's dynamite. If you light a target or a bunch of targets on fire with an Ash on your team, then he gets that crit damage across all of them as long as they're on fire. So there's a little more cohesion between hero selection now than there used to be. And that's something new that we've done. This also, as you mentioned, works with his passive, his Berserker passive. He gains bonus health from all those. So if Ash lights up the entire team, you can go crazy getting your extra crits and your additional health and everything, and it's really amazing.
Yeah, that's what Malga's really using to keep himself alive in a fight. He wants to make sure he gets that critical damage, set opponents on fire, and then right click to get the bonus health.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The fire passive was kind of a really interesting development issue we had to work around, because adding fire to Malga's kit, which is a really cool idea, it added a lot of challenges visually to the game. So artistically, there's a lot of people on fire now in the game. And with so many visual elements, it would be asking even more people's systems, the game engine, to possibly 2 different heroes are setting people on fire. These 2 different visual, we need to figure out how to kind of separate the 2 so that you knew who was doing what. This also complicates things for players that may also be colorblind from distinguishing what types of fire damage would be a little bit more trickier and could lessen their experience. By combining all this together, we put our heads together, and we came up with a really fun pairing mechanic that isn't overpowered, but could be really fun to play with. It's like a nice bonus.
Yeah. And if you're all wondering where the silly, silly names of Cha-Cha and Gunny came from.
I am wondering.
It actually came from just joking around in team chat. I think we were all agreeing that Manga is the type of guy to give his guns Pet names. One of the top contenders was lefty and righty, but Alec here didn't really like that. So it sounds really stupid, I know, but we just took the first 3 letters from chain gun, and made it Cha-Cha.
Okay.
And Gunny, because duh, it's a gun. And the team really liked it. Okay. And Rakan here just threw the ball out of the park, and he actually implemented the names into the guns' designs themselves.
So speaking about lefty and righty, I mean Cha-Cha and Gunny, being that he has 2 weapons and they deliver different types of damage, it was really interesting challenge to get the look just right. If you look at the earlier concept, you'll see that his weapons looks different from the one that we have now. Well, the concept looked great. Once we put that in the game, it just didn't look right from the first-person angle. So then we had to go back for the concept, rework them. And fun fact about these guns, they are the biggest guns in the game, but they are also the biggest guns in the game. So, for Mauga. I want to say a huge shout out to Mauga Strike Team. I know your guys are out there. And especially Jeff Mianowski for the awesome work that he did on the character.
Yep.
And also for the tech team, especially John Curran, who did an incredible job with adding new technology to Mauga, which I'm going to say some big words now, so focus with me. Mauga has the first fully automatic muscle system in his body. We've never done that before. So while he's moving his arm, you see the bicep. I mean, don't look, zoom in here, right here. See how the bicep? All of that, Mauga got it automatic. So again, our tech team is just doing incredible work. And if you look at this slide, it all started as a joke. These guns, I bet they're bigger than Tracer, right? And then I just put this scene quickly together. I'm like, yep, they are definitely bigger than Tracer. So technically, Mauga's running around holding 2 Tracers like that.
That's why they're orange, right?
Yeah, exactly.
This is our new scale. How many Tracers is it?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to make guns this big again, but
Here you can see the before and after, like how we had to adjust the barrel size. So it was just right in the 1P because once we put them in the game, they were blocking too much from the view. And I know you guys love the whole thing to be clear as possible. So we fixed it. And if you think about like Tracer and Reaper, they have 2 guns, right? But Mauga's gun is, I would say, a little bit bigger than these guns. So that's why that issue showed up when we did these guns, and we just edited it. And hopefully now it just looks perfect, and you guys will love it.
Yeah. And beyond his guns, his ability Overrun is also quite fun. Let's see a video of it in action. As you can see, he charges forward and he lands in a huge stomp, launching his opponents in the air. This, I think, perfectly encapsulates Mauga's personality.
Definitely. During Overrun, Mauga is actually unstoppable. He cannot be CC'd, you can't sleep him, you can't boop him, you can't stop him from getting where he wants to go, because he's this big guy who just needs to get where he needs to be. So once he starts going, he's going. Get out of his way and prepare for once he stops. Also, when he lands on an enemy, as you can see here with Reinhardt, if you are precise and land directly on an enemy, it's a brief stun. So if you've got a Cassidy preparing his ult and you want to stop that, you can charge right in and land on him, and that's a stun. It'll stun him right out of his ult.
So hacks.
Yeah, it's nice. It has a little bit of skill expression there. It's one of those abilities that was really important for Mauga that we had to get right because he is this big body. So if he's charging at you, it's really easy to CC him in that way. So adding Unstoppable here allows Mauga to get where he wants to go, get in the fight, rail down on both chain guns, like hold both those buttons down and deal a lot of damage. Right. But this ability in particular went through quite a bit of iterations. There was one version where Mauga would run up and launch the enemy behind him. I think a lot of the kit at the time was Mauga was an anti-air tank overall. So he was dealing critical damage to any enemy in the air. So you would throw them behind you, you'd turn around, you'd actually use Sigma's Rock as a combo back then. So yeah, this ability in particular, a bunch of iterations, and I really like this version that we ended up with. It is something that is forceful, allows Mauga to get in, and the stomp at the end was something that came in rather late in development, but it was just icing on the cake to an already great ability.
Right. Also, if you're curious about just avoiding it, compared to Reinhardt's charge, this can make the hairpin turn in Circuit Royale, so good luck avoiding it by going around a corner real quick.
Yeah. Poor Reinhardt. Cardiac Overdrive. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, Mauga's second ability here, Cardiac Overdrive. When thinking about Mauga's defensive capabilities, we wanted to match his personality and playstyle. He's destructive. He likes to get in. He likes to deal a bunch of damage. We'll look at the scoreboards later on today during your Mauga games. There's going to be a lot of damage from Mauga in particular. But how can we capture those things with the way Mauga sustains himself and also make him, help his team? The role of a tank to actually lift those allies up a little bit too. So let's take a look at Cardiac Overdrive here.
Yep. When you activate Cardiac Overdrive, Mauga and his nearby allies receive damage reduction and receive healing based on how much damage they do. It's a big lifesteal aura that gives your team the window to turn the fight in their favor. It pairs well with other heroes that have high damage output and are able to move with the aura. Here's like to get in the mix. If you think about a Reaper double dipping with Cardiac Overdrive with his own lifesteal, that's good. That's super scary. In this video, which should show up anytime right now.
I think we have a video queued up for it as well. You'll see Soldier 76 will be gaining some health right here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you look at Soldier HP as he's shooting with the Cardiac Overdrive, you can see how it's healing up. We visually needed to find a way to let you know that you are getting that aura. So on the screen, we added a burning effect. It's really important to find that balance, communicating to players that is going on without overloading the screen with too many different things that can either be distracting to or use up computer resources.
Yeah, this one went through quite a few iterations as well. Many of the early renditions of the ability were quite selfish, actually. He had this adrenaline meter where by dealing damage, you gain movement speed, and then you could consume some of it to actually heal yourself. And then that ended up becoming his Berserker passive. So a lot of that came in where it's like, hey, Mauga still wants some self-sustain in there. Another version that we tried left a pull on the ground instead of traveling with Mauga. But you'd be confined to this space, and it kind of fought against how aggressive Mauga wants to be. He really wants to use Overrun to get in there, and just deal a bunch of damage, be destructive, be brutal. So by putting what that ability was, ended up on the Berserker passive, it freed up Cardiac Overdrive to be something that you could use for your team. And with how it works now, encourages Mauga to use it, get in with his teammates, this big window of opportunity. Characters like Mei and Reaper really love this ability.
The sound design of this ability is worth shouting out as well. When you initiate the ability, you actually hear the sound of double racing heartbeats because leaked fun fact, Mauga has 2 hearts. He received a cybernetic heart during a pretty intense battle, and then later on upgraded his organic one. And the sound team really hit it out of the park. It's such a visceral, powerful sound. It really makes you feel powerful in the moment. Yeah. And actually, you can see heart canisters in the Samoa map in Mauga's room for his, regularly cybernetic upgrades. And of course, alongside we can't forget his shark slippers, because Mauga likes to relax in style.
I need a pair of those.
Yeah, thank you to the environment art team, because they always take my silly ideas and just run with it without questioning me.
So speaking of heart canisters and shark slippers, that brings us to his ultimate, Cage Fight. So for his ultimate, Mauga deploys a barrier, and along with it, as you can see in the middle, a little totem that traps everyone inside that barrier with him. So any enemies that are in the location where he is, it isolates all of them with him for him to be able to take them on 1v1, 1v3, 1v5 if you're feeling spicy. But it isolates these targets by putting a huge barrier around him, which means the rest of the team might be locked off for them, and it keeps them inside, which can prevent them from getting where they need to go. So the biggest challenge when developing Cage Fight was keying into having players understand what this ult does and how it works. And so we developed it with these chains that are very visible and hold you in place, so you know you're trapped and you know you really need to knuckle down and defend yourself against this man who's coming at you with you trapped in here with him. And we have a video for that. So as you can see, when he deploys it, the Reinhardts are chained with him within this barrier. He can unload on them. You also might notice that he has infinite ammo during this ultimate, so people are trapped in short range with you, and you may as well just hold down both of your buttons at that point.
Yeah, it's an ultimate that can be quite versatile. depending on the situation, the team composition, the state of the battle, a lot of the times you really want to get one target in there, isolate them from the rest of their team, try to burst down a support. But sometimes, we've seen a lot of playtest people that go and they want to trap the whole team in there, right? I think there's already some combos online that people are discovering. If Malga traps the whole team in there, Lifeweaver can pull Malga out, but the rest of the enemies stay in that zone, stay in the cage fight. So there's a lot of things you can do here. Sometimes it's also just a giant barrier. It can just be this big barrier in the clutch because it has a bunch of health, quite big, takes up a lot of space.
And recently someone said, Malga is starting a fight he has no intention of losing, and a big part of that is knowing when and where to start that fight. So playing as Malga, at the lower level, just trapping people with you is a really good thing. It feels good, but at the higher levels, knowing when and where to deploy that to keep the tank from getting back to the point, to trap supports with you so they can't help their team, to trap a specific hero so that their supports need to decide if they need to jump in this barrier with you or not to try to defend them and protect them. You wind up with a lot of these cases where based on your comp and their comp, you can make some really interesting, fun decisions about how you should use this ult.
Yeah, and this was an ability that we actually tried previously as well. There's a bunch of iterations for other heroes at one point, right?
Yes, this was actually originally D.Va ult. Way back when we were developing D.Va.
Questionable version as well.
Yeah. Oh no, the D.Va version was actually a giant sphere that shot lasers at everybody inside of it. And we didn't go with that. It didn't feel good for that hero. But we never throw anything away, so we worked on it. There's been a few different iterations over the years, and with this one, I think we really nailed what we want.
Yeah, one of the most difficult things to get right, I think recently we tried this for Junker Queen as well at one point. One of the most difficult things to get right was the shape language of, or the communication going on here where you're in a barrier, but then you're also stuck there. So we tried some things where it was a physical wall, actually, instead of a barrier to sort of communicate that. But then the chains came in, and that was really the difference. And I think the strike team and everyone working on Malga knocked out of the park to finally get that one right.
Surprisingly, this is the one time that solo ulting someone is not overly frowned upon.
Wait, he's not saying you should do it, though.
Yeah, and for those of you playing him, keep an ear out, because if you trap only one enemy, there might be a fun little Easter egg voice line.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and before we finish up here, I do want to talk a little bit about, Malga and where he fits in the game, right?
Right. So
Malga, we envision him as being in a lot of different comps, similar, a lot of different rush comps, similar to Reinhardt or Junker Queen. If you think about heroes that are going to enable him, you think about heroes like Lucio that can really get him into a fight fairly quickly, or even someone who can sustain him. Malga's this big body. He needs a lot of healing, right? So maybe someone like Lifeweaver can help him out and actually keep Malga alive in that fight. And then tanks going against him. He is a tank that relies on dealing damage to keep himself alive. So if you think of who can prevent that, tanks like D.Va, tanks like Sigma are definitely ones that have a good chance against countering Malga.
That's awesome. Well, as you guys can see, the team really put a lot of love and care into these heroes. But Malga feels extra special. We really went that extra mile to make sure he was just right. But before we leave, I wanted to talk with the guys just really quickly. What has it been like working on? What has it meant to you working on Malga?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's just been an honor to work on one of the most anticipated heroes of Overwatch 2. The narrative foundation was so strong. It was just so much fun and a privilege to just build upon that. And I think we all sort of remarked on this when we were talking with all of the Samo and cultural consultants. They were all just so joyful. They had this joie de vivre. And we were all really inspired by that. So I think you could really see it in the hero. He's just a big guy. He wants to have fun. Yeah. And we really wanted to instill that part of the culture into the hero itself.
Awesome. Alex, he's finally out.
Yeah, I'm very excited. People are playing Malga right now. That's incredible. But I think one of the biggest things taken away from Malga's development is seeing how the team took the time to get Malga right. At one time we talked about Malga with Sigma. We also switched Malga for Matra to have more time on Malga in particular. And it was just the team taking the time to make sure that this hero in particular came out in the best iteration possible. So shout out to Josh No and the rest of the Malga Strike team for what we're going to release in Season 8.
Cool. And Foster.
Applause. Season 8.
Josh, no.
So.
Thank you.
So one of the things I really love about Overwatch Heroes is how big and bold and over the top they are. Their personalities as well as abilities in a video game. And Malga, I think, really nails that kind of big, bold personality that I love in our heroes. He's out there, he's open, he's big. And when we nail that really well, they become charismatic beyond the kinds of people they may actually be. So the previous hero that did this for me was Junker Queen. Junker Queen is this big, bold personality. Even though she's not the greatest person overall, you really connect with her and her personality and how big she is. And they're, what?
I love Junker Queen.
Have you seen what she does to Omnix?
And Rick, oh, sorry, you.
So, I think Malga also nails that, where despite what he does and his work with Talon and the kind of person he is, he's so big and lovable that you just really want to connect with him, and you do, and you enjoy playing him as a hero, as a person, as much as a tool set that really works with you in gameplay.
It's awesome.
Well, I gotta say, Malga is probably one of my favorite heroes for now. Like design-wise, I love it. And like getting to work on his guns and just seeing the process of how they started till the end, like how all the challenges that we got and how we just got through all of them and we got the final designs. That was just I will never forget that experience. And his personality, as Foster said, is incredible. I love him, and I need to know his workout routine, obviously. Like, look at that guy. Yeah, it's been an incredible journey working on this here for sure.
That's awesome. And yeah, for me, I kind of mentioned earlier in open ceremony, whenever we make an Overwatch hero, we really want people to see themselves in our hero. This guy looks like someone I know. He looks like me, or his abilities are super fun to play. And I think we really nailed this with Malga. And Overwatch in general is this globe-trotting adventure. You're traveling the world, you're meeting these different characters, these different heroes, and we're trying to hit every culture, represent everybody as best we can. And I feel like the effort that went into this one, it just was next level. So you guys are super awesome. And thank you to all you guys for joining us today. And have a fantastic weekend. And before we go, sorry, don't miss tomorrow's What's Next panel, where we'll be showing a bit more of the heroes coming after Malga, actually, with Aaron and friends. And my last thing I love about Malga is I love his guns. Not just these, but Gunny and Cha-Cha. And speaking of Cha-Cha,
All right, I made it down the stairs, so this can only go so badly now. Hello, and welcome to the Hearthstone What's Next panel. I'm Cora, and I'm the initial design lead on the Hearthstone team. I'm super excited to be up here today, along with some other incredible designers who will join us as the panel continues. We've got a lot to share about what's coming to the game across both standard Hearthstone and Battlegrounds. This year has already been absolutely packed with new stuff. We rocked and rolled in Festival of Legends, and we visited the iconic Ulduar Raid to meet the Titans. Battlegrounds explored a rework of the Buddies system, the return of quests, and anomalies that changed the fundamentals of the game. We're about to enter into Phase 3 of the year, and you already know about some of the new things that are coming. And speaking of new things, we are really excited about the introduction of catch-up packs. Thanks. We mentioned them at the opening ceremony, but let's make sure we really capture what they are all about. Catch-up packs contain up to 50 cards based on how many cards you've collected from previous sets. The catch-up packs for our next expansion, Showdown in the Badlands, we'll look back at all of the other sets in Standard. Voyage to the Sunken City, Murder at Castle Nathria, March of the Lich King, Festival of Legends, and Titans, and check how much of these sets you've already seen. For the expansions with the most uncollected cards, you'll get more stuff. And you can get up to 10 cards from each. Honestly, why don't I just show you what it looks like? Let's take a look at what just a single catch-up pack looks like for a player returning to Standard after a couple years away. It's flashy. We like a little pizzazz on the Hearthstone team. Okay, let's take one more look, but I think we can do better. This time we'll open a bunch of catch-up packs all at once with our recently released mass pack opening feature. That's a lot of cards. We really hope that this will help you get back into the game or maybe help a friend to pick up where they left off. Everyone is going to get 2 catch-up packs to open, and everyone here, plus BlizzCon collection holders out there, is going to get 3 more. Plus, if you pre-order an expansion bundle, good news, you get a bunch of these added to your bundle. And this includes those of you who already bought it, so please don't worry, you will get stuff too. Okay, that was a lot of technical stuff. Let's get into the fun.
Well, howdy, Hearthstone fans. I'm Edward Goodwin, the set lead for this expansion, and I'm here with Cora to tell you all about the story of our heroic outlaws and villainous townsfolk, and to reveal the final cards of the set. Let's start with a bang. Here's a famous outlaw that we got a sneak peek at today, Reno Lone Ranger. Say hello to Hearthstone's first neutral hero card. We tried to put him in just a single class, but he wouldn't listen. This is Reno's first chronological appearance in Hearthstone. We're going back in time to Reno and Elise's initial meeting and the start of their journey together. If your deck has no duplicates, Reno will make your opponent's entire board disappear, including cards like dormant minions and locations, leaving them with just a single board space on their following turn. We really wanted to capture the magic of a Wild West standoff at high noon. Your opponent will have to carefully choose which minion they want to play to challenge Reno in a high noon duel. Let's take a closer look at his hero power. Reno never goes anywhere without his trusty crystal hand cannon. It has 7 different kinds of ammo that it will randomly swap between at the end of your turn. Each crystal bullet deals 2 damage and comes with an additional magical effect. The various effects are all themed after a different spell school.
Okay, let's talk about why Reno is here in the Badlands. Long before Reno joined the League of Explorers, he was just a lone wanderer in search of profit. He heard through the grapevine that Bloodrock was the place to get rich, or die trying with a name like that. After wandering into town in search of a bounty, Reno was hired by Sheriff Eustace Barrelbrim to bring a group of outlaws to justice. In the sheriff's own words, these outlaws were the vilest, sickest scum this side of Azeroth. But after signing the mayor's contract and pursuing the bounty, Reno found the truth. The outlaw boss was none other than the noble Elise Starseeker.
Turns out the real villain was the sheriff himself, and the Azerite strip mine outside of the town was destabilizing the entirety of the Badlands. The townsfolk were digging up anything they could to get at those Azerite treasures. The bad news is, if they keep this excavation up, the Badlands will be destroyed. The good news is, if you keep this excavation up, you'll get a bunch of sweet loot. We've talked about the excavate keyword before, but to help you remember, let's drill down into the details. When you play a card with Excavate, you'll dig deeper and deeper into the Azerite mine. Every time you excavate, you'll get better and better stuff. The first time you excavate, you'll dig up a common 1-mana treasure like you see here. All of the Excavate treasures are designed to be used in a wide variety of circumstances, so while you won't know exactly what you're going to get, it will almost always be a powerful tool for your game plan.
Okay, let's take a look at the rare pool of Excavate treasures. As you can see, we have a couple ways to keep track of which Excavate tier you're currently on. You might have noticed that the first time you excavate, all of the treasures cost 1 mana. The second time, they all cost 2 mana, and that pattern continues with your third and fourth excavate. I know, so predictable. That, along with the rarity gem on these cards, will hopefully serve as a great reminder of what layer of the mine you're currently on.
Let's take a look at the third layer of the mine. This is where the treasures really start to ramp up in power. If you're not playing as one of the 5 Bloodrock aligned classes, this is the final layer of the mine that you'll be able to explore. While the Outlaw classes don't have a legendary excavate reward, it's still pretty fun to dig down into the mine. And we wanted to make sure that all the classes had access to the first 3 excavate tiers for non-constructed game modes like Arena. But if you are one of the 5 Bloodrock classes, hoo-wee! You'll get an exciting and unique specific legendary treasure. Take a look. The final layer of the mine is inhabited by some incredibly powerful Azurite elemental beasts. We wanted each one to fit with the various game plans of the different classes. For instance, Rogue wants to excavate a bunch of times with bounce effects like Shadow Step, and Death Knight wants to play for the long game by resurrecting high-cost minions for maximum impact.
We've already seen 4 of the 5 legendary treasures, but before we reveal the final Azurite beast from the mine, let's take a look at how Warrior excavates. I would say that Warrior's preferred mining methods are pretty explosive. Cards like Blast Charge and Reinforced Plating will help Warrior dig deeper into the mine while controlling the board and keeping their health totals high.
In addition to their less than elegant mining methods, Warriors have recruited the band of burly Dustbelcher ogres to oversee the Bloodrock mine. And none of them are more brutal than Badlands Brawler. When you play Badlands Brawler, she'll start a brawl immediately. And if you excavate it at least twice, she'll rig the results in her favor.
So now it's not just Armorsmith that always wins brawls. All right, so what happens when Warrior gets to the bottom of the mine? Well, they dig up the 5th and final Azurite beast, the fearsome Azurite Ox. For just the small price of 4 mana and the destruction of the Badlands, you'll get your choice of 2 8-cost minions. Honestly, it's a pretty good deal.
It's not just the beasts at the bottom of the strip mine that are being disturbed. Ancient, slumbering elementals that make up the very foundation of the Badlands itself are being awakened. Let's meet the biggest, the baddest, and the sleepiest elemental of them all, Slagmaw the Slumbering. Every time you excavate, you'll get 2 turns closer to awakening the sleeping giant. Make sure you're excavating efficiently as possible to awaken Slagmaw.
And now that Slagmaw has awakened from its beauty sleep, we can tell you that it's going to be the signature card given to every person here and everyone at home who got the legendary Blizzcon collection. I mean, look at that.
So, we talked about the dangers that lurk beneath the Badlands, but what is there for the Outlaws to protect? You might think of this place as harsh and unforgiving, like many travelers before you, but there are lots of different environments besides just sand and rocks.
There are also big rocks. This Boulder Fist formation has particularly good slabs for the cost. But really, it was important to us that we show the Badlands is more than just a desert. The Badlands is a vibrant and diverse environment with a wide array of both creatures and landscapes.
It's not just the people that would suffer if the Badlands were in peril. I mean, check out the art piece for Living Prairie. Holy cow!
Oh, that was bad.
And at night, the beauty of the frontier is clear when the vibrant night sky shines on the many adventurers here in the Badlands.
But remember that our heroes are sharing this land with, well, the land itself. As the Badlands splits in 2, so do the elementals, like Mesa Dune the Fractured. Mesa Dune draws an elemental and splits their cost, attack, and health in half. But the effects and the keywords stay the same. So for instance, if you split a Ragnaros the Fire Lord, you'll get 2 4-mana 4/4s that both deal 8 damage.
We've got one more card to show you from Showdown in the Badlands, and we saved one of the worst for last. Velorok Windblade, a 3-mana 3/3 that does absolutely nothing.
Okay. Calm down. Much like Velorok, Edward is deceiving you. When you play 3 cards from other classes while Velorok Windblade is in your hand, he'll reveal his true form. That's right. Druid isn't the only class with dragons this set. Velorok the Deceiver is here to steal the show. If you've paid his bounty, he'll transform into a 3/6 dragon with charge, ready to take cards from your opponent's class. And just like that, that's the final card of the set. The Showdown in the Badlands launch is just around the corner on November 14th.
Will the Outlaws triumph over the forces of evil? Well, if anyone can overcome the challenges here, it's the dynamic duo of Reno and Elise.
And now, let's hand things off to another dynamic duo, Mitchell and Gia from the Battlegrounds team.
Let's go!
Hello. Thank you, Cora and Edward. Welcome to the Battlegrounds portion of the Hearthstone stage. I'm Mitchell, the lead designer on Hearthstone Battlegrounds. This is my first Blizzcon, and I'm super happy to be here.
And I'm Gia, one of the designers on the Hearthstone Battlegrounds team. This is also my first BlizzCon, and here we are on stage already. No pressure.
It's been a jam-packed year for Battlegrounds so far. We released our 10th minion type in Undead, which breathed new life, or took it away, I guess, into combat-based strategies. And we introduced dual-type minions that lets comps overlap and synergize in novel ways.
We also brought back the buddy system with a new and improved buddy button that gave players more agency over when to get their powerful companions.
We overhauled the minion pool, adding 58 new minions, including the upbeat mechanic. We also retired Poisonous as a keyword in favor of Venomous.
And we brought back the quest system with over a dozen new quest rewards.
And we launched our biggest system yet with anomalies, releasing new ones every single week. We're still going. There's new ones coming out like Tuesday. And we're breaking every rule in the Battlegrounds book.
Yeah, Tier 7 was pretty ambitious, but we're here to talk about something even bigger. Duos.
No, not that duo. Not that one. No, not that duo. Not that one. Get that out of here. There we go, this duos.
Introducing Battlegrounds Duos mode. Now you can grab a buddy and play against 3 other teams with brand new mechanics that let you collaborate like never before.
This isn't just queuing up with a friend and hoping you don't face each other, is it, Gia?
Nope. I mean, it can be fun to party up and then knock your own friends out of the lobby. We're not judging.
But what we on the team have long wanted is a bona fide mode where you can work together and win together.
Internal playtests have been an absolute blast, as I'm sure some of you on the show floor can already attest to, and we're so excited to finally share the details with you all.
Though, before we get into it, I want to give a really quick disclaimer. Duos mode is early on in development and won't be officially launched until next year. But here at BlizzCon, we have an exclusive sneak peek, so you all get to be the first players to try it out. Woo, thank you.
So let's break down exactly how Duos mode works. When a game starts, you and your teammate will each get to pick one of several hero options as normal. For example, let's say I pick Reno Jackson and Mitchell picks Dino Tamer Bran. Let's go League of Explorers.
Here's what a typical turn 1 looks like for each teammate. As you can see, I have my own board in Tavern, and so does Gia. I also have my own gold in Tavern tier, so if I buy or sell, refresh or freeze, tier up or hero power, it will not affect Gia's board.
That's right. We have all this stuff separate from each other. But the one thing we do share is our health total.
Each team starts with 30 health, and their combined armor is the combined total of both heroes' armors that you see during Hero Select.
All right, I think we're ready to zoom out a bit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so here's the whole screen. Yep, looks like a normal game to me. Oh, wait. Hey, Gio, what's that blue shiny thing?
That, Mitchell, is the portal. The portal is what makes duos duos. Let's say you're done with your turn and are just waiting around for combat. Wouldn't you want to see what your teammate is up to? By clicking on the portal, you absolutely can. So here's Reno on turn 1. He buys this Risen Rider, plays it, then you can click on the portal and bam, now we can see what Bran is up to. Looks like Bran's going for that Tavern Tipper. Too bad it's not going to gain any stats this turn.
As you just saw, it's like an in-game spectate button. You can see the minions your teammate buys and sells, cards they hover over, and you can even see their discover options. So let's sum up what we know so far. You buy and sell your own stuff with your own gold. You can use the portal to check on your teammate, and since each team shares health and armor, you can see them linked together on the leaderboard.
With all this talk of shared health, I'm sure the question on everybody's minds is, how does combat work? Well, you go one after another as a team, but it might be easier to just show you. Let's check back in with Reno and Bran as they enter their first combat. Pay attention to how the heroes and boards change.
In duos combat, one teammate's board spawns into the fight first. When all your minions are destroyed, your teammate's entire board spawns in next.
And since teams share health, any damage is taken by the whole team.
Oh, and if you're going first and you somehow manage to beat both opponents all by yourself, your teammate's warband will spawn in to deal extra damage. Up to the damage cap, of course.
Here's a recap of all of that. How will you know which teammate's board spawns in first during combat? Well, it's whoever's hero icon is on top of the pair as seen on the leaderboard. Each team's fighter may be different every turn, so strategize accordingly.
Strategy is absolutely key in duos, thanks to another new mechanic in this mode. Remember that portal? It's not just meant for spying on your teammate.
That's right. You can also use the portal to pass cards to your teammate. Let's check back in with Reno and Bran on turn 2. Okay, looks like Reno's going for the Swamp Striker. Okay, fine, don't buy the new minion. 1 gold left over, so dragging it to the portal. And now, you guessed it, it is with Bran.
In duos, you can simply drag a card into the blue oval, and it will whoosh right over to your teammate's hand. But it comes at a cost. Passing a minion through the portal costs 1 gold each time.
In initial testing, we tried letting you pass for free, but as it turns out, generosity was way too broken.
We always knew we wanted a way to pass cards between teammates, and we tested all sorts of different versions of it. But of course, we didn't have that portal VFX right from the start. Can anyone take a guess what we used in the meantime?
I can guess. Maybe not too fair, but it was tradable. We already knew from traditional Hearthstone that dragging a card to the deck feels simple and intuitive. And the moment that we repurposed this UI for duos, playtests started to feel fluid and truly like a collaborative mode.
The portal has other similarities to tradable too. You can use it any number of times in a turn, as long as you have the gold, of course. And you can only pass cards from your hand through it. Once a minion is on the board, it's a no-go.
Yep. And when you receive something from the portal, it goes to your hand, not your board. Speaking of, let's see how Bran does with that extra Swamp Striker from Reno. All right, gonna play that Swamp Striker, looks like. No Murloc in the shop, unfortunately, but looks like Bran's gonna settle for the Surf and Surf. Fun fact, this card was first called Surf and Turf initially until we realized it's a naga and a crab, which are both aquatic. Yeah, 1 gold left over anyway, so Tavern Tipper's going to grow this time. Now we can take a look at how their second combat will play out.
So as you guys just saw, even though Reno only had a single minion, the team still won the combat thanks to the power of Brand's board. Remember, you're fighting together. In duos, there are so many new ways you can work together, and having 2 players recontextualizes how you look at the game.
For example, with 2 shops between you, it'll be easier to find the pieces you need for that perfect warband. But remember, when you triple, it's only you that gets the reward.
And with 2 hero powers between you, there's lots of new synergies.
Right. Imagine I'm playing as Alexstrasza, and Mitchell is playing as Queen Wagtoggle.
Yeah, I could play for tempo with Wax Warband to make sure that we stay healthy.
Well, I rush to tier 5 and get my 2 dragons.
Wait, do you remember that hero combination we saw?
Oh, yeah. If Dino Tamer Brand gets Brand Bronzebeard the minion, he just needs to spend 1 gold to pass it to Reno.
Oh, and then Reno could goldenize the Brand.
Oh, Mitchell, did we balance that?
Anyways, so let's talk about some other heroes. Specifically, let's talk about some duos exclusive ones.
Right. Meet Cho and Gall, and their hero power, Double Trouble. Remember what I said about each teammate getting their own triple rewards? Yeah, that's not the case with these 2. Whenever one of them plays a golden minion, the other also gets a triple reward.
In testing, we tried giving this power to an individual hero, but it was so powerful, we had to make Cho and Gall share it. And take note, Cho and Gall are special duos heroes, and they must always be played as a pair. You will not be able to pick Cho without Gall, or vice versa.
Yeah, Cho Gall should always be together, but they're looking awfully far apart here. That's better. Oh, would you look at that? Oh, wait, no.
Uh-oh.
Poor Cho.
Oh. For anyone playing on the show floor today, Cho and Gall are guaranteed to be in your lobby, so keep an eye out. They're really good.
And they aren't the only new faces you'll be seeing in today's demo. We have all new minions exclusive to Duos mode as well. Let's take a look.
Up first, we have Passenger on Tier 1. He's a 1/2 that says whenever your team passes, gain +1/+1. Notice he says whenever your team, not just whenever you, which means either teammate can trigger Passenger regardless of which board it's on. He's a strong early minion that can grow throughout the game as you're helping each other out.
On Tier 2, we have Fortune Hunter Flo, also known as Shell Collector, but generous, and neutral, and Tier 2, with bigger stats. Is your teammate lacking just 1 gold to buy a second minion or tier up? Well, Flo makes it easy to help out, if you like your teammate enough to do so, that is.
Moving up another tier, we have Orchestra Conductor, a minion your team can scale together. Each time your team plays one, it'll upgrade all future conductors played by either teammate. Well, you could pass them all to one player. You can also use them on your own stuff and still be helping out your friend.
Only thing better than Pogo Hopper is Pogo Hopper with friends, am I right, Mitchell?
I mean, like, Pogo Hopper's a mech, though.
Hey, Duos has a mech. Check out Electron on Tier 5. At the end of your turn, give a random minion in your teammate's warband Divine Shield. You keep this guy around long enough, and he's basically bubble wrap for your teammate's entire board. And it's not just mechs that get specific Duos minions. Every minion type has one.
Yep, this is the Duos exclusive Naga Benefactor. Though normally you can only pass minions from your hand through the portal, Benefactor is one of the other ways that you can pass cards to your teammate. Its Spellcraft Benefaction will let you pass any non-golden minion in play to your teammate. Keep in mind, though, this can target the shop, so minions can be sent from there as well as sent from your own board.
Passing without using the portal like this doesn't cost any gold, so it's pretty nifty. Other than Benefactor, we've got a hero that lets you do so too. Madame Goya. Can't argue with that hero power name. It's pretty dang efficient to effectively buy and pass a minion for just 2 gold. Oh, and passing with Efficient Exchange or Benefactor also triggers Passenger.
If you're thinking something like, Passenger seems like it can be awfully strong for a tier 1, you're absolutely right. And if your teammate has one, you're going to love this next hero, Flabidinous Floop. With Glorious Floop, I can't believe I said that, you can choose a friendly minion during the recruit phase. At the start of your next combat, it transforms into your teammate's highest attack minion.
Mitchell, thank you so much for introducing that hero so I didn't have to attempt to say its name again.
Don't worry. Our last hero is somebody who you can't possibly mispronounce, because he doesn't have a name at all.
That's right. This is the nameless one. He straight up copies your teammate's hero power. So you could be playing double Galliwix, double Millhouse, or even double Greybow, if you're that type of person.
Hey, leave Greybow alone.
Speaking of copying off your teammate, the last minion we're revealing today is Sandy. At the start of combat, she transforms into a copy of your teammate's highest health minion. Just hope she doesn't get sniped by Tavish.
And that's all the duos minions we're revealing today. There are more, but you'll just have to discover them for yourself on the show floor or by watching the streams.
Even with all these minions, we've not made any cuts to the live minion pool that's playable in today's demo. Balance-wise, it was a concern that it'd be way too easy to find the minions you need when you've got 2 players looking for them. But the larger pool is a way to offset that.
And when you're hunting for minions for the whole team, communication is critical, which is why we've made one more duos exclusive mechanic. The ping system. No, the mage hero power isn't coming to BGs. Don't worry, it's fine. Pings are emotes that you can use to communicate with your partner.
In today's demo, you'll be sitting next to your teammate and can talk about your strategy in real time. But we made pings because this won't always be the case when Duos goes live.
Maybe you don't have the opportunity to do a voice call.
Maybe your teammate speaks a different language.
Maybe you're playing at work and you don't want people to know.
Don't worry, we won't tell if you don't.
During the recruit phase, you can right-click on a minion, and those 4 options will appear. It's a blue portal, yellow question mark, green check, and red X. Left-click a ping to select it, and both you and your teammate will see the ping on the minion. If you ping on something on your own board, the teammate will get a little preview of it through that portal.
In testing, I often use the question mark on a minion in my shop to ask Mitchell, hey, you think I should buy this? And he would respond with either a check or an X to say yes or no, respectively. Or maybe even the portal to be like, pass it to me instead. Okay, greedy. I can also ping while spectating Mitchell's board. Look, this green arrow pointing sideways on the imprisoner indicates that I would get a triple if Mitchell passed it to me.
And this is where I'd see Gia aggressively pinging that minion in my shop. Okay, don't worry, I guess I can pass it to her.
No, wait. I have a better idea. I'm gonna tier up next turn, and I want Mitchell to freeze the minion until then. How to let him know? Well, I can simply ping the freeze button. Yup, in Duos mode, you can ping pretty much any card or button you can interact with as long as it's during the recruit phase. I could ask my teammate, hey, should I refresh? Or tell them, don't tier up this turn. Or, if I want to be a real agent of chaos, ping them the portal on their hero power. To clear a ping, you can either right-click, then click away, or wait till combat automatically erases them.
Now, there's one last emote you already know from traditional Hearthstone, but we're going to steal it real quick. Thank you for listening. Working on duos. Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm just so excited. Working on duos has been an absolute joy, and I'm so excited to get to share this new way to play with everybody here.
Yeah, in playtests, I said multiple times that Duos is the most fun I've ever had playing Battlegrounds, so it's a real pleasure to finally invite everybody to try the mode. But remember, this is an exclusive early demo, and a lot of designs could still change between now and when we officially launch it.
But you can try everything we have so far right now in the demo area. You can line up with a friend, or maybe make a new one playing duos. And when you're done, please fill out the survey to let us know what you think. Your feedback is very valuable to make sure duos is the best it can possibly be when it launches next year.
And to everyone at home, you can still check out duos by watching your favorite streamers today and tomorrow. Check out our blog post for more details.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Have a great BlizzCon, and we'll see you in the tavern.
All right. Hello. Welcome to Warcraft Rumblings. Also, welcome again to BlizzCon 2023. I'm Tom Chilton. I'm the game director of Warcraft Rumble. Today, we're going to do a deep dive into what Warcraft Rumble is, some of its history, and of course, what's coming next. To do that, I'll be accompanied by two of our key team members, Jackie Bacall-Head, our production director, and Jeremy Collins, our art director. But before we get started, since there might be some folks in the audience that are new to Rumble, pretty easy to be new to a game that just came out, we'd like to kick the presentation off with a montage of videos that just kind of quickly showcases a little bit about what this game is about, some of its history, some of the gameplay feels. So with that, let's roll it.
Warcraft Rumble!
It's a action strategy game that takes place in the basement of the Hearthstone Tavern. Originally constructed by gnomes, the machine prints miniature toy versions of the iconic heroes of Warcraft in a specialized mold chamber deep in the guts of the machine.
A massive, overarching experience. We've managed to add more zones to it and more experiences for players to enjoy.
The player's base is down at the very bottom here, and you're going to make your way up and try to take out the boss at the top. We've got ourselves a meeting stone on the left and a tower on the right, and then we have these gold nodes. And the gold nodes can be harvested by mining units in order to collect gold, which is sort of your core resource for deploying units.
YOLO!
It's do or die here,
YOLO
folks. It's do or die. Yeah, the sappers. Woo! Joyful chaos, folks. That's joyful chaos right there.
Enjoy the joy.
Enjoy the chaos. The chaos, it never ends!
Hello, BlizzCon. My name is Jackie Bacall-Head, and I'm the production director of Warcraft Rumble. I'm here today to talk about what Warcraft Rumble is. So as you can see from the video we just watched, Warcraft Rumble is all the things. We wanted to make a game that had a lot of different things for many different types of players. So I'm here today to talk about just a few of the things that make up Warcraft Rumble. So first off, we are a tower defense and offense game. Not only do you have to protect and worry about your base, mine for resources, source your army, but you must also attack your opponents or boss to claim their base. You get to collect a whole bunch of mini versions of Warcraft heroes you love. We've got a large campaign, and once you get high enough level, we have a challenging heroic campaign mode. We also have PvP for those who love competing against others. And for those who are most solo players, like myself, you can hit up a dungeon or play Arclight Surge. You can sync up with friends in a group chat and join a guild. And then once you're in a guild, you can work together with your guildmates to win the guild war chest each season. So these are just a few of the areas that I'll touch on in more depth, but otherwise, please feel free to head over to our Rumble area and check out the game yourself. One of the fun things you get to do is build strategic armies. Armies in our game are made up of troops, spells, and leaders. We'll be launching with over 65 minis in 5 different families with multiple leaders in each. The families are Alliance, Horde, Beast, Undead, and Blackrock. So you have plenty of opportunity to test out and try different playstyles. There's lots of choice in deciding which minis you want to collect. You might want to go wide, collect a whole slew of different minis, or go deep and level up a smaller number of minis, focusing in on increasing their power. When strategizing your deck or your army, which is based off the rock, paper, scissors mechanic, You'll be able to pick from melee, ranged, flying, or squad minis. For example, when picking which mini to play on the field, flyers take down a melee type, and ranged minis will take down flyers. And on top of collecting minis, you can also collect talents for them, which adds additional abilities. So for example, one of my favorite leaders is Undead Baron Rivendare, which you might remember from Stratham in Lordaeron, who will summon skeletons at your base or towers you control. I tend to go with Skeletal Frenzy for Baron's talent, which gives Bloodlust to nearby skeletons, increasing their movement and attack speed. I find this gives me an advantage as I personally love being fast in the game and I aim to control as many areas of the map as possible. So now you have an army built up, where are you gonna go? In Rumble, you're gonna go on a journey through Azeroth, moving through all the old zones you know and love, including Elwynn Forest, the Barrens, Westfall, Stranglethorn Vale, Darkshore, and many more. There are over 70 levels at launch, with 5 levels divided into zones, with the final level of each zone being a harder mission and requiring a higher level army to defeat. Each level and boss have a unique mechanic, so will require a different strategy, a different army to be successful. In Stranglethorn Vale, for instance, we have King Mookla's map. It kind of feels like a sports ball field where Mookla tosses bananas onto the field, and when any minis walk across them, they level up. So it's a fun way to add more strategy, deciding if you want to boost up some of your weaker units or go for your stronger ones. And then once you've beaten the campaign, you will reach Onyxia's lair. Onyxia is the hardest challenge and final boss in the game. Few have beaten her. Please let me know when you do, because I sure haven't. And now to talk some game modes. So Arclight Surge is a super fun solo feature where you get to replay levels you've completed, but with an electric twist. Every few days, a rotating selection of levels that you have completed will be lit up with Arclight energy. In one of the twists, you'll be given an army of minis to play with. You will have to use specific families with minis you may not own or have tried out in the past, so you get to try out different play styles. It's kind of like a try before you buy. I've personally collected new minis based solely on the fact I've tried them out on a Surge map. In another Surge mode, you will get a modifier on the maps of a particular zone. So for example, where kobolds gain 10 levels for every gold they mine. It's a guaranteed mini that will not only help you source your army, but will fight back with some force too. And on top of the campaign mode that I've mentioned before, we have an even harder version with the heroic campaign. So once you get to 50 sigils, you unlock the heroic campaign, which I find to be extremely difficult. It is essentially the normal campaign, but with a higher level requirement and a harder twist on the map. So for example, Elwynn Forest is our starting zone. You only need a level 1 army. But once you unlock heroic campaign, you're gonna need a level 11 army in order to complete them, and then also you'll get to encounter different twists. The Dreadnought, for example, if you have played it, has 2 cannon reticles roaming the map instead of just 1, which you would find on the normal campaign. These levels are another opportunity to get more XP to boost your armies, as you get extra rewards for winning with each family, and another bonus for completing the entire zone. And a side note for a bit of insider information, as the team was developing this feature, we started calling it the mean mode. And because we love all things mini, our take on dungeons are mini versions of WoW Dungeons. These are a series of 3 maps with 3 bosses. Each week, we rotate the family required to enter the dungeon. So essentially, you'll pick a leader from from the family that's selected for that week that you can use to enter into the dungeon. And then before jumping into each level, you will get to pick a relic, which is just like a talent, but it could apply to either an individual unit, or it could be a buff to part of your army or your entire army. You will be able to stack 3 relics, 1 for each of the 3 levels of a dungeon. So for example, before you enter into the first level of the dungeon, you'll get a selection of 3 different relics. You get to pick one, jump into the dungeon. Once you complete the boss, you'll be brought up back to the screen, presented with another 3 relics, pick one, jump in. And then when you're playing the second level, you'll be able to use both relics from level 1 and from level 2. And then one important note, you only have 2 lives or Ankhs of Resurrection to get through the 3 levels of the dungeon, or else you'll have to start over from the beginning, which totally sucks. You can repeat dungeons and try out different relics and different leaders within the family for that week, collecting more rewards. But only the final boss win gets an army slot upgrade, which bumps up levels of special mini types that you can apply to your leader's army. Now, let's jump into some features that have human interaction. Are you super competitive? Maybe you do awesome defeating campaign missions. How about against players across the world? Did you happen to catch our Rumble Mania event today where we showcase PvP? In our PvP mode, we match you up 1v1 according to your rank. And as you get better and better, climb the ladder, you will play against harder and harder opponents. Our seasons are 6 weeks long, each with a different tower, map, and map modifier. It keeps the game fresh by changing up the challenge, just like many other features in our game. Everything rotates, modifies, and adds new twists. And then on the social side of things, we have guilds. You can group up with new people, group up with friends of old, chat with them, or work together to obtain your guild's war chest. You can have up to 15 people per guild, which has been a challenge for the team as we've been fighting to see who can be part of the best team guild. And taking a moment to dig into guilds, there's a feature called War Chest, which resets every season. This is a group effort from the guild to play Arclight Surge missions and PvP matches to collect points to turn in for rewards. You get to play with, so if you use different family leaders, you will collect points for each of those families, and together that will combine for an even bigger reward. You can keep track of who is helping to gather points in the War Chest screen. Push your friends to go, 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 do their fair share of the work so everyone can reap the rewards. And with that, this is the end of my quick summary of Warcraft Rumble. We have tons of features for you to try out, learn, and master, and many more ideas yet to come. The team and myself are super proud of the game we get to share with you all and hope you enjoy it as much as we do. Next up, I'd like to hand it over to Jeremy, our art director, who's going to go over the history of the game and a little bit behind the scenes.
What's up, Blizzcon? What's going on? Hey, everybody. Thanks, Jackie. What's up, everybody? I'm here to chat a little bit about discovering the art style and gameplay of Warcraft Rumble, and a little bit about the team who kind of put it all together. Warcraft Rumble, like many game projects, began with an idea. What if we could make a game that miniaturized Azeroth into an experience that celebrated the epic majesty of the Warcraft universe and the fun moment-to-moment gameplay of modern mobile games? Making RTSs has always kind of been part of Blizzard's DNA, stretching all the way back 1994. Some of you may have not even been born back then. Orcs and humans. The strategy genre has been evolving ever since then, and we wanted to evolve with it. Tabletop war games were a very big early influence, as were physical board games, like those childhood games that you had that had components of dimensionality to them, where, you know, instead of it just being a little wooden cylinder, you're actually picking up the object, molded out of plastic or something like that. Games that had pieces you could pick up and that weren't flat cardboard representations of a thing, but the thing itself. As you can see on the side screens here, we started with digital pencil and paper, often scrawling out those ideas in notebooks or on whiteboards at the studio. In those early days, the goal was really just to lay out all the ideas on the table and then start sifting through those choices that would support Rumble's core gameplay loop. But before we get too deep into making the game, most importantly, I wanted to introduce you to the talented artisans that have helped create Rumble, and let's take a short trip down memory lane with me. So here's the team. The original, some of them in the audience today. The original group of developers that started Rumble were originally comprised of Blizzard PC developers from various games at the company. Some of us came from World of Warcraft, others came from StarCraft, Hearthstone, Heroes of the Storm. But what we quickly realized as we began making the game is that we needed to bring in mobile developers from outside Blizzard to kind of round out our knowledge and learn from some of those best mobile practices. These developers educated us in so many ways on what mobile development looked like from the inside out, And it was incredibly helpful to the team to have those developers join us. You don't know what you don't know until you get the experience brought in to teach you about it. So we all shared that one thing in common, though. The team was all united by our love and passion for mobile games. I think we all remember that one magical summer where we were all chasing around cute little magical creatures all over our local neighborhoods. Our team truly believes that mobile games can create incredible and compelling gaming experiences, and that has fueled us as we launch Rumble towards the rest of the world. And lastly, and probably most importantly, we're all bound together by our love of Warcraft. Some of the earliest developers, including myself and our game director, Tom, who you just saw a little while ago, had already contributed to the world of Warcraft in significant ways already, and all of us were already huge fans of Warcraft going into this experience. As a little kind of fun fact, my parents bought me the Warcraft 2 battle chest for getting good grades in school. My dad was like a die-hard Mac guy, and so we didn't have a PC growing up, which basically equated to me not being able to play PC games at all. But thankfully, in those days, Blizzard ported everything to Mac, and so I was basically able to kind of grow up loving the game worlds of Azeroth, loving Warcraft, and copying the drawings out of the manuals, and it kind of began my love of art. Being able to kind of contribute back to Warcraft, the Warcraft universe in general, has been a really incredible experience. And while we've grown as a team throughout the years, it still feels very much like those early days in many ways, when we were all just a couple of us sitting in a little room in the back of Blizzard Entertainment working on a game prototype. For our early prototypes of the game, we used Warcraft 3 and WoW models and animations and VFX as substitutes for final art. We do this to save time while we're developing the art style, including characters and environments, but we need to stand things up really, really quickly, so we use assets that we have to kind of find the fun inside of the game. Early art experimentations had the entire play surface carved out of all wood or molded from a single piece of plastic. This became a little bit problematic because it was a bit too much of a limited palette to deal with and how large we wanted to make our campaign. We knew we wanted a giant PvE campaign, and if everything was made out of wood or everything was made out of molded plastic, it loses some of its specialness. And so in this kind of first video here, we experimented with a 45-degree camera instead of the vertical camera that we ended up landing on for the game. You can see here in the art style how a lot of the old look of the game leveraged the more kind of hand-painted World of Warcraft look before we adopted as a team what's called a PBR, or a physically based rendering pipeline. And that's just a fancy way of basically saying that materials have their actual real-world physical properties kind of added to them: shininess, metalness, etc. Also, the 45-degree camera kind of limits how much gameplay can be on the screen at any one given time. The top left and bottom right corners are filled up with set dressing, and we really wanted to make sure the gameplay was front and center with the camera of the game. In this second example, you can see the old style of our orc and some of our older inventory screen iteration that felt a little bit more like boxed toys on a shelf. The older character design style was a level of detail higher than what we ended up landing on, but we learned a lot about the style and tone of the game from these early tests. And lastly, we experimented with kind of like a medieval style 3D world map, which, if you're a child of the 90s like I was, may have been inspired by a certain game from your childhood where you had to race against a timer to put little different shaped blocks into their corresponding slots, and if you didn't do it in the timer, they would spray back at your face. We took a little bit of inspiration from that for this map. This was the all-wood exploration of the game board, which was a test of really just how many orcs we could populate on the screen at any one given time, and the answer is a lot. We were able to get a lot of orcs on the screen. This was, interesting for us to see for the first time our 3D units kind of marching around a map. And this was our first iteration of mini deploys, which we knew we wanted something fun that really kind of lended to the physical nature of toys. That's an art pillar of ours on the Warcraft Rumble team. But why not slamming them onto the game board? Wasn't that really fun? So these were kind of the first initial tests of that, basically. We actually do a lot of employing what are called smear frames in the animation of Warcraft Rumble. And that's because there's no motion blur in the game. We simulate motion blur by stretching out the characters so that when in fast movements, your eye kind of connects the different frames together and it becomes one smooth animation without the need for motion blur inside the scene. Smearing the geometry of our minis basically allows us to kind of fake that blur by stretching the model out. One of the first things the artist did on the project was what we do best at Blizzard, which, well, we made a bunch of orcs. Orcs were the palette by which we painted. We played with silhouettes and character proportions. We knew we wanted to have a top-down game, and that the detail would mainly be focused in the top third of the characters, because when you're playing in the gameplay, you're looking down on top of them most of the time. But we needed to balance that level of detail out quite a bit. These early animation tests that were done were kind of like tests to carve out who the personalities of the different characters were. We always knew we wanted to be very stylized because of the platform we're heading to. Mobile games, you could be outside, you could be inside. We wanted to make sure there was a really clear read on the characters very, very quickly. And we learned what we didn't like. Certain proportions felt truer to Warcraft orcs, and we didn't want to change that. I mean, we could not get rid of the massive shoulder pads. This is like endemic to the Warcraft art style. The game really needed to feel authentically Warcraft, but viewed through the lens of a mobile phone screen. Kind of familiar, but new. Since we knew we were going to be a top-down camera game, we put a lot of effort into the design of the top third of those characters. And that's where kind of color blocking comes in. We kept the color blocking for our characters, which is basically just like the overall local color of the character, very simple, to 2 or 3 colors for quick and easy gameplay reads from our top-down camera angle. One of the main pillars of the look and feel of Warcraft Rumble is tactility. So much of the Warcraft art style is about that kind of handcrafted imperfection. We wanted to make a game that very much felt like a living piece of Azeroth, where the materials of the game felt real in their representation, but also captured the kind of over-the-top personalities of some of Azeroth's famous and infamous characters. Here's our earliest iteration of the orcs. These are some of those early animation tests I was talking about. You can see there's a lot of different proportion attempts, a lot of different styles being represented here. This was us trying to find out what proportions work best for us. My background is in character animation. I came to Blizzard after working for about a decade on feature animated films in Los Angeles. And so these early art style examples began with motion for me, because that's what I know really well. But the other early artists on the project were encouraged to explore in whatever medium they felt most comfortable with. And as you can see, we got some pretty varied results. So let's talk a little bit about environment art. So for the environment team, trees and Elwyn were their orc. We needed to figure out what the style of the environments were going to look like, and we needed to do lots of visual exploration around shapes with strong, recognizable silhouettes, but with an additional kind of toy touch. A lot of our environmental assets are built like toys, with seams where the branches of the trees meet with trunks. We wanted to make it feel like not only were the characters toys, but the environment that they lived in were also toy playsets. And we wanted to impart some of that manufacturing process of toys into the actual final models in our game. And so that's really cool for us. Everything in Azeroth has character, and we wanted to make sure it wasn't just the characters that had character, but the environments themselves were a character in their own. The same thing is true for the UI of our game as well. Getting our mini representation down for both environments and characters was really essential to kind of understanding the art style of what we were creating. And this is typically what's called a vertical slice, which is really just kind of a fancy term for a small amount of polished gameplay that represents the broader visual look and core gameplay loop of a new game. It's basically like a little piece, a little corner of a game where we can see, okay, I get it. I see what the final product could look like. That's why you do a vertical slice. So I want to talk a little bit about the box, the actual Rumble arcade machine. We actually designed the Rumble arcade machine from the inside out. This was a very early collaboration with the story and franchise team, who make the incredible cinematics you've seen here today. And they did some visual development inside the Warcraft Rumble arcade machine. These renders right here are by an artist named Tony Bratinchevich, who we affectionately called Tony Renders on the team. I don't know if he knows that, but now he does. Thank you, Tony. Beautiful what-if concepts of the playfield and the exterior of the Rumble game machine, with lots of nods to the visual language of the Hearthstone Tavern, which is we're underneath, and gnomish gearworks, basically all that kind of fun, steampunky-looking gnomish stuff that populates all sorts of fun areas of Azeroth. In these examples, we tried kind of more porcelain-style materials, but at the end of the day, porcelain just wasn't the right material. It felt a little too fragile. Like the minis, we knew we wanted them like scrapping them up on the field, and we knew we wanted this handcrafted quality to them, and they needed to take a little bit of a beating, and porcelain didn't really feel like the right choice for that necessarily. This is a bit of a lower angle where you can kind of see that even in the early days, it still felt very Warcraft, with the distressed metal and the wood, but this version of the game was maybe a level of detail too great for what we were going for, or maybe too great for the medium that we were also on as well. Smaller screens require less detail. We had to balance the visual style for the mobile platform. Mobile game screens vary widely in size and aspect ratio, and it was very important to us to make sure that the art looked beautiful, and most importantly, communicate gameplay on those smaller screens, big from the beginning. Here are some screenshots from the all-plastic era of Warcraft Rumble. This felt a little bit too much like those board games that I mentioned earlier that were molded or vacuum-formed from that single piece of plastic. It didn't feel quite right. We found that by creating different types of plastic, some more matte, some more shiny, some rougher, some smoother, that was our way of creating the material variation for the collectible minis inside of our game, and it was a way to kind of vary up the overall materials in general. In the same way that all Warcraft games are kind of lovingly handcrafted, we took that a step further and added some surface detail to our characters, which we affectionately called chipping. So in our game's fiction, the Rumble game machine basically prints out these kind of figures down in the creation chamber, which is like the mold at the bottom of the machine. And that's where all the minis are created, and they're pushed up to the kind of playfield. But we asked ourselves, like, who made the positives of these molds? You know, to make a mold negative, you need a positive first. We thought kind of about, you know, what tools that they might have used in Azeroth. And if gnomes made the positive sculptures that all these minis came from, maybe they used wood to make those positives. And maybe while they were making those positives out of wood, the chisels would have left little surface imperfections all over the place, leading to that more kind of handcrafted art style. But chipping basically allowed us to have details that went away when you're looking at the character from the top-down gameplay view, but when they're right in your face when you're looking at them celebrate in the UI of our game. And so we had to kind of balance that a little bit so that there was some interest and appeal for the characters when you're seeing them celebrate, but that they were also very instantly recognizable when they're out on the playfield. An extra level of handcrafted detail that is just very endemic to the Warcraft universe. And, well, here's where we are today. We are a bunch of very passionate developers, very eager to support this game with new content and features on a regular cadence. And while we've had a lot of fun over the years, Warcraft has always been our North Star. We wanted to make a game that fit in your pocket, where you could relive some of those classic moments from Warcraft's past in miniature form. We wanted a game that felt authentically Warcraft, a game where we could play in this massive sandbox that's been created for us. We hope you have as much fun playing it as we did making it. Next up, our game director, Tom, is going to tell you a little bit about what's coming up for the future of Warcraft Rumble. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks again. All right, so that brings us to what's next. And it should come as no surprise that we have a ton of new content, new features that we're currently either experimenting with or in production on. We thought it would be fun to give a preview of what the current roadmap looks like. However, it's worth keeping in mind that, you know, as all of you play the game and you develop opinions about what should come next, seems like that happens with some of you, we expect that things in the roadmap will change to account for your feedback. Believe it or not, I still hear about the dance studio in World of Warcraft that we talked about back around BlizzCon 2007 or so. But maybe it'll come next year, right? Who knows? So, if we're all together again next time and something in here hasn't happened, just remember this fantastic disclaimer. But with that said, let's take a look at what the current plan is. All right, so this is a high-level view of some of the big beats that we're working on. For starters, we're going to cover new seasonal content. For those of you that are starting the game today or yesterday perhaps, Season 1 just got underway. But given that our seasons are 6 weeks in duration, you can expect updates for every coming season. In addition, we have a variety of new features planned, and those will help round out the game, and we'll cover those in just a bit. We have new map content in the form of a new dungeon and a new zone that are already underway, and those will be making their way into the game in the coming months. And of course, we've got a few updates to the PvP system coming soon as we continue to refine, balance, and spice things up on that side of the game. All right, so with a high-level look covered, let's talk about the seasons. Now, that, of course, starts with Sylvanas. As I noted a few moments ago, Sylvanas has been introduced as a new undead leader for Season 1. Sylvanas features a rapid-fire single-target attack that deals physical damage. And of course, given that Sylvanas is the Banshee Queen, it's only properly natural, or unnatural, I guess, that once she dies, she's not really dead. She turns into a Banshee and then attempts to possess the nearest enemy unit. Now, as with every mini in the game, she also has 3 talents available to her for you to decide exactly what flavor of gameplay you prefer. So you could go with the Black Arrow talent. That turns her single target attack into an elemental piercing shot that can also carry through behind enemies behind the primary target, doing a bunch of additional area damage. Or you can choose Banshee's Wail, which causes Sylvanas to stun all nearby enemies once she dies, making it a lot more difficult for all those characters that just killed her to then kill the Banshee before the Banshee can actually possess an enemy. And then last but not least, you could go with Forsaken Fury, which grants Fury to nearby undead and horde units. And that really kind of plays into, of course, Sylvanas having been both leader of the Forsaken and eventually becoming leader of the Horde. Now, as of now, she's exclusively available this season, both through the PvP ladder, through the war chest, and a bundle. And of course, as new minis that come into the game are featured as part of the season, as the next season rolls around, they become available in the grid once that season has ended. So for now, for those of you that want her and really kind of want to earn your way to Sylvanas, the PvP ladder and the war chest with your guild are the way to go. So that brings us to Season 2. Now, as you can see, with each season for the foreseeable future, we plan to add a new mini to the game. In Season 1, it was the leader, and in Season 2, it's a troop that can be added to any army. And so, the Chimera, it's a highly territorial beast from the forests of Kalimdor. The Chimera has a long history of felling foes in battle. I mean, it may not have been as deadly as a Defias Pillager, hiding out in a Westfall farmhouse, but, don't sleep on the Chimera. So it's 2 heads, spew death from above. One of them with, area of effect poison attack, and the other one has a chain lightning area attack. Now, both of these attacks are elemental in nature, but she can be talented in some interesting ways that emphasize different aspects of the Chimera. So for example, you could select Corrosive Breath, and that talent will deal significantly more damage to towers, buildings, and armored enemies because it turns into a siege attack. Or you could go with Jolt, which adds a stun to the lightning part of the attack, interrupting enemy attacks and movement so the Chimera's poison has a chance to build up to more devastating degree. Or you can just keep it simple and go with the Dynamic Duo talent, and that adds Fury to the Chimera's attacks, which makes the Chimera attack faster and faster and faster as it continues to attack. Either way, the Chimera adds significantly to the options that are available to Beast armies because it adds a solo, which is non-squad, flyer option to the Beast family, which is something that the Beasts don't have right now. Right now, all their flying units are squads, and so if there's area effect anti-air, then it really kind of handles anything that's Beast flying, but not once the Chimera comes out. All right, so next up, we have a sneak peek into some of the minis that are coming for Season 3 and beyond. On the screen to your left, hailing from the depths of Blackrock Mountain, we've got Emperor Thorson, and he really kind of rounds out the Blackrock family as its third leader option. We are working on a few different options for Emperor Thorson's abilities as we continue to iterate on him during our kind of gameplay testing. But the current frontrunner is that he'll be an armored mini with a fiery weapon and a lava spike attack. The fiery weapon is going to be his melee attack, and the lava spike is actually a ranged area damage attack. And then as for Season 4, we expect the Fairy Dragon at the center concept to be the new seasonal mini. One of the things that we feel like the overall mini landscape is missing is a flying troop that's resistant to elemental attacks. So the Fairy Dragon is the perfect mini to really kind of fill that role, given its history in Warcraft 3, Heroes of the Storm, and of course, World of Warcraft. Then on your right, we see Ragnaros himself. Unlike other minis described earlier here, Ragnaros is not going to be part of the normal seasonal content. Instead, Ragnaros is going to be tied to the release of the Molten Core raid. And not surprisingly, the reward for defeating Ragnaros will be Ragnaros. Now, we do expect that Ragnaros is going to be an extremely unique leader that has some very unique mechanics, one of which involves his summoning via a Majordomo Executus mini. And of course, you know, that'll happen none too soon. Now, as it happens, the topic of Ragnaros leads us to our path towards raids and those supporting features. So, from the game's original initial conception, we've really viewed Warcraft Rumble as a co-op game. One that would be really fun to play on your own, but also even more fun to play in a party with a friend. So to finally realize that dream, we're planning to create the ability to party with a guildmate and do some end game content and engage in co-op battles via the raid feature that I'll get into a little bit more in just a minute. But in addition, the development of parties and raids really kind of opens up the potential for additional modes of co-op play in the future, like questing, Arclight surges, and of course, PvP. So, why play alone and absorb all the blame for your losses when you could rightfully point your finger at your teammate? Now, naturally, with the reveal of Ragnaros and co-op raids, it makes sense to spend a little time talking about how raids will actually work. So as I describe the raid system and how it's going to work, you might notice that there's a UI looping in the background and shows off a little bit of how this functionality looks and works in practice. For starters, raids will require the player's party with one of your guildmates in order to take on the raid. And if it takes 3 or maybe even 5 gigantic monitors to get the full effect of a 40-person raid in World of Warcraft, then partying with one mighty guildie is the pocket-sized equivalent. As you enter the raid UI, you might notice that the Molten Core will be split up into 3 wings and then a final boss encounter. Each wing is going to host 2 of the raid's bosses, and each one of those comes with a unique reward. We currently expect the first wing of the Molten Core to begin at level 26, the second wing at level 27, and so on. Then raids will be available for a limited time each season. As more raids are introduced, then they're going to come back into cycle in a similar way that the dungeons work right now. However, during any given raid cycle, you're going to want to consider what leaders to bring to which raid encounter. Not only do you want to pair an effective leader against a particular encounter that you're facing, but in the long run, you're also going to want to think about which leader matches up best against the different encounters. And this is because once a leader defeats a raid boss successfully, it's going to get locked to that map for that raid cycle. So early on in your Molten Core adventures, this won't be much of a hurdle because you're probably just going to be using your best army to kind of learn the encounters and learn to beat the early encounters. And then later on during future raid cycles, once you're getting to the point where you can take them all down, then you'll start to more specifically plan which leader you want to use versus which boss. So with the raid system described in a little bit of detail, let's jump into the first wing of the Molten Core. All right, so before we get into the details of these 2 specific bosses, some of the aspects of raids that you're going to find that are common between all the different maps are that some lanes are actually shared between you and your teammate, but there's also typically at least one lane that has deploy zones only for you and one for your teammate. So there's some crossover in some areas, but in other areas, it's really up to you to handle what's happening in that lane. In addition, all gold income is shared by both players, or actually given to both players. So as you mine gold, capture chests, etc., you're both going to reap the rewards, reap the benefits. There's no need to race your guildmate to the nearest treasure chest or gold node or anything like that. You can do whatever benefits the team the most. So now onto the specific maps themselves. The Lucifron encounter features 2 Dominator Lieutenants. It's those big flame wakers that you see on that left map there. The Dominator Lieutenants mind control the first enemy unit that enters their massive area of control. So be careful about what minis you send toward them. One of the main challenges here is to figure out how to bring the Dominators down effectively. The moment the mini that they've taken control of is killed, then another one is immediately dominated. So, for example, one might think that sending an entire coop of chickens at the Dominator to tank it while a sneaky Worgen, stabs the Dominator from the back is a clever strategy, but that all falls apart the moment the first chicken is dominated, is immediately murdered by all of its angry chicken brethren, causing the Dominator to then turn around and take over that Worgen that you thought was going to be doing a great job doing stabby in the back of the Dominator. So you're going to have to consider sacrificing a mini that has a little bit of survivability to a Dominator so it doesn't go down too quickly. So maybe Footmen, perhaps, for example. Also, keep in mind that while these Dominators don't respawn quickly, there are new ones that are summoned at various points in the battle. So that brings us to Magmadar. Now, Magmadar, the deadliest of dogs, for him, you're going to have to deal with a trio of ancient core hounds before you can actually do much to Magmadar himself. You can expect to have to bring down the ancient core hounds within a short time of each other, fittingly enough, because they resurrect each other when one falls in true core hound fashion. So make sure you bring a mighty death ball on your way to Magmadar. Otherwise, the ancient core hounds are just going to keep respawning before you get much done to Magmadar. It's definitely not the best plan to try to chip away at Magmadar while trickling in some sort of half-hearted death ball. We demand a passionate death ball here. Only that will do. So that brings us to wing number 2. Now, on wing number 2, Gehenna and Shazra and the Gar encounter reside. The Gehenna and Shazra map has the interesting twist that Shazra actually counterspells any spells that are cast by either player. Now, Shazra, which is the boss closer to the front in blue in the screenshot above there, it can be killed before Gehenna in order to remove that restriction. So, don't bring decks or armies that have too many spells that might clog up your hand until Shazra is actually down. Or you can attempt the map without any spells at all. Choice is yours. All right, as for Gar, be prepared to bring armies that feature a lot of elemental killing ability. The streams of elementals are summoned anytime a tower is destroyed by Gar. And you might notice on his map that there are a lot of towers there. There are 6 towers on that map. So you're definitely going to want to hold off on assaulting a tower until you're sure you can keep control of it. Otherwise, things are going to quickly snowball out of control, as any loss of a tower is going to create yet another wave of earth elementals. So in the event that you accidentally take a tower, it can be very valuable to be able to quickly deploy some unbound units to defend it, regardless of where that tower is on the map. So keep that in mind. Now, the third wing of the Molten Core are where Baron Geddon and Golemag are. Now, Baron Geddon's fiery lair of lava strongly encourages players to bring armies that are heavily stacked with flying minis. After all, the floor is lava. Danger, danger. And as for Golemag, beware the incineration runes around every tower. These runes are really kind of significantly alter the strategies for taking a tower. It's not just as simple as throwing any old tank at them to get the job done. You're really going to need to more carefully plan which combinations of minis you bring to these towers. Otherwise, you're going to watch your push really kind of melt back down into the gold dust they came from. And of course, what would Molten Core be without its iconic final boss, Ragnaros? Now, after you defeat the first 3 wings, then Ragnaros unlocks. And Ragnaros is a 4-phase encounter that will test us all. Phase 1 occurs when Ragnaros is submerged, and that includes the summoning of Ragnaros by Majordomo Executus. In phase 2, we're going to face off against Ragnaros's core abilities of Blast Wave, Meteor, and then also Lava Wave. In phase 3, Ragnaros submerges for a time and spawns many Sons of Flame. Let me know if you've ever seen that before. And then finally, in phase 4, Ragnaros returns and gains some additional abilities in the form of Immolation Aura. And all this combines to create an encounter that is very similar in difficulty and complexity to Onyxia herself, maybe even more so, but co-op. And so, that's going to bring an entirely new dimension to kind of what it feels like to beat one of these really complex encounters, and a lot of extra fun. So now that we've had a chance to cover the raid system and the maps that are involved, I'm guessing a lot of you want to know, what rewards there are going to be had to be earned in the Molten Core. So let's cover some of that. Now, each wing features powerful and in most cases unique rewards. For example, for clearing the first wing, you'll unlock a boost slot for an army of your choice. The boost slot allows any mini that's placed into that slot to be boosted to a base level of 20, which is the maximum level obtainable via XP. And this gives you massive army flexibility. If you want to try out a mini you don't normally use, no problem. If you just bought a new mini from the grid and you haven't leveled it up yet, no problem. Just slot them into that slot and have fun. Gives you massive amount of flexibility for really kind of playing around with different army compositions. Also, for clearing the second wing, you'll unlock a legendary tome and a legendary core. The raids in the PvP ladder are really the way to earn legendary cores that you'll need in order to finally upgrade a mini to its highest rarity. In addition, for every 2 raid bosses that you bring down, you're going to earn some Valor, and you can use that Valor to upgrade one of your gold army slots that you earn via the dungeons up to a platinum slot. And then, of course, for the final reward, as I already mentioned, you're going to be able to unlock the Ragnaros leader and earn additional star points for defeating Ragnaros, and increase his rarity up from uncommon to rare, eventually epic, legendary, etc. So prepare some subtle but effective ways to tell your favorite guildmate to stop standing in the fire so you can get more cores from the Molten Core. All right, so with raids covered, let's move on and talk about some of the new Dungeon and Zone content that's coming on the near horizon. Now, as you might expect, we have some new challenges in store for you as we introduce one of WoW Classic's most iconic dungeons, Scholomance. Scholomance features 3 of the most memorable bosses from that dungeon. We have Jandis Barov, Rattlegore, and of course, Dark Master Gandling. As you build an army that's designed to take these encounters on, you're going to want to prepare for Jandis and her ability to clone herself, Rattlegore's endless waves of graveyard spawns, and Dark Master Gandling's propensity to teleport your army into rooms full of enemies. Gandling's rooms feature different groups of enemies that you're going to want to strategize around and make sure you're prepared to handle for any of the minis that get sent into those rooms. You wouldn't want to, get the wrong mini trapped in the wrong place. It'd feel a little bit too much like what happened a lot to our guild in Classic WoW. So keep your eyes open for the introduction of Scholomance and one of these content updates that's coming in the coming months. Now, as we continue to add new content for dungeons, we also wouldn't want to forget about the final Kalimdor zone. Moonglade is going to come into the game as the final zone of the campaign, at least for now. It'll come after Blackrock Mountain. And we have 5 maps that are in progress for the zone, with both normal and heroic versions, of course. The bosses that we're featuring for the zone are Brightwing, Fairy Dragon, a pair of Druids, one of the Claw and one of the Talon. We've got Brumaron and Ysera, and also Cenarius. And so the normal version of Moonglade is actually going to range from level 16 to 17, and that's going to put the heroic version starting at level 26 and ranging up to 27. So with a lot of the new PvE content covered, let's actually move on to our next topic, which is PvP. Now, we've got a handful of updates and improvements that are in store for PvP that we'd like to cover today. For starters, we're updating the seasonal rotation system to actually randomize which map gets selected on a per map, per battle basis, rather than featuring the same map for an entire season. In addition,
we're adding a new modifier category to replace the current map category that signifies which map lasts for the entire season. And that's going to be in the form of the Siege category. The Siege category features a few new modifiers that are cycled on a bi-weekly basis. And those modifiers are very much designed to kind of alter what the kind of meta feel is of these mechanics. Now, one of them, this one that's currently named Crumbling Towers, that modifier causes captured towers to turn into meeting stones for the rest of the match. Whereas the collateral damage modifier actually causes damage to the opponent's main base anytime one of the towers is destroyed. Now, both of these modifiers are designed to really kind of alter some of your strategic choices about, what armies make a lot of sense for that particular section of the season, and also kind of alter some of the pacing of the PvP battle and kind of creates a very different arc and flow of the battle than what you would otherwise see for that kind of couple of weeks. Now, for instance, the collateral damage modifier really helps emphasize map control, and it diminishes strategies that are based around focusing attacks toward an enemy's base exclusively. Those of you who did a lot of that in beta and soft launch, you know who you are. In addition, changes to the cycling of maps and introduction of new modifiers. We're also in the process of adding global leaderboards. So, that's to support the PvP community and their never-ending quest to know who the best of the best are. Now, along with these updates to the PvP system, we actually have a feature in store that a lot of players have been asking for a long time now. A staple of the RTS genre for decades now on PC and more recently on mobile has been the ability to view and share replays. Fortunately, this is one that we also have and expect to support in Warcraft Rumble. So this is something that has been actively worked on so far. Not only do replays help players share strategies with each other, given that these replays can be easily shared with others, but they also help players analyze their own play and better understand improvements that they can make. So we're looking forward to being able to add these features to the game over the course of our upcoming feature updates. And those will really kind of roll out over the course of the next year or so. So having discussed some of the new content and the features that are coming to the game, it's time to kind of circle back to some of the cosmetic collectibles that we've been working on. Each 6-week season actually will feature the ability to collect new cosmetic items via the war chest and also via the PvP ladder. In our current rotation, every other season is going to feature a tower skin as one of the war chest cosmetics. With the current upcoming season is actually the Judgment Tower set, so you'll see that in Season 2. And then you'll also see some additional tower sets coming with every other season that happens after that, Season 4, etc. Now, as one might expect, we're also going to want to see some of the classic Warcraft tower architecture from the Horde, the Undead, and other races, and we'll be seeing those also soon enough. Then to go along with the tower skins, we also have a ton of new emotes on the pipeline. In our current plans, the new emotes will be added to the PvP ladder each season. And every other season, there's also going to be an additional emote in the war chest. Now, maybe not surprisingly, the overriding focus for emotes is actually to just create emotes that feel really fun and expressive of the characters that are in question. In the middle screen behind me, you can see some of the new emotes that we're planning to introduce soon, whether it's, the Mecha Kobold, Garrick Padfoot flexing his favorite tattoo of himself, Murloc's Mighty War Gargle, Safe Pilot meme, Board Nixia, Steaming Pile of Reek. You can expect an emote for every occasion. Now, that actually brings us to our final type of cosmetic, which is our first foray into skins for characters within the game. And we're going to be starting off with the Lowly Kobold, since that's a mini that everybody has right from the start of the game's earliest moments. And to do that, we're guessing that a lot of players would enjoy having the ability to theme their Kobold along the lines of the primary families of the game. And so we'll be making the family-themed Kobolds available for collection soon. And of course, as we continue our additions of new content, we're also going to be exploring ideas like leader skins. But that's a story for another day, so stay tuned for that. So that really kind of concludes our look into Warcraft Rumble, its history, and what's coming on the near horizon. We honestly couldn't be more excited for everyone to get their hands on the game, and we'd especially like to thank everybody here for joining us here today. If you haven't had a chance to check out the Warcraft Rumble area yet, it's over there in the Warcraft section of the convention. Have yourselves a great time with the game itself, photo ops, and of course community events. And more than anything else, I'd like to thank you again and just say good luck with all your rumbling. So thank you all.
It's finally here. Welcome to Blizzcon 2023 Community Night. Live from sunny California, we have cosplayers from all over the globe, together for the first time in 4 years. Tonight is a celebration of a community that means so much to so many. Here are your hosts for the evening: Kiki Day, Alicia Cornelia, Ash S. Vicky, and Melissa Kelly.
Oh my God, there's a lot of you. Welcome to BlizzCon 2023. I am so happy to see you guys all weekend. It's been incredible. My name is Melissa Kelly. I am a 3D character artist on Overwatch. Fun fact, I may have made the 3D model for Pajama Ilari, if you've seen that.
Hello, my friends. My name is Ash S. Vicky, and I am a game producer over Dungeons on Diablo 4. It's really nice to meet you all. Thank you. Along with helping to support some of the most incredible developers across the entire universe, I'm also known to be a contagiously enthusiastic person of the internet. It's really good to see you all.
Welcome to our inn! Hello! My name is Alicia Cornelia. I'm a senior game producer on Hearthstone. And with me here tonight is my little friend here, Sarge, who I crocheted. I think we want to meet Kiki.
Hi everyone, my name is Kiki Day. I'm an art producer on World of Warcraft. Can I get a For the Alliance? For the Horde? Little something about me. My first cosplay ever was at BlizzCon 2010 where I was Jaina Proudmoore. Let's get right into it. We have so much to share with you tonight from this gorgeous community, and we are so happy to be able to celebrate it together in person. An especially warm welcome to all of those joining us from online. We are so grateful to all of you in this community. You are literally the heart of everything that we do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. Tonight you will see amazing digital arts and some storytelling as well, some short films from some of our finalists, and of course, you're gonna see this glorious cosplay. We're gonna top off the night with an extremely special performance by the K-pop sensation, Le Sserafim.
Here on stage to open our show are the fantastic exhibition cosplayers. We are thrilled to have them here to start off the night right and share their cosplay creations with you all. It's incredible the amount of time that goes into cosplay, whether you're competing or not. Whether you're hand sewing your own boots or 3D modeling and printing a medieval weapon. The level of skill in our community is absolutely unreal. We have cosplayers from all over the globe with us tonight who have been working on what you're seeing tonight for months and months. Aren't they amazing? Let's show them some love as they put themselves out there on the world stage, everybody. Please say thank you for sharing your creations with us.
Tonight, our cosplayers are competing for awards in 4 major categories.
From the winner of those 4 categories, we'll choose the best in show. The first category is Master Crafter, which focus on artistry and traditional or cutting-edge crafting techniques.
The second is Colossal Creation, honoring a person who demonstrates excellence in using large-scale fabrication to create a legendary, larger-than-life character.
The next category is Epic Effects, which includes cosplayers that have included special effects such as lighting, smoke, or robotic elements, and more.
The fourth category is Dynamic Duos, honoring 2 outstanding contestants who have paired up to represent best friends, heroes, or ancient rivals from across our Blizzard lore.
And finally, Best in Show. The winners of our individual categories will duel it out for the coveted top prize.
Thanks. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your clapping. Thank you to the exhibitors for getting us started. They all look beyond incredible.
Absolutely incredible.
I have like so many ideas swimming in my head for a costume next year.
Oh my gosh, we're going to spill about it later. I can't wait to hear all about it.
I know.
All right, let's get into the cosplay competition. Let's hear it, come on. Starting us off tonight is Kobold Cosplay in his version of the Warriors Challenge armor set from World of Warcraft. His favorite part is the weapon, the flail. He has always wanted to make one of those. Such incredible detail. He sets the bar extremely high right out the gate. Let's hear it for Kobold Cosplay.
That's smoke in there. That's close. Oh, wow.
Please welcome Synthetic Sin as Overwatch's Widowmaker. This is Synthetic Sin's first experiment with 3D printing. She worked so hard on this, she burned out her printer. So we give her extra points for tenacity. Let's make some really loud, crazy noise for her Widowmaker. Next, we have Malice Bitterfork as Chrysalis the Infinite. This is a stash cosplay made with all recycled materials to lessen their global footprint. Everything they are wearing has been repurposed with nothing new purchased. They sewed all the textures into their fabric by hand. That is absolutely incredible. Let's hear it for Malice. Are you ready for this one? Please welcome Chris Dalton as Domination Anduin. Chris has been a fan of Anduin since he brokered peace for Missa Pandaria, because a true warrior fights for peace. Anduin's dominated armor set is 3D printed and game accurate, which means he can't lift his shoulders, am I right? Let's hear it up for Chris Dalton as Dominated Anduin. Please welcome Consequence Cosplay as Diablo Anointed Wizard from Diablo Immortal. Tonight, she's using her wizarding skills. This cosplay is sculpted with foam clay, fabric, and vinyl, and it is incredible. This looks so amazing. Let's make some noise for Consequence Cosplay. So incredible. My Blue Flight, let's hear it. This is Raleigh Cosplay as Caligos. He's wielding Dragon Wrath, the legendary staff of the Blue Flight. His costume and staff have 5 separate lighting systems and nearly 200 LEDs. absolutely incredible. Let's hear it for Raleigh Cosplay.
Here comes Dusk Rose as Elise Starsinger from Hearthstone! Dusk Rose was inspired by a Blizzcon 19 key art poster of Elise. This is a mixed media costume using sewn fabric, foam, thermoplastics, and resin casing. Everything but the kitchen sink. I was so happy to see you in the tavern, Elise. Thank you for visiting us. Put your hand together for Duck Rose!
Next, we have Anna Hogan as Lich Queen Jaina Proudmore. Yeah. This cosplay is a father-daughter project. Anna and her dad, Chris, have been working on this costume since right after Blizzcon 2019, and it shows. It definitely shows. Wow. Absolutely stunning. Let's hear it for Anna. And her dad, Chris. Okay, that wraps up our first group of cosplayers, and I cannot believe the level of skill I just saw. That was absolutely incredible.
So good, right?
I know. I don't know how we're gonna see more. Let's make them feel our love. Let's hear it for our first group again. Come on, come on.
We had scores of community members submit incredible original art pieces using all kinds of mediums. Stained glass, paper quilling, flower headdresses, sculpture. The talents of this community are limitless. Throughout the night, we will show you the finalists, all leading up to the Best Art Award handed out later. Our first art finalist is Anton Jacob with 30 Years Together. This original art celebrates 30 years of Blizzard Evolving gameplay. Look out for all the fun Easter eggs. The artist is included from all Blizzard franchises. Isn't this incredible? Let's hear it for Anton. Next is artist Kim Guan-il, with their original art called Tree of Life, a beautiful interpretation of an Overwatch life leader with all their beautiful healing energy. Can you just feel it, everybody? This is stunning. Amazing work, Kim.
We love a life weaver. All right. Next is our first finalist in the digital storytelling short film category. Ooh, I heard oohs. We will be showing you the top 3 finalists tonight. Each is under 3 minutes and based in the Blizzard universe per the contest rules. We will be announcing the winner later tonight. First up is Joey Richard Briggs with his film Super Battle Pets, a charming tale of a badass turtle, an adorable corgi, and an epic battle matchup. Let's take a look.
Well, if it isn't my favorite cookie dispenser. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
I honestly did not think you foolish enough to return. Guess I was wrong.
I'm sure that happens a lot, huh?
Funny. My level 5 Tortolette is now more fearsome and powerful than ever before. Your battle pet doesn't stand a chance.
Oh, I wouldn't underestimate him if I were you. Cheeto here isn't the same battle pet he was when we last fought.
Then show me.
Now, Cheeto, go! Cheeto, use Puppy Parade. Cheeto, no! Ah, dang it.
Oh my gosh. It like gets me. I don't know. What a great short film. Oh my gosh.
My friend, as a corgi owner myself, I feel a certain amount of emotions after viewing that kind of stuff.
It's
but
just like the molten corgi origins.
the molten
Yeah,
corgi,
yeah.
it's so
That's what it
special.
is.
Who else here loves the molten corgi pet?
Yeah, he's fine.
So special.
There is so much creativity in this community. But now, let's see more of our cosplay contestants. Please welcome our next duo act, Crafty and Anna Silvoso as Sprinkles Diva and her ice cream mech. Crafty is our youngest competitor at 13 years old, and this costume is her design. So much talent in someone so young. I wish my parents supported my cosplay when I was 13.
I wish
They
I
thought it
had
was
an ice
weird.
cream mecha. That's the
Yeah, where's my mech parent? Give it up for Crafty and her mom, Anna. Next is Katie as Mercy from Overwatch. Katie has been working on this costume since the release of Overwatch 2. She has done all the 3D modeling herself, big respect, and works with a combination of thermoplastics, foam, and classic corsetry.
Wow, absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
You can really tell how much time.
Yeah, I know. Mercy mains eat tonight.
I need healing, that's for sure.
Mercy mains get everything. They're gonna at me for that one, I know that. It looks absolutely amazing. Put your hands together for Katie as Mercy. It's so cute. Next, please welcome Avira Cosplay as Demonic Brigitte. Based on the Diablo Overwatch mashup art by Zach Fisher, Avira has spent more than 550 hours fabricating this costume. Absolutely incredible work.
Now, I might be a little biased, but any sort of Diablo crossover, this is absolutely incredible.
Yeah,
well done,
mean,
friend. Well done.
Biases aside, I love a Diablo too. Don't get me wrong. New skin ideas? I don't know. Dion? Make some noise for Demonic Brigitte and Avira Cosplay. Next, you know him, you love him, it's Winton, our favorite scientist primate and the icon of Overwatch. But did you know his alter ego, Pimpston? So he wrote a poem for us, which I'm reading now. Pimpston, player of the game, the ape with a cape, the chimp with a limp. No need to solo queue. Pimpston's got you.
I think
this
we all
is
need a
always
Pimpston.
enemy team Winston, though.
I know it. I
My
know it.
Winston is never like
You
this.
look wonderful, friend. Wonderful.
Let's give a primate welcome to Pimpston. Don't crack me up. This community is amazing. All right, next, please welcome Misha as a safe pilot from Warcraft Rumble. Oh, I did it too fast. She's flying in right now, lowering altitude. You can hear it.
Yeah, we got there. We got there.
Cosplay is a family affair for Misha. Her son is competing tonight as well.
Well, you know what they say. I don't know what they say, but it's great that they're doing it as a
I was
family.
like waiting. I was like, what do they say?
Well done.
Yeah, amazing job. Make some noise for Misha. Please welcome Jam41 as Vision Z, a demon hunter born and raised on Argus by an Illidari couple sometime during the Illidari's escape from prison in Legion. He was given the name Visions, an Illidari nickname, because he possesses the ability of spectral sight without the need to blind himself.
Man, I wish I had the ability of spectral sight.
Dude, my eyesight alone is not good.
I don't have good
spectral
normal
sight.
sight. I was ready.
I know. I was
ready
like,
to
he's
fight.
approaching. Run. This costume takes 7 to 8 hours to put together. A labor of love for Jam41. So let's show him a little love. He's approaching again. Next, let's welcome Chai Latte as her weakness, a rogue from Diablo. This costume is a dream come true for Chai Latte, coming full circle from first playing Diablo as a rogue to finally embodying the character in Diablo 4.
Wow.
I
love you, Chai. You're
Yeah,
wonderful.
I know. Big fan.
Absolutely wonderful.
The bow is massive, too. Wow. Let's put your hands together one more time for Chai Latte's robe. Next, please welcome Seam Rip Cosplay as Green Dragonflight Ysera. This amazing costume took 180 hours to make and has LEDs sewn into the skirt lining. They have always loved the aesthetic of the green dragonflight druids and night elves. They have bonded with mutuals here at Blizzcon with cosplay of the same character and geeked out about their builds together. That's the magic of cosplay, isn't it?
It's the magic of cosplay. It's the special something something, the special sauce. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. It's okay. It's part of it.
Let's hear it for Seam Rip Cosplay. Next, please welcome 8-Bit Pink as Lifeweaver from Overwatch.
Stunning.
So cute. Her cosplay is entirely handmade, and she learned how to laser cut specifically for this Lifeweaver cosplay. She has originally made this as an ice skating costume.
An ice skating costume.
I know.
I
I'm
barely
gonna cry.
walk
It's
on
so cute.
ground.
Oh,
she's beautiful.
It's lovely. It's so accurate. You're absolutely blossoming, 8-Bit Pink. Let's show her some love. You guys are looking ahead. No spoilers. Please welcome James Sherman as Archangel Inarius. James and his father painstakingly created this cosplay together because even an Archangel can use a hand from his dad. This isn't the first cosplay they've created together. They won second place at Blizzcon 2017 with their Jim Raynor costume, which I remember seeing. I remember that one. The Pauldrons.
It's Dad.
It's Dad.
It's Dad.
Let's hear it for James Sherman as Inarius. In an ode to their southern roots, please welcome Rose Evergreen as Mardi Gras Ash from Overwatch. Oh, I love her. Okay.
I love her. I love her.
Growing up in a household filled with Southern music, especially New Orleans bounds, Rose feels a connection with the fierce Mardi Gras gunslinger.
I think I'm in love, my friend.
I know I'm in love.
Oh my gosh. Stunning
I
work.
know. We need to
Look
update
at
that
her.
skin. This is not like...
That's a vibe.
Yeah. Let's bring the New Orleans vibe to this house as we celebrate Rose Evergreen and her drag interpretation of Mardi Gras Ash. Are we moving?
Wow. The cosplay contestants are bringing the heat this year. Some really remarkable costumes here tonight. I'm stunned. Honestly,
I know.
it just makes me want to jump right into the creative state again and start crafting some stuff.
I know, like my face hurts because I've just been like
My
big
cheeks.
cheesing.
I just got big cheesing going on. You guys are
It's
incredible. Absolutely wonderful. Group 2 gave Group 1 a run for their money. Let's give Group 2 a huge round of applause.
We'll see a few more cosplayers in just a few more minutes. But now it's time to see the next art and short film finalists. Our next art finalist is Team Building by Olga Highshock. A whimsical look at who you might meet at a Blizzard party. A little like this one. Isn't that incredible? It's awesome, right? Let's hear it for Olga! That is beautiful. So good.
I love it.
Our next art entry was inspired by a dream Ru Zhang had about leveling up with his friends in Nagrand during the summer of 21. Cherished memories of blue skies, clouds, floating islands, and of course, the 4 friends who have been by his side all along.
I'm getting all the feels.
You know? It's pretty great. Let's hear it for Walking in Nagrand.
All right, now let's see the second finalist in the short film category. This film is about a toy maker who sets up shop in Valdrakken, much to the delight, pardon me, of the Little Scales Whelp Daycare. All the audio used in this short film is from World of Warcraft, and all of the art was drawn by the filmmaker. This is The Toy Maker by Robin Spanton. Enjoy.
actually crying so much over that one.
Wow, there are some really talented filmmakers in our community. Great work. Did that get anybody else? I'm feeling a little emotional.
Oh my gosh, try not to ruin my makeup.
But now, who wants to see more cosplay contestants?
I would love to see more cosplay contestants.
Please welcome Zanzibar as a sorcerer in Mother's Mercy armor from Diablo 4. Zanzibar is a big... Wow. Zanzibar is a big fan of the design of Lilith and Mother's Mercy. Set is her main in Diablo 4 and Lilith themed. She looks just like her character in game, articulated tail and all. She really does look like she's just jumped right out of our
armor
machine.
detail.
Wow,
Highlighted.
unbelievable. Everybody, please put your hands together for Zanzibar.
Yes!
Next up is Dialgo as Rathian from World of Warcraft, Dragonflight. Rathian can sometimes be a little shady. I mean, he got sucker punched by Anduin for a reason, right? But what's not shady is how much Dialgo looks just like Rathian. Wow, just absolutely incredible.
A lot of Rathian fans out there. I hear you. I see you.
Make some noise for Dialgo, everybody. Please welcome Eludiana as Diablo 4 Primal Sorceress. Oh my gosh. Eludiana says no robots were harmed in the making of this costume, which good. We don't need robots being harmed. All patterns were handcrafted without CAD assistance. Most of this costume is traditional trade work. She fell in love with the Primal set when she saw the concept artwork, and we are in love with her interpretation of it. Oh my gosh, I'm ready to put this into the game. It's stunning.
The feathers.
The feathers.
Oh, it's so good.
It's so good. Beautiful job. Let's hear it for Eldwana. Next, please welcome Banshee Queen cosplay as classic Alexstrasza. This is Alexstrasza before Dragonflight, and Banshee Queen used foam smithing to bring her to life. Wow, this costume is absolutely giving me life, as it should. Miss Alexstrasza is giving me life.
Oh, it's so good. I love her.
Stunning. I love this color. Gorgeous work. Please give it up for the Banshee Queen cosplay. Stunning. Absolutely.
The velvet,
stunning.
too? Wow.
Please welcome Claus as Tyrael, Archangel of Justice. Wow.
Oh, it's moving.
Oh my God. This cosplay was inspired by the statue on Tyrael on Blizzard's campus. Claus custom designed a 3D printed armor and custom embroidered the tabard. His wings have 4 motors and a control he coded himself. So you're telling me this is like just a science project, really, in
that's
general.
wild. You know, I walk by this statue every day.
Every day. We love
just
it.
like it.
It looks just like
It really does.
Make some noise for Claus as Archangel Tyrael, because the world needs more justice. Well done. Amazing. Amazing. Please welcome Jen as Diablo 3's Demon Hunter. This is only the second armor set that Jen has ever made. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. She has played WoW since vanilla and has played a DPS class in game. She's also a healer in real life. She's a registered nurse. I would love to receive registered service nurse stuff from her in a Demon Hunter costume.
Like,
that
do
would
we
be
need
incredible.
the nurse because of her, or?
Let's hear it for Jen, everybody.
You like that?
Next up, here is Ashley as Denathrius. Ashley was inspired to make Hanathrius because she was drawn to his unique character and charismatic. His personality was instantly iconic, and she had a lot of fun getting into the endgame content during Castle Nathria patch. Look at the legs. That's just, I know.
Yeah,
I don't understand either.
Somebody literally screeched out there. Like, it was awesome.
Let's hear it for Ashley as Denathrius. Please welcome Teeny and Taylor Meyer as Dragon Aspects, Alex Straza and Latharian. Teeny and Taylor came to BlizzCon 2019 as Sylvanas and Nathanos, even before there was a duo category. When they saw the dynamic duo this year, they knew they had to enter. Gosh, I am so glad they entered.
I know.
You look stunning, my friends. What a gorgeous couple.
One cosplay is hard enough. Two,
I love it.
Double trouble.
Let's make some noise for Teeny and Taylor, everybody.
Whoa.
She's arrived, everybody, the Blessed Mother. Please welcome Tiffany Gordon cosplay as the ultimate queen, the incomparable mother, the amazing Lilith. Tiffany has been working on this cosplay for more than 4 months nonstop, and it shows. Trust me, I follow her online. She's incredible. She's giving quintessential Lilith, and I might need medical assistance. I don't know.
Yeah, go get the.
I'm not well. She looks amazing.
Those
Could you
wings
please?
are wild.
Oh my
wow.
gosh. Will you all help me show how much love we have for our Blessed Mother? Wow. The cosplay contestants are out of the world this year, and some really outstanding costumes are here tonight. I know, friend. I know.
I'm like,
there's just so much
many
emotion
amazing
and
things.
talent. It's really so inspiring
Yeah.
and influential to see like what this community can put together. Honestly,
we're also seeing them for the first time, by the way. So we're just like,
this
oh
is
my
real.
gosh.
This is not
like,
staged.
Yeah, we've not seen them before.
It's
so.
wonderful. So much fun.
Oh,
Fresh
wow.
eyes. Fresh eyes. Yes. These are some great cosplayers. I'm not sure which group was my favorite. I wouldn't want to judge tonight.
I think it's my group, though.
Oh, it is.
I don't know.
I don't know. Let's have a round of applause for Group 3, everybody.
We'll see more in a few minutes, but now it's time to see the next art and short film finalists.
One of those things.
Oh, yeah.
In the middle. Yeah, it's Rob Feldman. Are you sure you want to see it? I didn't really believe that.
Yeah.
Can we hear it for our next
Kind of
finalist?
lackluster. Oh, with that one. There we go.
That's better. Love your pets, and they will always be your faithful companions, unconditionally. This holds true both in World of Warcraft and in real life. This is beautifully portrayed by Yuri Smolanyov. I'm so sorry I butchered that. The huntress and her pet. Look at this. That is absolutely gorgeous. Let's hear it for Yuri.
Don't we love a good hug? Good hug.
Good hug.
Our next artist, Arthur Lorenz, once heard a quote about StarCraft that said, "This is not Warcraft in space." And it inspired him to explore what exactly Warcraft in space might look like. That's awesome. Look at that.
That is incredible.
This is a love letter to his 2 favorite Blizzard franchises. Let's give it up for Arthur Lorenz's Warcraft in Space.
So incredible. Next is our 3rd finalist in the short film category. This is a live action short filmed in natural settings with most of the costumes made by the filmmaker. Please enjoy in French with English subtitles,
Clement Rousseau's short film, Arthas Menethil.
Mon fils, sache qu'au jour de ta naissance, même les forêts de Lordaeron ont murmuré ton nom. Arthas. Très bientôt, tu deviendras paladin. Tu devras défendre les faibles gens. Un étrange mal corrompt notre terre. Va, mon fils.
Mon père, pour sûr, j'irai inspecter.
Renonce, Arthas! Cela n'est pas ton sort. Vois, cette lame se nourrit des mannes. Arme-t'en déjà, ton âme se fane. Nous ruinerons le fléau autrement.
Rien ne m'a chalu plus que cette arme qui nous sauvera. Fais-moi vraiment confiance. Tu verras.
I actually cannot get over how good these shorts are. I cannot wait to see who takes home the prize.
It's really like everybody is so equally exciting and just so talented.
I know. I'm glad they asked us to host and not judge. This is so much easier than that. We will find out soon who wins, but now let us see our last batch of cosplay contestants.
Come on, next. Come on, one more.
Wake up,
Let's go.
Let's go. There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Next, please welcome Brutality as Valera Sanguinar.
Wow.
This is Brutality's first ever all-crafted cosplay. Wow, pretty awesome. She made it a few weeks after losing her dad, and we think it's divinely inspired. Brutality, we know he'd be proud of you. You look amazing.
This is amazing. Well done.
Doesn't it look so great?
Those blades look incredible.
Absolutely fantastic.
Incredible. Wow, I can't get over it. It looks so good.
Amazing. I'm like crying. I'm sorry.
I know the dad thing got you. Pal.
Let's make some noise for Brutality as Valera Sanguinar. I want you all to give a please warm welcome to Kanika as Ysera from Dragonflight. Kanika fell in love with batik fabric dyeing in the process of making this costume.
Wow.
She's inspired by Ysera's strength. Even in death, it couldn't stop her. She was reborn a guardian and a protector of nature. Show some love.
This costume is absolutely incredible. I can see so much detail even from all the way over here. I can't get over how she looks like she came right out of the game. This is incredible.
What I really like is the horns, because I just genuinely, they're so detailed, and they look like they just sprouted out of her head. Just like, whoop, right there.
Let's make some noise.
Yeah, let's hear it up for Kanika.
Beautiful.
Next up is Ashley Day as Priest Tier 5. Ooh. Ashley's first character was a priest, and this set has always been her favorite. This is only her second time cosplaying, and the first time working in Ava foam.
Wow.
That's incredible.
I'm impressed.
Her wings were sculpted out of foam floor mats with foam clay and wood filler to keep them lightweight. So she was walking on it, and then she said, I'm gonna put it on me.
Yeah,
It's
amazing.
good. I love it.
Cute.
Love it. Looks gorgeous.
Let's hear
nice
some
work, Ashley.
love, some priest love.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah.
Next, please welcome Hapa as Captain Flynn Fairwind from World of Warcraft.
Yes,
Hapa, this is your first cosplay. Whoa! Amazing! Everything but the jacket is 100% handmade. Incredible.
Yes.
Oh, love it. So good.
Yeah.
Nothing like trying cosplay for the first time at the biggest cosplay competition ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
Right?
that's just
That's
go
not
all the way to
scary at
11.
all.
It's fine.
Yeah, not daunting.
It looks so good.
It's so incredible, and it just gives me all those.
True
like,
to the game, right?
Yeah.
You would know.
I love Flynn, and this is just, oh my gosh, I love it so much. I can't.
All right, everybody, let's hear it up for Hapa. Please welcome Nick Niedenbach as the handsome Archmage Khadgar. Yeah! Oh! All right, let's not damage the Anaheim Convention Center, all right? The shoulder mantle is made from almost 250 scales that were heat-shaped, sealed, painted, and sewn into the underlying fabric. So much detail. Look at that. So good. Let's hear it for Nick.
He's a little ham.
That's a lot of
Absolutely
scales.
incredible.
That's
a
a
lot
lot
of
of
scales.
scales. That's a lot
You
of
can
scales.
say he tipped the scales.
Okay, all right.
They think I'm funny. Alrighty, please welcome Shirei, wearing the vestments of blind absolution. Oh, wow.
Wow. Wow.
This cosplay was based on what Shirei's main character has carried in her bag for 9 years. It's a heavy bag.
It's a heavy bag, yeah. That's a lot of stuff in a
It's
bag.
a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff
Gotta
in a
have
bag.
priorities.
Yeah.
Her goal with this costume was to make it flexible enough to rock the halls of Blizzcon in comfort. Fashionable, functional, fabulous.
Yeah, that's how you work. That's how you work. I love this so much.
Looking
It's
great?
incredible.
Feeling great? Hear it. Fantastic. Because the couple that cosplays together stays together. Whoa! Oh, good. Here's Lauren and Neil twinning as Corcoran Dark Shaman. Whoa. Lauren and Neil met at Blizzcon 2016. Now they are married and have a beautiful baby daughter.
Oh, bigger aw, yeah.
Next year, get your daughter on stage with you.
True, little baby.
Do a triple competition, yeah?
Yeah.
That's
that'd
what
be
we
really-
call keep it growing with the family.
Oh, they look so soft.
So good.
No. Oh.
Make some noise for Lauren and Neil. I need healing.
I need healing. I need healing.
Next, welcome Faye Airy as Holy Priest Mercy.
Wow. Yes.
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 It's so sparkly.
So good.
I love it. I want
It's
one.
so shiny. Faye Airy's inspiration for her Blood Elf Mercy is mainly Sindorai architecture, particularly Silver Moon City.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She wanted to explore the crossovers between the priest class in World of Warcraft and Overwatch, inspired by the crossover skins.
It's double the priest, and it's just giving. I love it so much.
I'm hearing the Silver Moon City music in my ears while being healed at the same time, and I feel just my soul leaving my body.
In a good way.
In a good way. In a good way.
In a good way. I
Nice
love it.
work. Let's hear it for Faye Aries crossover Holy Priest Mercy. Here comes Monomon in Human Warlock Tier 18, Death Rattle Regalia.
Well done.
That is sick.
Yes.
That is absolutely, one might say.
I'm terrified. I'm
It's
glad
deadly.
I'm over here. It's gorgeous, but I'm glad I'm over here. That is
Amazing.
terrifying.
It's the light fixtures inside as well as just I'm like looking at it from here, and it looks so incredible detailed from here. So if I get close up, I bet it'll poke me in the eye. This cosplay is based on Monomon's famed character, who she's been playing since 2006.
Whoa.
Yeah.
2006.
Oh, look at the little fingers. The little jazz hands.
Yeah, we got an OG player.
Yeah.
All her regalia is handmade. Her favorite technique is to take random stuff and repurpose them into epic creations.
Oh, mine too.
We love that. Yeah.
So good. You look
Sustainable.
incredible.
We love
Your
it.
scythe is sharp.
Let's hear it from Monomon.
Yes.
Kiki.
Is it me?
This is crazy. I just think that it's just incredible how much work and effort that everyone puts into their cosplays every year. And I don't know, I've worked at Blizzard 7 years. I've worked during every cosplay competition, and I'm still working during the cosplay competition, but I finally get to see it.
Finally get to
so
see
that
it.
works.
My
And it's
jaw
just
is on the
incredible joy.
floor. It's on the floor.
It's just great.
So incredible. So talented.
Yeah. Well, what an amazing way to end the competition.
Yeah.
So many great cosplayers. So much fun to be here tonight.
Right?
Finally. Get to
Yeah.
see 'em.
Is it fun? Y'all having fun?
Having a good time? And again, I can't reiterate enough that this community inspires me every day with their love and devotion.
Yes.
Let's hear it for Community Night and all of our cosplayers!
You guys are awesome. Well done.
We had a lot of cool stuff at Blizzcon this year.
We do.
And up next here, we have a couple that got matching tattoos in the Diablo Hall today. Yes.
Ooh.
We want to share them with you.
Look at that. Magic
Look at
Look at that. Yes. For
Please
the mother.
welcome Paul and Cassie.
So 15 years ago, the two of us met in college, and we bonded over video games. And we heard that BlizzCon was coming back. So we got tickets, and we came. And then we found out that Hell's Inc. was going to be here. And we were like, okay, we have to get some tattoos. Be an amazing thing to share together as a couple. We came, we're first in line. We rushed there to get them. As many of you know, it was pretty tough to get there. And we worked our butts off, but we got a couple of matching tattoos. And we're pretty proud, and that'll be a memory that we'll never forget. So we thought that would be, or maybe she thought that would be the perfect thing to remember this BlizzCon by. But you know, all of the games that we love that we came up on for the past 15 years, you know, maybe we disconnected for a couple years, but the games always brought us back. And she was always my healer, and I was always her tank.
You're going to go up the other side. Going over to the other side.
And back at home, we have two little dogs, two little min pins, a brown one and a black one. Mercy and Tracer.
Hey!
And this is the moment that I'm going to remember. As all of these chapters are announced, it's time for us to start our next chapter. Will you marry me?
fine. Yeah. Oh my goodness, congratulations. Cosplay, gaming, it brings everybody together. This is so incredible. I'm gonna start crying. Wow. Yeah, let's hear it.
Woo! How do we even top that?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, now definitely
keep
crying.
going,
Definitely
but
crying.
there's a potato here. It's just fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Wow. Wow. Man. Okay. So this community has incredible artists, as illustrated by the 6 finalists you've seen tonight. Before we give out the big prize, though, we wanted to give you a quick look at some of the runners-up and just all of their fantastic work. So first up, we have Battlefield by Zinlei Guillaume. Let's hear it. That is gorgeous. And now we have Stay a While and Listen by Beresford Winch. It's incredible.
So good.
Next is Maelstrom Thrall by Gren Booner.
He's in a pop out of screen.
Yeah. This is Welcome to BlizzCon by Dmitry Bolatov. I love the
They're
Hydra
the
list.
best people to go to BlizzCon with.
Yeah, I know, right?
And help carry all the snacks from the trucks.
Absolutely, yeah. I love the Hydra list. This is The Last of the Menethils by Kirill Stepanov.
Very sad.
So sad. Next is Alex Straza, The Aspect of Life by Michaela Jones.
Gorgeous.
I love it. I love the lighting.
Oh, yeah.
Her face. It's gorgeous. Next is Dryad, an homage to Lunara Flora headpiece by Connor Nesbitt.
Ooh.
Right.
So good.
I want one. Next is Diablo Bloodraven by Mateus Orlowinch.
I'd love to see that on tarot card. It's so
Yes,
cool.
Yeah. So gorgeous. And finally, Red Petals by Alexei Babushkin. Gorgeous.
We've seen some incredible art pieces from this community on the big screen tonight. Let's hear it for all of our entries. But now, it's time to award a winner. Taking the top original art award is Team Building by Olga Highshot, whose imagination put him in the heart of a Blizzard party. Isn't that incredible? Let's hear it for Olga.
Gorgeous.
We've seen the 3 amazing finalists in the digital storytelling short film contest tonight. And it was a tough decision.
I'm not sure what they're saying.
I don't understand
Oh,
what
yes.
you're saying. I'm sorry.
Well, surprise for you, but it was a super tough decision.
It was, actually.
I don't know if y'all actually want to know who won. You want to know who won? Come on. Well, please give it up for Robin Spenton with his whimsical animated short, The Toy Maker.
Me too, friends. Me too. I get it. I feel exactly what you're going through. Now, it's time to award our first cosplay award. Let's welcome back all of our cosplay competitors to the arena. Show your love and support. Please turn on your flashlight.
breathtaking. We're working on it. Let's go, keep it up.
All of you, raise your flails and your staves and your books. Let's cheer for our cosplayers.
There's a lot of them. There we go. There we go. Incredible. All right. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I think that's all of them. This looks good. This looks good. This award is given to the cosplayer who has best mastered one or more crafting techniques, whether it be sewing, embroidery, blacksmithing, woodworking, leatherworking, working with foam, 3D printing, basically any craft you can think of. This person showed next level skills. Please welcome Ashley as Denathrius back to the stage. Yeah. Whoa. Do you have hello? Is this? There we go. Okay. Hi. Would you like to say any? This is so cool. Like, it was already cool. You guys can't see all like the tiny details in this thing, like little bitty dots and everything. What was your favorite part on this?
I just love making armor. Everything is handmade because I take such pride just building it completely from scratch and then doing those tiny little details. It's just, I love armor making so much, and just the intricacy helped challenge me a lot, which is what I seek in every cosplay.
That's awesome. It's so cool. The makeup too. I have 2 mics. Hello? 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 There we go. Oh my God, I'm doing it live. Congrats, Ashley, as Denathrius on winning Best Master Crafter. Right over here on the second one.
Our next category is Best Colossal Creation Award, where bigger is better. This cosplay demonstrates excellence in using large-scale fabrication to create a legendary, larger-than-life character. Let's hear it for Tiffany Gordon cosplay as Lilith! Should I? Blessed Mother. Blessed Mother. This cosplay, wow. I'm terrified, but also wow. This is gorgeous. Just tell me what your favorite part of this whole cosplay is.
I really enjoyed just painting, doing all of the patinas when working with paprika and salt to give a little spice to the cosplay, you know.
It's definitely spicy, am I right? Yes. Now, was there anything that you say would say was the hardest, or you wish you would have done differently, maybe?
The wings.
Okay.
I had to make them be able to fly here, so
Fair.
that was a little tricky.
That's rough.
And yeah, they're a little heavy, but not too bad.
Okay. Well, absolutely gorgeous. I want to hear it again for this cosplay. And it's okay. Right there. Perfect.
Our next award is for Epic Effects, which includes cosplayers who have incorporated special effects such as lighting, smoke, or mechanical or robotic elements, to name a few. We've had some amazing contenders tonight, but there can only be one. Please welcome Anna Hogan as Jada Proudmore. I know. You look incredible, my friend. Tell me, I'd love to hear, what was the most impressionable thing you learned while making this cosplay?
That working with fur is like so much fun.
It is so fun, right?
It's so fluffy and my dog loves it.
And it gets everywhere. It's great. It's like
so
sparkles.
amazing.
I love it. What was the hardest thing to complete with this costume?
Oh, the sword. As you see right now, it's there's a vape pen in it and it's smoking out right now.
It wants the smoke, everybody.
It has a vaping addiction.
It needs help. It needs help. Well, you look wonderful. Congrats, my friend. Everybody, please give it up for Dana. On this X. Right? There you go. Perfect. You did great.
Our next award is doubly nice, the Best Dynamic Duo. This category awards an outstanding pair of contestants whose cosplay represents a legendary set of 2 Blizzard characters. Ancient rivals, best friends, heroes and sidekicks, and other prime pairings. We had some great duos tonight, but there can only be one. Actually, there are 2 winners, but just one award. Please welcome Double Trouble, Lauren and Neil Brassfield as Corcoran Dark Shaman, our most dynamic duo. All right, you guys, I gotta take a good look at all of you. Let's do a full 360 here, okay? Oh my goodness, love the fur. Look at the ears. Okay, awesome, awesome. Oh my God, look at the armor. I'm being selfish, I just wanna look at everything.
I know.
Oh my God, it's so good. Okay, so I wanna first hear why, oh, the blood on the teeth. Okay, all right. What did you start with when you started making this? Did you like both sit down and say, okay, we're both starting each of ours together, and then we're gonna work at the same process or the same time? How did that work?
Generally, yeah, we worked on the same part at the same time. We started with a helmet because it was the hardest. And if we can do that, we can do anything, so.
That's a good attitude to have. And then how about you? Like, what was your favorite component of crafting this cosplay?
I mean, definitely it's got to be the helmet. I mean, the silhouette of it is so amazing. Anyone who has rated Siege of Orgrimmar will see this and be like, oh, I remember that. Like, there's just no question.
Loktar Ogar, my friends.
Loktar Ogar.
Loktar. Yeah. Loktar Ogar. Victory or death. All right, let's hear it for our dynamic duo.
All right, let's hear it for all our category winners. Come on, let's hear it. I said, let's hear it. Thank you so much for sharing all of your creations with us. Y'all are so talented, it's insane. Winning your category has automatically qualified you all for the Best in Show award, which means you would be the best of the best. A huge shout out to our judges. I definitely don't envy them because they definitely had the hardest task tonight, which is choosing a winner. So, I don't know about all of y'all, but the suspense is killing me. Do you want to know who wins?
Yeah.
I can't tell.
Come on, Kiki, get on with it.
I can't tell. I'm sorry, do you want to know who wins? Okay. I think they want to know. All right, without much further ado, our Best in Show for BlizzCon 2023 is Lilith! We'll be back. You want to do a slow spin first? We have to spin further. Here we go.
I guess, oh my God. Yeah, bless him.
Wow, this is just stunning, right, everybody? I mean, I've got goosebumps. I'm speaking to the mother right now, everybody. It's so funny. As you were coming out, we heard random sporadics, mommy, 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 all around the audience. It was really beautiful. How are you feeling today? Are you doing okay? Yeah? Oh, you deserve this, friend. You absolutely deserve this.
Yes.
Doesn't she? Yes. Oh, incredible.
I just want to say, hello.
With the mic.
I just want to say thank you so much. This is my first BlizzCon, and y'all have been so wonderful here, and thank you.
Let's hear it for Tiffany.
Let's hear it for all our contestants, winners, and our community for being the heart of who we are. It's been a really great night.
Thank you so much, BlizzCon!
Woo!
All our contestants. Amazing job. Amazing job. This is so I know it's the closest I've been to Lilith without being like overly scared, just like normal. Healthy scared.
She's so approachable.
Well, technically.
Yes. You have so many fans, my friend. It's beautiful.
I just love that every single time you two stand in front, it's like you're being held by mother's embrace.
I know.
The wings embracing, hugging.
It's a good place to be. See, she's so nice.
The love.
I'm loved by mommy.
Amazing.
Yeah, I know. We all need therapy. It's fine.
I think so. Yeah. Well, we have a fun little treat for you all next.
There's nothing happening after this, right? No? Oh, there is. Oh. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Wow.
Coming
That's
up
kind of
next.
exciting. Are you guys excited?
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, it sounds like you are all excited.
super pumped.
So, coming up next, the global sensation. Global sensation, making their BlizzCon just absolutely incredible. Unstoppable rise here at BlizzCon 2023.
Yeah.
Lysandra!